Hello and welcome back everyone, we Weeb Online, and today I'm gonna continue the story What If Naruto Mastered the Secrets of Uzumaki Part 5. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
Two figures in black cloaks with red clouds stood atop a tree branch in Konoha, surveying the village and noting the significant damage it had suffered during the conflict. The tall figure with the bandaged sword on his back remarked, "It appears that these lots just avoided total destruction, but the damage was fairly extensive, we could easily crush them." The taller man sneered, "No, Kisame. Remember why we're here. We must not draw unwanted attention to ourselves," the shorter man said. The tall man, Kisame, smiled with his shark-like teeth and asked, "Generous of you, Itachi, having lingering feelings for your old home." Itachi, who was shorter, gazed out at the village while his heart ached for the state of the community. However, he had long since learned to keep his feelings to himself. Itachi's Sharingan eyes gazed out and he said, "No, this village means nothing to me." "Well, since it's been a while since you've been back, and we already know where the target is, how about you show me one of those spots you used to like? We've got some time before we have to find him," Kisame said while Itachi was just staring. He said, "Fine," as they drove off. Soon after, the two were seated at the Dango restaurant, quietly watching the arrivals and departures of the shinobi and citizens, mentally noting who was on patrol and who was not. They paid particular attention to Kakashi Hitaki, who was waiting for Sasuke outside the Dango shop. At that moment, he saw Kurenai and Asuma walking particularly close to one another. He remarked, "Oh, hello you two. You seem to be getting along real close," knowing that the two had been in love since their academy days. Kurenai denied it, and Kakashi grinned beneath his mask. "Idiot, it's not like that. Anko asked me to pick up some dango for her, and I happened to bump into Asuma," Kurenai said. Asuma questioned, "What are you doing here?" His words, "Last I checked it was your day off," were met with a smile from Kakashi. As Asuma and Kurenai observed, Kakashi saw Itachi's finger twitch slightly at the mention of his younger brother. "Well, I'm here to buy some offerings, I've plans to meet Sasuke," he said. Asuma and Kurenai continued to stare at the two men in cloaks and remarked, It's rare for you to be waiting for someone. You do tend to run late, but I'm guessing the offerings are for Obito?" Kakashi stated, "Yeah, he used to like sweets when we were younger. I figured it's the best option as an offering," as the two enemy shinobi realized their position was in jeopardy. When Sasuke finally showed up, Itachi briefly hesitated upon seeing his younger brother. Kakashi shrugged when Sasuke remarked, "Kakashi, strange for you to be here early." He said, "Well, I can be on time every once in a while," before they turned to look behind them and saw that the two had long since left. Sasuke furrowed his brow, sensing a problem, but chose to comply. When Sasuke said, "I'm not a fan of sweets," Kakashi nodded. He pointed to Asuma and Kurenai, who nodded and followed the two. "I see," he said. Asuma and Kurenai appeared in front of them, and they were seen together close to the river. As Itachi glanced at the two, Asuma demanded, "You managed to slip past, which means you were once a former shinobi of the Leaf. But who are you, and why are you here?" His eyes widened as he slowly took off his hat. "It has been a while, Asuma and Kurenai," he said. Asuma snarled, "Itachi," while the former Anbu captain gazed at them blankly. Kisame said, "You know these two, Itachi?" And Itachi nodded. "In my shinobi days. Asuma Sarutobi and Kurenai Yuhi, son of the third Hokage, and Konoha's genjutsu specialist. They are formidable shinobi," Itachi said with a grin. He took off his hat to show off his blue skin, dark blue hair styled like a shark's fin, small round eyes, and three gill-like marks under his eyes. "Well, I might as well introduce myself," he said. The two stood out most because of the large gashes that were cut into the headbands from their respective villages. As Kurenai scowled, he said, "Name's Kisame Hoshigaki. I hope to be familiar with you hereafter." "I already know who you are, Kisame Hoshigaki. A former shinobi of the Hidden Mist. You are a major S-ranked criminal in the bingo books suspected of multiple assassination attempts, and that of a feudal lord's," Kurenai said with a scowl. Asuma remarked, "Itachi, you have a lot of nerve coming back to the village, especially after what you did," while Itachi just gazed at him. As Itachi just stared, Kisame remarked, "Boy, you sure are unpopular here, Itachi?" He said to them, "Asuma, Kurenai, I have no intention of harming you, so long as you don't get in my way," to which Asuma mocked. While Itachi simply gazed at him with his Sharingan eyes, Asuma questioned, "That's a bold statement coming from you, the one who killed his clan. But that begs the question, why are you here? What purpose do you have returning to your old village?" Kisame pulled out his sword and slammed it down. "Hey Itachi, this guy's starting to get really annoying, can I kill him?" As Kisame smiled, Itachi said, "It looks like we won't be able to leave unnoticed. But Kisame, don't overdo it. Your jutsu tends to stand out." Kisame immediately went for Asuma, who was able to block the big sword with his combat knives while Kurenai briefly displayed hand signals before she started to fade. While Asuma fought to contain Kisami's massive sword, Itachi recognized, this is genjutsu. This sword must have enormous strength just to hold back the tip. As the blade approached Asuma's arm, Kisame grinned, and Asuma realized. As the bandaged blade pressed against Asuma's shoulder, he retreated and the blade tore into Asuma's flesh. "Thing about my sword, Samahata, it doesn't cut like other blades," he said. He smiled and said, "It shreds." Because beneath the bandages were what appeared to be downward-facing scales rather than a steel sword. But Kisame realized at that moment that the ground was engulfing him, and a tree was growing around Itachi, who was motionless. Asuma smiled and Kisame screamed, "What the?" He remarked, "About time, Kurenai," as a woman emerged from the tree and aimed a kunai directly at Itachi. She declared, "This is the end, Itachi," and proceeded to stab him. All of a sudden, Itachi was standing in front of her while she was stuck in the tree. Itachi shook his head, and she asked, what? He told her, "Genjutsu of this level won't work on me, Kurenai," as Kurenai swore. She realized, this is a reversal genjutsu, as Itachi quickly drew a kunai and stabbed her. However, as she broke out of the genjutsu, she barely avoided having her neck cut open, and she had just enough time to block his kick before being flung back into the river. She bit her lip hard enough to draw blood. "Kurenai!" Asuma exclaimed as her chakra helped her land on the water's surface. Kisame swung his sword at Asuma, who dodged and ducked past the attacks, attempting a slash to the face but missing, leaving a cut on his skin instead. "Hey, your fight's with me. Don't get distracted," Kisame yelled. Before he saw the chakra forming on the blades, he yelled, "What?" Kisame said, "I see, now this is getting exciting," as he started to make hand signals. Before she could sense Itachi's presence behind her, Kurenai came up out of the water. Before turning to look behind him, Itachi said, "I'm sorry, Kurenai, but I expected nothing less from you." He concluded, "But I'm afraid this is as far as you go, Itachi," as a shadow clone of Kakashi imitated Kisami's jutsu. Water style. Shark bomb jutsu. The twin jutsus collided before they could neutralize one another. As Kakashi stood in front of Asuma, Asuma questioned, "What are you doing here, Kakashi?" As the elder Uchiha looked over his shoulder, Kakashi remarked, "Well, I did ask you guys to handle this, but I got a bit worried. I must admit, I never thought it was Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki of the Hidden Mist. It's been a long time, Itachi." Itachi remarked, "Kakashi Hitaki, it has been a while," while Kakashi gazed into his eyes. "Those eyes are the Sharingan's real heir. This is terrible. Could he be here for Sasuke?" As he continued to watch his opponent, Kakashi thought, "I need to be ready if that's the worst case." Itachi turned to Kakashi, Sharingan eyes fixed on him, and he demanded, "What business do you have in the village?" Kisame interrupted, smiling, "I will admit, I was surprised to see someone use my ninjutsu. But I see, so there is another person aside from Itachi that possesses the Sharingan, but I only see one eye, which must make you Kakashi Hitaki. The copycat ninja?" Kisame asked with a nod. As Kazame smiled, Kakashi said, "And I know you. Going by that sword, you were one of the 7 swordsmen of the Hidden Mist, right?" Kisame smiled and said, "Correct. I heard you had a run-in with Zabuza, must have been fun." Just before Kakashi pointed his sword at him and pulled out a kunai knife behind his back. "Chopping you to pieces will be worth it," he declared. Itachi said, "No, Kisame," and they all turned to face him. As the Kakashi clone scowled, Itachi commanded, "If you went up against that man, it won't end without a price. And by that time reinforcements will have arrived. Our mission is not to get injured, remember?" The clone said, "Then let's hear out this goal," and vanished. As Kakashi scowled, Itachi said, "We've just come to find something. Once we have it, we'll be on our way." With a hint of rage in his voice, Kakashi asked, "And what is it you're looking for?" as he contemplated the possibility that they were pursuing Sasuke, similar to Orochimaru. As Kakashi's eyes widened and he leapt back, Itachi told him, "I'm not like Kisame, I won't take too long," while making hand signals. He yelled, "Water style! Water barrier!" as Itachi pulled out a number of shuriken, but it was a ruse because Kakashi's barrier deflected the attacks with a series of water spikes. I couldn't even see him weave the hand signs because of how quickly he used the jutsu. To use a water jutsu beneath my feet, he used the shurikens in his right hand as a decoy, Kakashi deduced. The statement, "I expected nothing less from you, Kakashi. Your power of analytics was followed by a clone of Itachi stabbing Kakashi in the back. Impressive." Kurenai exclaimed, "A shadow clone. His jutsu speed is insane." Until Kakashi turned into water. Water clone. Kisame thought, the copycat ninja did a good job copying a jutsu from my village, and then he smiled. As Kakashi gave Kurenai a kunai, he thought, too bad it won't be enough. She said, "Nice one Kakashi," but then Kakashi's eyes grew wide and he seized Kurenai. As the clone exploded, Kakashi tackled her out of the way and yelled, "Get down, that one's a clone." Kakashi. Kurenai. Asuma yelled, leaping in their direction. The back of Kurenai's flak jacket was slightly burned, indicating that Kakashi had protected him from the explosion when the water vanished. Kurenai said, "Kakashi, are you alright?" And Kakashi nodded. Kakashi turned to face Itachi, who was staring at them. "I'm fine," who would have thought he would use the same jutsu Naruto used. But then again, Itachi was made Anbu captain when he was only 13 years old, he said. Itachi told him, "I'm impressed that you've managed to master the Sharingan to this extent, despite the fact that you don't possess Uchiha blood," while Kakashi gave him a stern look. "He's right. The Sharingan in my left eye depletes my energy and chakra, but I might as well be a beginner in comparison to him. A true-to-life Uchiha." Itachi closed his eyes and then slowly opened them as Kakashi's eyes widened. But there was a reason the Uchiha were once deemed the strongest and most feared shinobi clan. "Allow me to show you the true power of the Sharingan," he said. Kakashi commanded, "Both of you, close your eyes, right now." Asuma and Kurenai both closed their eyes, but Kakashi maintained an open Sharingan eye. With his Sharingan fixed on Itachi, whose Sharingan eyes had changed, Kakashi uttered the words, "Both of you, do not open your eyes under any circumstances. This will all be over if you look into his eyes." His Sharingan had transformed into a three-pointed shape that curved around the pupil in place of the three tomo that the mature Sharingan possessed. It resembles a curved shuriken with 3 points. Itachi nodded as Kakashi remarked, "Only someone with a Sharingan can go against this technique." As Kakashi's surroundings started to change, Itachi remarked, "In fact, only those who possess a Sharingan can withstand the Mangekyo Sharingan to a certain degree." Nevertheless, this visual jutsu is a powerful genjutsu called the Tsukuyomi, and it is nearly unbreakable. "Only one with the Kekkei Genkei of the Sharingan can bring me down," Itachi informed him as Kakashi's thoughts turned to Sasuke. Before the world warped and he found himself hanging on a cross, he thought, "Sasuke." Itachi was in front of him, holding a katana. As he stabbed Kakashi in the stomach, Itachi questioned, "I wonder though, how long you will last, without the Uchiha bloodline in your veins." The sword pierced Kakashi's stomach, causing him to gasp in agony before the blade was taken out and the wound disappeared. But now he had a second Itachi standing beside him. Kakashi said, "That just now, was a genjutsu?" And Itachi nodded. The words, "in this realm, the Tsukuyomi, space, time and mass," were uttered by Itachi by repeatedly stabbing Kakashi. He told him, "I control them all," while he stabbed the copycat ninja. As more and more Itachis appeared and stabbed the man for what felt like hours, Kakashi did his best to withstand the pain. "For the next 72 hours, I will stab you with these swords," Itachi told him. He was left breathing heavily after what seemed like hours of agony, and he saw another Itachi replica stabbing him while repeating the same action. As he continued to stab the man, Itachi clarified, "The pain you experience is no illusion. To your mind, it is no different to reality while here in the Tsukuyomi." He repeatedly stabbed him, asking, "I wonder though, how long will your spirit last?" Repeatedly. Until he was encircled by several Itachis, all of whom were brandishing swords, and he was left gasping for air and in agony. Itachi informed him, 1 second down, 71 hours, 59 minutes and 59 seconds left, as Kakashi's eyes grew wide. As the Itachis brandished their swords once more and Kakashi screamed in agony as he was repeatedly stabbed, he questioned in terror, What? That was only a second? That is, until the jutsu ended and Kakashi fell to his knees, barely standing. With his eyes still closed, Asuma exclaimed, "Kakashi, what's going on?" With all of Kakashi's strength and energy gone, he exclaimed, "You just told us to keep our eyes shut, then suddenly you screamed out in pain." What the hell's going on? When he looked up and glared, Kakashi managed to gather his thoughts and say, That was horrible. 3 days in that world was only a second in reality. What a terrifying jutsu. However, why didn't he murder me? With that genjutsu, he could have done it with ease, so why? As Itachi's Mangekyo stabilized, he asked himself. Kisame appeared next to Itachi and remarked, Dang, the first time I've ever seen someone survive your jutsu and not have his spirit completely crushed. Kisame cautioned, but you should be careful not to overuse that jutsu of yours, as Itachi's eyes twitched from the Tsukuyomi. As Itachi began, Kakashi questioned, Wait, the thing you're after, is it Sakushu? Have you come back to kill your little brother? He said, No. We're here for the fourth Hokage's legacy, as Kakashi glared and Asuma and Kurenai winced, keeping their eyes shut. He recalled his conversation with Jiraiya, in which the Toad Sage informed him that he would be taking care of Naruto going forward, while an organization was pursuing him. The fourth's legacy, so, it Naruto you're after, just like Jiraiya said, he realized. Asuma and Kurenai were perplexed. Kakashi said, So that's it, you're after the 9 tails inside Naruto. You and the organization you're a part of, Akatsuki, right? Itachi scowled as Kurenai questioned, Akatsuki? He said to Kisame, Kisame, we're taking Kakashi with us. Kill the other 2, as the shark man smiled and raced in their direction, prepared to murder the 2 shinobi. Until Guy appeared with a strong kick and abruptly kicked him in the ribs. He yelled, Severe Leaf Hurricane, as he struck Kisame, forcing the former swordsman to return to Itachi. As Guy stood in front of them, Kisame exclaimed, Who the heck are you, while grinning. The fierce green beast of Konoha made a Guy. He presented himself as Itachi gazed at him while he positioned himself. Kisame questioned, Shouldn't you be called a strange beast then? As Itachi squinted. Itachi cautioned, Don't underestimate him, he's Konoha's expert, taijutsu master, while Guy scowled. Before Kakashi abruptly passed out behind him and started to sink into the water, Guy thought, So? This is Itachi Uchiha, the former captain of the Anbu Black Ops at only 13 years old. Glowering at the 2, Guy uttered, You fiends, how dare you do this to my rival? Guy, don't look into Itachi's eyes, if you do, you'll fall under the same genjutsu as Kakashi did. Asuma was after. It's fine, I'm well aware of how to face Sharingan users. I've been working on ways to fight Kakashi, so both of you open your eyes, Guy said. Kurenai said, But, Kakashi, while Guy shook his head. As Asuma and Kurenai opened their eyes and fixed their attention on Itachi's feet, Guy said, It's not a problem if you avoid eye contact when fighting a Sharingan user. There's a workaround if you focus on his feet. Yeah, but you're the only one that can do that, Guy. We're not as well versed in reading people's movements just in front of their feet, Asuma replied with a nod. After saying, It's a knack, but it's not something I can teach in an emergency, Guy gave Kurenai Kakashi. As he turned to face his opponents, Kisame smiled and prepared his sword. Kurenai, take Kakashi to the medical unit. Asuma, you're my backup until the Anbu forces of alerted arrive. Until then, we'll hold them off, Guy said. Itachi commanded, No, we're leaving, as Kisame arched a brow. Kisame looked at Itachi and then sighed. We didn't come to start a war, and even if we could fight off the Anbu forces and Guy, that is not the reason we're here. Let's leave and get back on mission, Itachi said. He gazed at Guy and said, Fine, and just when it was getting good, Kisame and Itachi drove off, leaving the shinobi perplexed. I look forward to fighting you again, made a Guy, Kisame said. While Asuma and Kurenai sighed, Guy questioned, Who the heck was that guy? In the meantime, outside the village Jiraiya and Naruto Uzumaki were spotted strolling down a lengthy dirt road at the crack of noon. The 2 were traveling to a small village called Shukuba, which was only 10 kilometers away, when the Uzumaki had his armor put back on. Jiraiya sighed and Naruto said, So pervy sage, who's this person we're looking for? Stop calling me that, forget it, her name is Tsunade, she's the granddaughter of the first Hokage and the world's foremost medical ninja specialist. She was also my teammate back in my squad days in the Slug Sanin, Jiraiya said with a brow raised. Recalling his clone's recollection of witnessing the battle, he said, The first Hokage, you mean that guy Orochimaru summoned during the exams? Jiraiya nodded. He pointed out to the boy, the same, although she is the last of the Senju clan, as most of them died out during the wars. Kind of like the Uchiha and the Uzumakis, while Naruto nodded. Jiraiya shook his head, and he said, I see, can she do wood style like him? No, as I said the wood style was a technique only the first Hokage could perform. For some reason, it was never passed down to his descendants and it was decided that it was a unique ability only he had, he said with a nod. Jiraiya sighed and Naruto said, I see, in any case, if she's a renowned medical ninjutsu specialist, do you think she can heal bushy brows in the old man? He told him, she might be able to heal the Lee kid, the old man however, what happened to him can't ever be fixed, and Naruto nodded grudgingly. As Jiraiya gazed at the boy, he said, I see, so, once we find her, we just have to ask her to come back, right? But why did she leave in the first place? It's not my decision to tell you, she's been through stuff that is not my right to say. If you want to know, you can ask her. But we have to convince her to come back first, and I'm hoping our winning personality can win her back over, Jiraiya said with a brow raised. Jiraiya's eye twitched as Naruto said, if a regular woman won't go for a pervert like you, I doubt she will too. With a hint of sparkle in Naruto's eyes, he said, harsh brat, real harsh, so, aren't you curious about the new jutsu I plan to teach you? Before he calmed down, he exclaimed, yeah. What are you going to teach me? He stopped and then looked around. Sorry, a force of habit. I like learning new jutsu, is it one of, he said. He said, my dad's? And Jiraiya nodded. It was a jutsu that took your father 3 years to develop, it is the ultimate jutsu in shape transformation, he said, displaying a 3-fingered hand. He remarked, and it took me 3 months to learn, as Naruto's eyes grew wide. He said, whoa, so, what is it, before they saw the town in the distance. Jiraiya responded, I'll tell you later, for now, we're here, as they entered the village. As he and Naruto entered a hotel, he informed him, this is Shukuba village. This is our first stop on the way to one of the villages my contacts said she'd be in. We'll rest up here and then head out in the morning, to which the Uzumaki raised a suspicious eyebrow. Jiraiya scoffed and Naruto accused him, you're not just here to chase some tail, are you? He saw a pretty woman wink at him before thrusting the key into Naruto's hand. How dare you? I would never compromise the mission just for some female company. You have to give me some more respect than that, he trailed off. He ran after the women, leaving Naruto staring at the room. Well, I'll see y'all later Naruto, how about you practice those sealing jutsu while I tend to this lovely lady? See you later, he yelled. Naruto sighed and asked, what was that about compromising the mission? He muttered as he ascended the stairs. Well, won't see him again for a few hours, might as well study up on sealing. In the meantime, Konoha, in order to strengthen his control over the Chidori, Sasuke was en route to see Kakashi, who was meant to meet him at the training grounds. Since he witnessed Naruto defeat Gaara during the invasion, he had been more motivated to get stronger. The once dead last of the academy had rapidly started to catch up to him thanks to the accelerated training method. He felt weak because his power was likely greater than Sasuke's at the moment. Indeed, he was eliminated from the competition and was unable to face Gaara. However, he knew deep down that he had no chance against Gaara, particularly when he assumed that demonic shape. He recalled the blonde's foolish behavior prior to the Chunin exams and the current Naruto's commanding presence. And yet, Naruto beat him, he said. The way Naruto overtook him and gained so much strength was infuriating. His training advantage came from more than just the clone technique. No, there was another reason. A drive that he was unable to comprehend. His thoughts turned to the night of the massacre, when his brother was standing over their clan's corpses. I need more power. I need to get stronger. I'll get even with them, I'll kill you, Itachi. Sasuke clutched his fist and vowed. Just as he was ready to knock on Kakashi's apartment door, he discovered it was unlocked. As he hurried inside, he discovered Guy, Asuma, and Kurenai standing around Kakashi, who was in bed. As Guy waved him away, Sasuke asked incredulously, Kakashi. Why is he asleep? And what are Jonin doing here, what's going on? Guy attempted to trick him by saying, it's nothing, Kakashi and I just got into one of our rivalry matches, but Aoba Yamashiro interrupted. The other Jonin grimaced before Aoba looked down to see Sasuke, whose face gradually changed from bewilderment to rage. Is it true? Itachi Uchiha was seen in the village and that he's after Naruto Uzumaki, he asked, oblivious to Sasuke's presence in the room. Kurenai muttered, idiot, and Sasuke quickly left the room. On his way to Naruto's apartment, he drove as fast as he could down the street. Sakura dropped a box wrapped in purple cloth and staggered out as he hurriedly opened the door. Sasuke-kun. Sakura shook her head and he said, Sakura, where's Naruto? He fled from her, heading for the few places Naruto would be. Before she could finish, I don't know, I only just got here. I wanted to leave him some sweets, but he's not. Itachi has returned. But why now? Why is he pursuing Naruto? This defies logic, but despite Naruto's increased strength, he remembered his brother's Sharingan eyes as he cursed and accelerated his run. He has no chance at all. Soon after, he broke through the flaps and arrived at Ichiraku Ramen. When he called out, "Naruto," he was not there. As Tucci looked up from his cooking, Sasuke exclaimed, "Damn it, old man. Where is Naruto?" Naruto, if I recall he was here yesterday with that Hinata girl. But then Master Jiraiya came and told him they were heading out of the village on a mission. If I recall, their first stop would have to be the post station village just a bit out of town. Ayame, what's the name of that post station again? She said, Shukuba, and he nodded. He said, right, Shukuba, that was it, while Sasuke swore. As Tucci hummed, he said, damn it, this Jiraiya, he's one of the Sannin, right? What does he look like? He yelled, if I remember correctly, he's a big man with long white hair, and, hey, as Sasuke ran out of the shop. As Ayame laughed, Tucci muttered, rude, it's polite to at least sit down and have a bowl of ramen after one answered his questions. Ignoring the checkout post, Sasuke bounded out the gate and headed for Shukuba town. He remarked, Shukuba, it's not that far, while running as quickly as he could because of the training he had received over the month-long break. All he could do was hope to arrive in time. As he raced toward the town, Sasuke swore, today, I will have my revenge, Itachi. In the meantime, Naruto's room in Shukuba town while studying the fundamentals of sealing jutsu, Naruto sat with his numerous clones. Sealing was not an easy art as one might think. The user must possess a thorough understanding of sealing formulas and seal construction in order to seal one object inside another. Naruto had begun teaching some of his clones the fundamentals of sealing jutsus during the month he spent preparing for the Chunin finals. There was so much more that seals could do, though, and it appeared that sealing objects inside other objects was just the beginning. For example, creating a sealing barrier that could be used to contain strong entities by fusing sealing jutsu with barrier ninjutsu. Additionally, there was the ability to learn sealing formulas that could have a wide range of effects, like the ability to mark an opponent with a seal that would enable the user to track them over great distances or to create miniature barriers. Given that both his mother's and father's clans were regarded as masters of the sealing arts, Naruto was even more motivated to learn about seals. Who knew there was so much more to sealing jutsu than just putting a kunai in a scroll? Makes me want to master this art, Naruto said aloud. Tell me about it, and Mum's clan was so good at this stuff her homeland was wiped out because of it. A clone replied. As Naruto nodded, the clone confessed, given that we kind of slacked off in study, it makes me wonder if we can even measure up to them. Naruto pulled out a picture of his parents and grinned at them, saying, yeah, well we're making up for it now. Besides, we won't just measure up to them. We'll surpass them and make them proud, he told the photo, that's a promise, and then went back to his studies. He sighed when he heard a knock at the door. Well that was fast, he said, rising to his feet and chasing the clones away. He approached the door and said, she dumped you already? He trailed off, told y'all you wouldn't be able to charm them when you're A. As he opened the door and peered up into a familiar pair of Sharingan red eyes. But it wasn't Sasuke, and there were 3 Tomo and 2 red eyes. Naruto looked up into Itachi Uchiha's face and realized that this was someone else. That's the Sharingan, but who is it? Before Kisame emerged from behind Itachi, he pondered. As Naruto's eyes grew wide, Kisame smiled and said, so this kid's the one with the 9 tails, kind of small ain't he? As Itachi gazed down at the child, Naruto thought, they know about the 9 tails, not good. He started to say, Naruto Uzumaki, can you please come quietly with us? But Naruto slammed the door in his face before he could finish. Kisame questioned, did that kid just slam the door in our face? Itachi uttered the words, yes, he did, just before Kisame's massive sword smashed the door open and pinned the boy beneath it. As Kisame turned to see the boy at the windowsill with his bags on his back and the bird in his hand, he exclaimed, you little shit, and then heard a whistle. As Naruto leapt out and the clone beneath his feet smiled, he said, later asshole, grinning. He yelled, Kisame. Get back, as the clone detonated, causing a massive explosion. Sasuke halted in the street to observe smoke rising from an apartment complex. Was that, Naruto? He yelled as he sprinted toward the structure. Kisame snarled, while Itachi and Kisame had successfully protected themselves with a water barrier. His words were followed by Itachi grabbing his shoulder, I'm going to cut that little fucker's legs off. In private, Itachi was impressed by Naruto's progress since childhood. It would appear that the Uzumaki has improved significantly. We need to hurry before Jiraiya finds him, he said. Kisame said, fine, but when we find him, I'm taking his legs, as he and Itachi followed the boy out the window. Naruto, meanwhile, was running across the rooftops in pursuit of Jiraiya. He reviewed everything he knew. Although he wasn't Sasuke, the man back there shared Kakashi-sensei's level of Sharingan eyes. The last I heard, however, Sasuke claimed he wanted to exact revenge on his brother, so that must have been him. All of the Uchiha were exterminated. Oh no, I have to find Pervy Sage quickly. As he looked for the elderly pervert, Naruto came to this conclusion. He heard the words, Naruto, as he saw Sasuke leaping to the rooftops. He stopped on the roof before Sasuke grabbed him by his hoodie and exclaimed, Sasuke! What the heck are you doing here? Whoa, Sasuke, what the heck? Naruto blinked and he demanded of the boy, where is he? Where is Itachi? As Sasuke's glare intensified, Naruto asked, what, so he was your brother? He yelled, where is he? I have to find him, as Naruto was able to escape his hold. He turned to face the Uchiha, who merely gave him a glare. We don't have time for that, Sasuke, that guy, your brother, he's not alone. And I don't think either of us is ready for him, he said. With anger in his eyes, Sasuke screamed, you don't understand, I have to find him, he needs to pay for what he did. When they felt a shadow pass over them, he stopped saying, but Sasuke. They looked up to see Kisame smiling down at them. He yelled to their right, well, you didn't get very far, brat, and who's this? You made a friend. Hey Itachi, kid kind of looks like you. Sasuke and Naruto turned to see Itachi standing a short distance away, staring at them icily. Long time no see, Sasuke, Itachi remarked, his eyes shadowed by Sasuke's hair. Sasuke said, Itachi, in a voice that was almost uncannily serene, and then he looked up, his eyes turning blood red as his two-patterned Tomo Sharingan came to life and glaring at him. He gripped his wrist and glared angrily, declaring, I will kill you. Memories of his family's deaths flooded his mind. Naruto tried to reason, but Sasuke just clenched his fist. Sasuke, we have to go, right now. As the Chidori sparked around his hand, Sasuke screamed, I've been waiting for this day my whole life. I've hated you since that day. I've lived only to hate you. I've survived only so that I can kill you myself. As he gazed at the jutsu, sparks of electricity began to form around his hand. How on earth is that jutsu? Since this was Naruto's first encounter with the Chidori, he inquired. Itachi remarked, I see, the Chidori, you've been busy, Sasuke. Naruto gazed at Sasuke while he tugged at his collar. Sasuke shouted as he raced in the direction of his brother, I will have my revenge, Itachi. Naruto yelled in vain. Sasuke, wait. As Sasuke rushed by him, tearing up the ground with lightning bouncing off his palm. Sasuke screamed, die, and pointed straight at Itachi's face. The attack was then redirected to the side of the next building, where Itachi grabbed his hand and carved a huge hole in the concrete. Naruto gazed in shocked amazement, while Itachi simply gazed down at his brother's glaring eyes. He crossed his fingers and swore, he just stopped the Chidori, with his hand, damn, this isn't good. He called out, Shadow Clone Jutsu, and conjured up multiple copies of himself. Kisame said, not so fast kid, as he leapt to the ground and stood between Naruto and the brothers. I owe you a little payback for that exploding clone business, he said, bearing his sword stoically on his shoulder. As his clones drew their kunai and directed wind chakra into the blades, Naruto yelled, get out of my way, as the chakra grew longer and sharper. Kisame remarked, oh, that's interesting. You're smart enough to channel wind chakra into your weapons. I'm almost impressed, while Naruto gazed at his clones. You, bastard, with a grunt, Sasuke fought against his brother's hold. Sasuke screamed in agony as he fell to the ground, clutching the boy's wrist, and Itachi said, be quiet, squeezing it hard until it broke. Sasuke experienced severe pain, but Itachi felt even more agony. Naruto commanded his clones, who nodded, Sasuke. Crap, guys, keep this guy busy, I'm going after Sasuke. As their kunai swiped at the shark-themed shinobi, they roared, right, and charged at the swordsman. However, the wind chakra vanished, or rather, it was consumed, as soon as the blades made contact with his blade. One of the clones exclaimed, what the heck just happened, before Kisame's sword instantly vanished him. Kisame smiled and another clone said, hey, why didn't the clone's memory come back to us? As the sword wriggled beneath its bandages, Kisame's eyes widened and he said to Naruto, Eating chakra is the thing that my sword Samahata loves more than slicing people to ribbons. Is that thing alive? That's why the clone's memories didn't return. I see. These guys are way too strong. That sword devoured the memories in the chakra. As Naruto nodded to the clones, who also nodded and flashed their hand signals, he realized, I need to grab Sasuke and get out of here. As they built a massive stone wall on top of the roof, they yelled, Earth style. Mud wall. But Kisame easily broke through it. Kisame smiled as two more Narutos yelled, that ain't going to work on us, kid, then began to shout. Water style. Water bullet. As Samahata absorbed the chakra, they hurled the two water bullets at Kisame, who deflected the blows with his sword. He didn't finish saying, I told you, kid, that stuff ain't going to work on, because a smoke bomb was thrown through the demolished earth wall, filling the roof with smoke. Kisame shouted, a smoke bomb. Itachi merely gazed with his Sharingan eyes. Using the distraction, he saw Naruto make a hole in the roof and then use another hole behind him to seize Sasuke and carry him away. Itachi remarked, interesting, as Naruto ran down the building's hallway while carrying Sasuke. As Naruto carried him, Sasuke grunted, let me go, idiot. He was able to push Naruto away from him and yelled, I need to kill him, don't interfere. Will you stop acting crazy, Sasuke? You saw what your brother just did to your Chidori. We don't stand a chance against those guys. We need to find Pervy Sage and get out of here. Naruto was arguing with Sasuke. While pushing Naruto aside, Sasuke yelled, you don't understand. I have to kill him. He took everything from me. He killed my entire family, my parents, cut them down like they meant nothing to him. I have to kill him. Naruto then grabbed his shoulder and whirled him around. The guy just broke your wrist like a toothpick, and you think you can take him on? Come on, Sasuke. You are usually a lot more level-headed than this. I get you to want revenge on him, but so far you're only going yourself killed. Naruto attempted to reason with Sasuke. Shut up. Stay out of this. You know nothing about this. It has nothing to do with you. Kisame remarked, he's right, you know, as Naruto and Sasuke turned to face him, grinning, standing in their way. When Naruto stopped to see Itachi in their way, he grabbed Sasuke and ran down the other end of the hall. This has nothing to do with you. But the family reunion isn't why we're here. We want the blonde kid, so stand aside, Kisame said. Itachi told Naruto, it's pointless to run. Come with us quietly, and your friend will not be killed. While Sasuke snarled and charged at Itachi, setting Sharingan on fire as he attempted to kick his former brother's head with Lee's taijutsu. Only for the elder Uchiha to slam a fist into his stomach while avoiding the attack with ease. Sasuke collapsed to the ground, clutching his stomach, gasping in agony, only to be kicked in the chest and flung against the wall across the hall. Sasuke. Naruto yelled as he hurried to meet Sasuke, but he was frozen in place when the elder Uchiha glared at him with his Sharingan. Stay out of this, Itachi said, gazing into Naruto's eyes. The child of Aunt Kushina, mother's friend, he's grown so much, he thought, remembering how his mother had once monitored him in the hospital soon after his birth and the sealing of the 9 tails inside him. As he pulled out his blade, Kisame remarked, you're getting annoying. He swung his blade, ready to chop off Naruto's legs, and said, how about I cut off your legs so you won't run anymore? He heard the words, summoning jutsu, as Gamma materialized in front of Naruto and used his armored arms to block Kisame's blade. Jiraiya said, you two don't know much about me, but Master Jiraiya doesn't fall so easily to a woman's allure, while he stood behind Naruto with a smile on his face and the previous woman unconscious on his shoulder. He proudly performed a little kabuki dance and declared, when you're someone like me, you only have to flash my sexy smile to have them all over you. Naruto's eyebrow twitched as the others stared awkwardly. Jiraiya snapped his head at Naruto and said, oh please. It only took one wink from her and you were scampering after her like a dog in heat. Don't try to act all cool after falling for a simple trick like that, pervy sage. Damn it, brat. Will you stop calling me that in front of people? I have a reputation to uphold. Although Kisame laughed, Naruto yelled, your reputation is already the world's biggest pervert. Figures a simple trick like that wouldn't work. You are after all Jiraiya of the legendary Sannin. Even I don't think I'll be able to defeat you, despite the fact you're a huge womanizer, but it looks like you removed the genjutsu we put that woman under, Kisame said as Jiraiya set the woman on the floor. Jiraiya remarked, placing such beauty under a genjutsu, such a cowardly act, you have no right to call yourself a man. Even if it was just to separate me and Naruto, as Naruto furrowed his brow. Were they pursuing me? What did I do to these guys, though, and why? Are the Chunin Exams to blame? Because I defeated Gaara when he was a tailed beast? Are they attempting to get rid of a possible danger, or is there another reason? Jiraiya scowled as Naruto asked, glancing at the two men. He smirked and said, so your target was Naruto, but he proved to be a little more difficult to catch, huh? Kid has a knack for surprising people, as Itachi squinted. I see, so that's how Kakashi knew about us. You're the source of information. You are correct, we are after Naruto. He is the prime target of us, the Akatsuki, and we have orders to take him alive. However, he did prove to be more resourceful than anticipated, Itachi said as Naruto narrowed his eyes. The Akatsuki is who? With me. What do they want? While Jiraiya smiled, Naruto asked again. He said, of course, he's my student after all, and then he gave them a fierce look. He looked straight into their souls and said, and there's no way in hell I'm going to let you take him. Itachi remarked, I wonder about that, as Jiraiya pushed Gamma away and took a position in front of Naruto. You two are wanted in the bingo books as high-value targets yourselves. I can get rid of the right here and now. They heard the words, stay out of this, and turned to see Sasuke slowly getting to his feet down the hall. As he attempted to get back up, Sasuke grunted, this is none of your concern, Itachi, is mine. Jiraiya nodded, and Naruto exclaimed, Sasuke. Damn it, we got to help him, pervy sage. He glanced back at Sasuke as the young Uchiha got to his feet. We will just have to be patient. This is a delicate situation. Relax and trust in your master, Jiraiya said. I lived only for this day, to finally avenge my clan's destruction, Sasuke said, his Sharingan eyes glaring. He screamed, Itachi will die, by my hand, as Itachi looked into his younger brother's intense gaze. Itachi told him, I have no interest in you right now. Stay still and you may survive, as Sasuke rushed at him with a furious roar. He yelled, don't mess with me, and hurled his fist at Itachi, but the elder Uchiha parried the blow, punching him once in the face before sending Sasuke flying back down the hallway and slamming into the wall. Lying limp against the wall, he spat blood out of his mouth. Naruto exclaimed, Sasuke, in dismay and horror at witnessing his rival and teammate lose so handily. Sasuke claimed, not yet, while attempting to get back up. Sasuke climbed back up, but his left arm was essentially useless. I'm not done yet, I said. Itachi told his younger brother, stay down, you can barely even form a hand sign right now, but the boy disregarded him and got to his feet. As Itachi approached him, Sasuke remarked, I won't quit, not now. Jiraiya attempted to approach, but Kisame blocked his path. Kisame remarked, you heard him, let's stay out of this one, as Itachi stood over his brother's prone form and gave him a fierce look. Sasuke became impatient and glared up. Sasuke yelled, what are you waiting for? Come on, before Itachi struck him in the stomach and then chopped the back of his neck. Sasuke coughed up blood while being severely beaten until he was almost dead. As he was viciously kicked and punched, Sasuke thought, why does the distance between us remain so great? As Itachi thrashed him like a rag doll, he asked. Our strength difference hasn't changed since that day, Sasuke said, falling to the ground and staring with hollow eyes. What have I been doing all this time? Before being seized by the throat and slammed into the wall, Sasuke asked. Itachi's Sharingan gazed into Sasuke's onyx eyes while pretending to be unconcerned, but his heart was aching on the inside. Seeing how painful it was to harm his beloved younger brother, Itachi gazed at Sasuke. However, Sasuke had to kill him in order to purge the Uchiha name of its transgressions. And that would only be possible if he harbored a deep and abiding hatred for his older brother. Even if it internally killed him, Itachi held Sasuke's hand around his throat and gazed at him. He leaned in and whispered in his ear, you are weak, and the reason you are weak, it is because you don't have enough hatred in you, he said, leaning back and briefly closing his eyes. He cast the Tsukuyomi upon him, and the Mangekyo Sharingan blazed into effect before he could respond to them. Sasuke screamed in excruciating pain as Naruto couldn't bear it any longer, and he had to repeatedly relive the entire night the Uchiha clan was massacred for the next 24 hours inside the Tsukuyomi. Naruto yelled, damn it, leave him alone, as the Nine Tails chakra started to seep into his eyes, turning them blood red and making the whisker lines on his cheeks more erratic. When he called forth multiple clones, they emerged from the cloud in a puff of smoke that obscured Kisame's view. Jiraiya shouted, Naruto, wait, as the Naruto clones charged forward. Kisame swung his blade and dispelled the clone, shouting, not so fast, however, One threw a large shukirin directly at Itachi, who easily deflected the larger shuriken. Itachi's eyes widened slightly as Naruto, who had changed into the Shuriken, appeared at the last second with a kunai in his hand. Naruto pointed the kunai at Itachi's face and yelled, "I said get away from him." Itachi simply blocked the kunai with his own while clinging to Sasuke's neck. He glared as Naruto landed in front of him while holding the kunai against Itachi's. Itachi paused for a moment, looking into Naruto's eyes and seeing the image of Shisui. "I won't let you hurt him," Naruto yelled. Summoning Jutsu. Toadmouth Bind. However, as he was ready to strike, a meat-like material started to grow on the walls, floor, and ceiling, changing the entire hallway. Itachi leapt back as the meat caught Sasuke and dragged him to safety. Looking around at the meat covering the walls, Naruto asked, "What the hell?" Jiraiya put his hands on the ground and said, "I've got you now," because the meat came from him. Kisame noticed that the fleshy floor was beginning to engulf him and looked down. "I've summoned the stomach of one of the giant toads that resides in one of the caves on Mount Myoboku. Unfortunately for you too, you'll be digested by the stomach's acid. And Naruto, stay still. You don't have to worry about yourself and Sasuke. This is my jutsu and I control everything," Jiraiya said while narrowing his eyes. "Kisame, let's go," he said to the former mist swordsman before escaping and chasing Itachi. Jiraiya exclaimed, "There's no point. No one has ever been able to escape this jutsu," as Kisame and Itachi dashed down the corridor. As they reached to seize and devour the two invaders, the walls of flesh rushed forward. The walls of flesh turned out to be faster, and Kisame screamed, "Shit! They're coming right at us." Itachi squinted at the window in front of them. However, the elder Uchiha employed his strongest jutsu while closing his eyes. Amaterasu. His right eye bled, black flames engulfed the window, scorched the flesh surrounding the wall, and escaped the prison as his Mangekyo Sharingan flared. "Huh! What was that?" Jiraiya exclaimed, sensing that the flesh's wall had been harmed. When he and Naruto ran around the corner, they saw a massive hole in the wall with odd black flames marking its edges. Naruto stared at the flames and exclaimed, "What the hell?" Naruto said, "Pervy Sage, those don't look like ordinary flames," pausing. Previously, he would have approached the flames out of curiosity. He was more careful now, though. He unfurled a scroll and wrote a series of sealing formulas on the paper. "You're right. The fact that it was able to burn through the toad's mouth bind jutsu speaks volumes of its potency," Jiraiya said. Jiraiya flashed through hand signals and sealed the black flames into the scroll, making sure to tie it up tightly. "Sealing art. Fire seal," he exclaimed. "Okay, that should do it." Jiraiya shrugged and Naruto said, "Whoa, so that's what sealing jutsu can do. What are you going to do with it?" "I doubt I can do much, whatever that flame was," he remarked. "Anyway, you had better see how your teammate is doing," as Sasuke was spat out of the wall and gently placed on the ground by Naruto. "Sasuke, are you all right?" A kunai was hurled at them, but it missed and struck the wall at the end of the hall. As they turned to face the kunai, Guy ran up and kicked him. Naruto asked, trying to wake him, but Sasuke was still unconscious. Ecstatic. With a confident smirk, Guy threw his foot at Jiraiya's stunned face and yelled, "Entry!" before blushing when he realized he had just kicked Jiraiya in the face. Later, Jiraiya glared at Guy with a comical expression while holding tissues in his nose. Guy apologized, sorry about that. I used my forehead protector as a mirror and I couldn't see you properly," while Jiraiya took a sigh. Glancing down at Sasuke, he said, "It's fine," as Guy winced at the sight. Jiraiya remarked, "We should be more worried about the young Uchiha here. He has a fractured rib, and a broken wrist, and whatever genjutsu he was under has left him catatonic." That jutsu, Guy thought bitterly as he considered his rival who had been harmed by Itachi's use of the same jutsu. "Pervy Sage," Naruto uttered, his fist clenched and his hair pulled back from his eyes. As Naruto shook his head, Guy remarked, "I know you're upset, but you can't go after them. They're far stronger than you, and..." He said, "I know," as he startled Guy. Jiraiya nodded, and he said, "I know I can't go after them. I'm not an idiot anymore, but that guy, he was Sasuke's brother, right?" As Naruto nodded but his eyes remained filled with rage, he said, "True. Itachi Uchiha was a talented prodigy by the age of 8 and an Anbu captain at the age of 13. He also massacred his entire clan in one night. You wouldn't stand a chance against him." He glanced at the two and said, "So why was he after me, and who are the Akatsuki?" As Jiraiya and Guy nodded, he questioned, "Is it because of the 9 tails, is that what they're after?" Guy remarked, "It would seem so," while Naruto clenched his jaw and struck the wall with his fist. With Guy's lips pressed together, he said, "Damn it, did anyone else get hurt?" He gripped his fist tightly to control his rage as he said, "Don't lie to me, bushier brow sensei. Please, I can handle it." Naruto's eyes briefly turned red as his rage drew upon the Nine Tails. Kakashi was hit with the same jutsu that affected Sasuke. He's currently resting back at the village, Guy told him. He said in a chilly tone, "I want to go after them," but Jiraiya put a hand on his shoulder. "I know you do, but I didn't spend a month training you to be reckless. You know Itachi is too powerful for you. And this organization, the Akatsuki, have similar members just as or more powerful than Itachi. And all of them are going to be coming after you. The only thing you can do now is to get stronger, that's the only option we have left," he said to the child who was taking a deep breath. What Jiraiya was telling him made sense to him. He realized after the Genjutsu class that he needed to be more composed and emotionally aware. He was still upset about it, though, despite that. Naruto said, "Okay, sensei," as Jiraiya gave the boy a small smile. As Jiraiya nodded, Naruto questioned, "So, what's going to happen to Sasuke and Kakashi sensei? Do you think this Tsunade person we're looking for can help them?" he asked. As they peered out the hole in the wall, he said, "As I mentioned earlier, Tsunade is arguably the world's best medical ninjutsu specialist. She could heal them up quickly, but first, we need to find her. And I have an idea of where we can start." Itachi and Kisame, meanwhile, were fully retreating, moving as far away from Jiraiya as they could. After Kisame said, "Why do we have to retreat? You should be capable of," Itachi shook his head. "We were ill-informed about Naruto's progress. He's much more skilled now than previously believed. And with Jiraiya there was a high chance both of us could have died. Besides, we're not in a rush to capture him, and I need to rest my body. After using the Tsukuyomi and the Amaterasu in a single day, I need to rest," he said as the Sharingan closed his eyes and they reverted to their onyx color. However, as his Sharingan waned, he remembered that Naruto Uzumaki had glared into his eyes just moments before. "I will not allow you to harm him." Itachi felt a sense of relief as the memory of Naruto yelled. As he looked ahead, Itachi thought, "Sasuke, even though Lord Third can no longer protect you, I'm glad you have friends that care for you, and Naruto, thank you, please continue to watch over my brother." As he stayed faithful to the village, Itachi thought, "I know you will hate me, Sasuke, and it hurts me every day knowing that, but it is the only way. The truth of the Uchiha must never come to light, so continue to hate me, kill me and have your vengeance. Only then can I be punished for my sins, and the Uchiha name is restored." Even while his name was being muddied, Itachi Uchiha might have been the greatest Hokage in history if he had lived in a different era. He could have lived the life he deserved, but since he was a shinobi, he had to bear the burden by himself. Even though the truth of his sacrifice will never be known. Approximately 1 day had passed since Naruto's run-in with the Akatsuki and Itachi Uchiha, Sasuke's brother. Sasuke was completely humiliated, slightly hurt, and in a coma after the brief battle. While Jiraiya and Naruto persisted in their search for Tsunade, Guy had brought Sasuke back to the village for medical attention. Hopefully, Tsunade will be able to treat Lee, Sasuke, and Kakashi once they locate her. Naruto was still concerned, though. Sasuke was concerned about whether he would ever fully recover from the severe injuries he sustained in his battle with Itachi. In addition, he was concerned about Sakura's reaction to seeing him in the hospital once more. However, he was aware that he couldn't worry about that at the moment. This, Tsunade, person had to be located and brought back to the village. She would be able to heal Sasuke if she was truly a medical ninja, as Jiraiya had stated. Guy gave Naruto one of his green jumpsuits before he left, even though they were currently on their way to the next town where Tsunade was last seen. As he and Naruto made their way to the next town, Jiraiya remarked, "I still can't believe you kept that." Naruto countered, "I think it looks cool, plus it could be useful later as training gear," while Jiraiya sighed. Jiraiya mumbled to himself, "I really shouldn't argue fashion with a kid that wore orange for the majority of his life." Jiraiya gave a small laugh, and Naruto shot back, "Says the man dressed like a kabuki dancer." Naruto said, "Hey, pervy sage," as Jiraiya gave him a look. "This group that's after me, the Akatsuki, do you have any idea why they want the Nine Tails inside me? I doubt it's so they can have a tea party. Do they plan to use its power against Konoha?" he asked with a smirk. "I'm not sure, but they will be after you. The Nine Tails are the strongest of all the other tailed beasts and villages have always sorted after them since the first Hokage's time. But it's not impossible to say they won't go after the others, but I don't have much information on them yet. Jiraiya said as Naruto nodded, but it came over him. Jiraiya nodded as he said, and my friends, are they going to get caught in the crossfire too? If I have to be honest, yes. To get to you they may go through your friends. From what I know, their members consist of high-level shinobi, more powerful than you or myself. But the life of a shinobi is not one without risks, and they know what they signed up for. But don't worry, so long as I'm here, I will protect. Naruto interrupted him with a glare that was so intense that Jiraiya could see Minato and Kushina's will inside him as he grinned. If that's the case, then I just have to become stronger. I won't let my friends get caught up in this, I will protect them with my life, his eyes said. Jiraiya remarked, well said kid, and Naruto nodded. Now let's get a move on, the sooner we find Tsunade, the sooner she can fix up that Sasuke kid and your friend Lee. As Jiraiya hummed to himself, Naruto said, hey, this woman we're looking for, Tsunade. Aside from being a medical ninja and the granddaughter of the first Hokage, what is she like? Well, like I said, she was my teammate back during my genin days. She was annoying and is a compulsive gambler, being well known in a lot of countries because of both her medical ninjutsu and her gambling addiction, Jiraiya said with a smirk. Jiraiya laughed as Naruto remarked, well, that will make it a bit easier. If she's a famous gambler, it shouldn't be that hard to track her down, right? As Naruto gazed at the man, he remarked, oh yeah, she's famous all right. She's known far and wide as the legendary sucker. You pervert, not like that. I mean, she's terrible at gambling. She has such bad luck. If she ever wins something, it means something really bad is about to happen. Jiraiya replied with a sigh. There was a raised eyebrow at that. Which was odd, because her grandfather the first was notorious for being extremely lucky at gambling. Some say she picked up his habits from him, he said. Jiraiya nodded, and Naruto speculated, well, if she sucks at gambling, I doubt she stays in a place for too long. As he recalled her developing the jutsu years ago, Jiraiya said, you would be correct, she has a habit of changing her appearance to hide from her debt collector. She may be my age, but she uses a jutsu that makes her look like she's in her 20s, 30s, or even 40s just to escape her debt collectors. Jiraiya nodded, and Naruto said, so, what? We got to look in every pachinko bar, casino, and gambler's den we can find? His words were followed by Naruto. Unfortunately, but I know a place that can help us narrow it down. Come on, he said. They soon reached a sizable town that was a well-liked tourist destination and was having some kind of festival going on. Stalls, casino bars, and other joyous events were all over it. Naruto had never attended such an event, so he was looking around in wonder. He was not allowed to go to the festivals when he was younger, mainly because he was despised by everyone, who didn't even bother to cut him or allow him to play games. Naruto looked around and exclaimed, whoa! This is awesome. I have never been to a festival before. As Naruto nodded, Jiraiya remarked, well, relax, we're here to find Tsunade, remember? As he crossed his fingers in preparation for the jutsu, he asked, do you want me to send some clones to look for her? No, my latest intel said she wasn't here. This stop is more of a gathering mission. I'm going to hit up some contacts I know and find out if they heard anything. In the meantime, you should just enjoy the festival after what happened. Jiraiya shook his head, and Naruto questioned, are you sure? I mean, shouldn't I be helping you find her, or at the very least start learning this jutsu you want to teach me? Kid, everyone needs a break every once in a while. Despite being a shinobi, you're still a kid as well. You need a break, otherwise you'll burn yourself out. Trust me, we'll find Tsunade. Just be a kid for a bit, okay? He asked with a sigh. Naruto said, okay, I'll see you in a bit, and turned to leave. Jiraiya watched his godson leave with a smile on his face. He was aware that the boy needed to clear his head following the incident with Itachi. He knew the boy would start worrying and overanalyzing things that would divert him, especially with the Akatsuki pursuing him and his teammate and sensei in the hospital. He needed this brief respite to simply enjoy his youth and stop worrying about the big picture. Trust me, Jiraiya told himself as he made his way to a bar. He said, this is for the best, and left to get intel. Naruto, meanwhile, was exploring the festival and taking in the sights and sounds of the busy setting. As previously mentioned, Naruto was prohibited from being in the vicinity of the Konoha festivals. Primarily because the villagers could get particularly inebriated when he was younger and because all of the adults would refuse to serve him. Being viewed as the village outcast is not the ideal situation. Naruto looked at the stalls and then at the casinos, thinking, I know Pervy Sage said I should just enjoy myself, but I feel like I should be focused on looking for this Tsunade lady. especially after what happened to Sasuke and Kakashi-sensei. Naruto grudgingly gave in and chose to simply take in the festival while he could. I could start looking into stuff myself. But I'm underage, so I doubt they'll even let me through the doors. Oh well, there's not much I can do right now. Hey, maybe I can find a gift for Sakura-chan and Hinata, he said. The thought of Sakura made his heart skip a beat, and oddly, so did Hinata, as he imagined her beaming face. He walked around the festival and asked, "That has been happening a lot recently, what is happening to me?" He found a respectable gift for Sakura after playing a few games of luck, at which he surprisingly excelled. However, he ensured that it wouldn't be mistaken for a romantic present. She would definitely give him a good whack on the head if he did. A white pendant in the shape of a lily and a tiny Sakura flower pennant. Since white lilies are a symbol of purity, he reasoned that Hinata wouldn't mind something straightforward. Hinata was something he could easily describe. Soon after, he was munching on a grilled squid while strolling past one of the bars when he heard raucous laughter that he recognized right away. When he walked in, he saw Jiraiya sitting on the couch with two stunning women draped over his arms. Jiraiya slurred, "Hey, Naruto, did you enjoy the festival?" As Naruto nodded. "It was fun," Naruto said, grinning sincerely. Jiraiya nodded, and he said, "I can see you've been busy. Is this really how you gather intel?" Jiraiya slurred a little as Naruto arched an eyebrow. "The key to gathering intel, my young apprentice is to look like you're not gathering any at all." He remarked, "That doesn't make any sense," as Jiraiya gestured with his hand. Jiraiya remarked, "You'll get it when you're older," while Naruto sighed. "Whatever. So did you find anything, or are we?" Naruto was suddenly bumped into by two men, one of whom had a white coat, at which point the food he was holding fell onto the man's coat. "Hey, you urchin!" shouted one of the bald-headed men. As Naruto raised a brow, the bald man yelled, "You just got grilled squid on the boss's designer suit. That costs 100,000 ryo. You better pay back for it." As the man became irate, Naruto remarked, "That costs 100,000 ryo?" When Jiraiya awoke from his drunken stupor and got to his feet, the thug exclaimed, "Did you hear me? I said fork over the cash, brat." As the bald man snarled, Jiraiya said, "I think you got ripped off if you paid 100,000 ryo for that piece of clothing. It's tacky." As Naruto raised a brow, the bald man exclaimed, "Shut it, old man. Do you have any idea who this is?" "This is a Koki, a former Chunin from the Land of Stone. He's a legend." Was this man a Chunin? Jiraiya laughed, and Naruto thought, he doesn't look it. He said, "Legend? Never heard of ya," while a Koki snarled. Jiraiya got up and raised his right arm, and a Koki yelled, "You want to get hurt, old man? Fine. I'll make you and the brat pay." As he watched chakra start to materialize in his palm, he said to Naruto, "Naruto, pay close attention. This is the jutsu you'll be learning next." As it raged inside like a handheld tornado, he saw the chakra transform into an orb. What jutsu is that? He holds the chakra in his palm like a hurricane, Naruto thought as the thug lunged at Jiraiya, who ground his suit with the Rasengan before throwing him and his friend out of the bar and into a shabby vendor's stand. Naruto could only exclaim, "Whoa," as he witnessed the Rasengan in action. Jiraiya remarked, "That is what you'll be learning next," while he snapped one of the water balloons. "Huh, perfect, just what I need," he said, approaching the thugs who had been killed. Jiraiya smirked as the former Chunin asked feebly, What did you do?" He reached in and took his wallet, saying, "I just saved your life. You're lucky I was holding back. You guys are weak, don't go making false claims about being shinobi. That's a quick way to get yourself killed." After saying, "I'll be taking this as a victory fee," he gave the vendor some of the notes. The vendor nodded as Jiraiya said, "Here, sorry for the mess, and can I buy all your water balloons?" Naruto glanced at the man's shirt's spiral marking. "That's the jutsu. Made by my dad." As he gazed at the mark, he asked himself. He said, "Come on Naruto, let's get going. We've caused too much commotion for one day. It's time to get started on your next training," and Naruto nodded before trailing behind him. Later, Jiraiya set down the back full of water balloons, and the two of them were at the top of the cliff that surrounded the town. As Naruto nodded, Jiraiya said, "Okay, this should do it. Alright, now, are you ready to learn a new jutsu?" Jiraiya nodded, and he said, "Yeah, but that jutsu you used on that guy before, that was one of my dad's?" Jiraiya asked, "Yep, but before I start teaching you, I want to know what the jutsu looks like to you. Describe it for me," while Naruto attempted to concentrate on his observations. "It looked like you gathered your chakra in your palm, made the chakra spin around violently. yet it was contained in the sphere. But when you hit it against that guy, the chakra ground against that guy and then was unleashed in a powerful burst and sent that guy flying. At least that's what I gleaned from watching it. By the way, what is it called anyway? Naruto inquired as Jiraiya nodded. Basic, but that's a good start. This jutsu was created by your father, and it took him 3 years to create it. It's called the Rasengan. It is an A- ranked jutsu that is considered the highest form of chakra-shaped transformation. With it, your father was able to defeat many strong opponents. It's even stronger than the Chidori your friend Sasuke knows, Jiraiya told Naruto in awe. Jiraiya smirked and took a water balloon from the bag, and Naruto said, "Whoa, that sounds cool. So, what's with the water balloons?" As he began to churn the water inside the balloon quickly, he said, "I'm glad you asked. You know, with the tree climbing, you learn to gather and maintain a certain amount of chakra in certain areas, and with the water walking, you learned how to release a certain amount. Well, your father took both of those concepts and combined them. With this part, what you need to learn is to rotate the chakra in your hand, by creating a steady stream of chakra like so." As he did so, he spoke. "Once you've mastered this step, we move on to the next stage. I can't tell you how to break the balloon, you need to figure that part out on your own," he said with a nod. Naruto crossed his fingers and exclaimed, "Okay, let's do this. There's about 25 balloons in there, shadow clone jutsu," he said, calling forth about 20 different avatars, each of whom snatched up a balloon. Interesting. Do you think you can figure it out with the shadow clone trick?" Jiraiya responded. "I have to warn you, this is not an easy jutsu to master even with the clones. It took your father 3 years to develop it and it took me months to master it as well. Think you can do better?" he asked with a slight smirk as Naruto tried to get his chakra to burst the balloon by focusing it on it. "I have to try, if my old man created this then I have to master it too," he said. He pulled a sake gourd out of his shirt and sat down. "Okay, well while you do that," Jiraiya said. He said, "I might as well have a drink," and took a seat. He shouted, "Okay guys, let's do this," as the clones nodded and began to attempt to pop the balloon. Several hours later, but it appeared to be far more difficult than they had initially believed. Inside the balloon, he managed to make his chakra spin. The balloon didn't burst, and the chakra would merely swirl inside it, even though they had improved their chakra control. Not as strongly as when he was shown by Jiraiya. Jiraiya inquired, "How's it going over there?" as Naruto and all of the clones appeared irritated. Naruto watched the balloon gently swirl inside before inhaling deeply. "I can't seem to make the balloon pop. No matter how hard I try it just keeps swirling around," he said. He said aloud as he and his clones persisted in their attempts. "Okay, think, the Rasengan wasn't just swirling in one direction, it was going all over the place, there's got to be a way." As Naruto raised a brow, he said, "Tell you what, I can give you a little hint. Now, when you've been spinning the chakra, which way is it heading?" Naruto said, to the left, I think," and Jiraiya nodded after looking at the top of Naruto's head. He then said, "Well, see, here's your problem. Your chakra rotation is a right not left," while Naruto furrowed his brow. "Rotation. Right. See, as you recall from the chakra exercises, chakra is formed when a shinobi blends physical energy with their spiritual energy. But what you don't know is that everyone subconsciously builds up chakra by rotating it either left or right. If you're a right rotation and you're spinning the chakra to the left, you're just counteracting yourself," Jiraiya said with a brow raised. Jiraiya pointed to the top of his head and he asked, "How did you figure that out?" "It's your hair, if it grows to the right, right rotation. To the left, left rotation. Pretty simple, but hopefully this should give you a better idea of how to rotate your chakra in the right direction," he said with a nod. He questioned, "Cool, so what rotation was my dad's?" while Jiraiya laughed. Jiraiya recalled a time long ago when he assisted Minato in creating the jutsu. "Your dad was interesting, he had 2 of them in opposite directions," he said. Naruto yelled, a little shocked, "Really?" "Yep, it meant that he could rotate his chakra in either direction. It was one of the signs that he was a genius in the making. But don't let that discourage you, you'll become even stronger than him one day." "I know it," he said with a grin on his face. He shouted to the clones, "That helps. Okay guys, turns out we need to spin it to the right." One of the clones exclaimed, "Huh, I told ya," while Naruto shook his head. Jiraiya gave a little laugh at this. Yeah, let's just get back to this," he said. Now that they could more efficiently rotate the chakra, the clones kept turning the water to the right, but it was only swirling at this point. Not popping. but stretching the balloon into a flat discus shape. As the sun started to set, this went on for several more hours, and he was still unable to get the balloon to burst. His better plan was to spin his chakra, but he couldn't get the water in the balloon to pop no matter how hard he spun it. Jiraiya told him, "I think that's enough for today, Naruto. You can try again in the morning," as the boy, who was gasping for air, nodded and knocked the clones away. He grumbled, "Fine, I swear I almost had it," while Jiraiya rolled his eyes. He said to his young patient, "Sure you did, now come on," as they returned to their hotel room. Naruto got up from his mat later in the morning and staggered to the restroom. He gave a passive way on his way and yawned as he went past the landlord's cat. He muttered, "Hey kitty," as he went to the bathroom and carried on with his activities. However, he saw that one of the water balloons had rolled out into the hallway as he was leaving the restroom, and the cat was now batting it around between its front paws. Just as he was about to stop the cat, the balloon burst, and the cat fled. "Hey, that's not a toy," he exclaimed. However, a grin appeared on Naruto's lips as he simply stared at the damaged balloon and the water that was now all over the ground. He ran back into the room and snatched one of the water balloons, saying, "Hey, that gives me an idea." He concentrated his chakra on his right hand while holding the balloon in his left. He visualized using his left hand to spin the water with chakra while simultaneously using his right hand to spin it in the opposite direction. The balloon abruptly started to get bumpy, just like Jiraiya did when she did it. Pop. He smiled as the balloon burst. Naruto smiled and said, "Okay, that method works." Before he showed Jiraiya, he said, "Thanks, kitty," while scratching beneath the cat's chin, which caused it to purr with pleasure. He smiled as he looked down at the sleeping sage and said, "It's not the same as how pervy sage did it, but it's progress." Then he poured the water on Jiraiya's face and did it again. Jiraiya jumped out of the futon and exclaimed, "Gah!" when he saw Naruto standing above him. Stage 1 complete. He grinned, and Jiraiya got up to wipe the water from his face while blinking and looking sleep-deprived. He said, "Well, good morning to you too. Okay, let's see what you've got," as Naruto popped the balloon using the same procedure as before. He asked Jiraiya, "What do you think?" And she went back to sleep. "Wake up already." Jiraiya apologized, "I was up all night doing important information," while Naruto expressed some skepticism. Naruto remarked, "Right, that's what you call it," as Jiraiya reviewed what he had observed inwardly. Interesting. He has discovered a different way to rotate his chakra by using his right hand to apply the chakra while using his left to steady the balloon. To be honest, I don't think Minato would have thought of such a strategy. He is an odd child, but odd isn't always a bad thing. He grinned and thought, "I'm sure Kushina would have agreed. So, I'm curious as to how you came up with this method." Naruto said, "It was thanks to Shu here," while he picked up the passing cat. "A cat?" "Yeah. When I noticed how he batted the balloon around with his paws, it made me realize that the chakra in your balloon wasn't swirling in one direction but in multiple random directions. This is a temporary solution for me, and I need to refine my chakra control more to spin the chakra in one hand like you do. But this way I can get past the first stage and work on the next one. I know my father took 3 years to make this jutsu. But if I want to be able to protect my friends, I need to master it as soon as possible," Naruto said with determination as he recalled Sasuke assaulted by his brother. Jiraiya gazed at Naruto's progress, realizing that he was aware of his shortcomings and committed to improving. He was proud of it. He said, "Okay, then let's consider the first stage complete," and Naruto smiled. Jiraiya said, "Now, let's get to work on the next stage," and Naruto nodded while clenching his hand. His circulatory system is beginning to feel the strain, but that is nothing in comparison to the second stage. Later, Jiraiya and Naruto were standing in a little clearing close to the town. There were several dozen sets of bags next to him. Jiraiya held up one of the rubber balls, while the others were filled with water balloons. "Now, while your clones work on refining the first stage again, you, my young student, will be working on the second. Are you ready for this?" he asked with a nod. Jiraiya held up the rubber ball and said, "All right, so for this lesson you're going to pop this ball." As the rubber ball started to vibrate, bulge erratically, and then pop with a loud bang, he explained, "The first stage was about learning to rotate your chakra randomly in your palm. The next step is to add power to your chakra, like this." At that, Naruto swallowed a little. Jiraiya laughed as Naruto remarked, "That looks a lot harder than the first stage and hurts." "You have no idea. Your father injured himself a fair bit when he created this stage. But it's necessary if you want to have power behind the Rasengan, otherwise, the jutsu isn't effective. Think you can handle it?" he inquired with a grin. Naruto grabbed one of the balls and made about 17 shadow clones, declaring, "Just you wait, I'm going to get this down just like I did the first stage." While the other 7 worked on the second stage, one group returned to work on the first. Jiraiya questioned, "Not having 100 work on this?" While Naruto shook his head. As he used both hands to generate enough chakra to spin rapidly inside the rubber ball to blow it up, Naruto exclaimed, "It's different from the first stage like you said, and the shadow clone jutsu splits my chakra amongst the clones. So I figure I'm going to need fewer clones to have more chakra. Here we go." The ball only wiggled a little before nothing happened. Naruto remarked, "Damn, I was right, it's way harder than the first stage," and Jiraiya nodded. He, you can say that again. Without any water it's harder to gauge your chakra's rotation, that's part of the lesson here. Learning to gauge how much chakra you put into the Rasengan, Jiraiya said with a nod. "Yeah, but I ain't going to let that stop me, let's go, guys." While the others attempted to perfect their initial steps, his clones yelled, "Yeah, alright. Let's do this," as they started to learn the second stage of the Rasengan. Jiraiya said, "Well, while you're doing that, I'm going to do more research. See y'all later kid," and started to leave. When Jiraiya shook his head, Naruto said, "Hey, aren't you going to stay and help me?" The boy's eyes widened momentarily as memories of Sasuke being beaten by his brother flooded his mind. He glared and became focused and fierce. "Nope. If I gave you all the answers you'd never really learn. To be a shinobi is to learn to master some things on your own. If you can't, then you won't be able to protect the ones you care about. I won't let that happen," he assured him, and Naruto returned to his training, pressing his chakra harder than ever into the rubber ball that was still resisting him. However, nothing would prevent Naruto Uzumaki from becoming proficient in this method. Nothing. Konoha. After a week back in the village, Sakura gazed at her teammate Sasuke Uchiha's face while examining his unconscious body. More worried than ever, her gaze strayed to the curse mark on his neck. She was always concerned after learning that Sasuke and her sensei had both been admitted to the hospital. Sasuke was running out of the village in search of Naruto when she last saw him. Both Sasuke and Naruto, who hadn't come back with him, were devastated to learn that he had been carried back on Guy-sensei's back. When Guy informed her that Naruto was okay and was still on a mission with Jiraiya, she felt a little more at ease. She was relieved that Naruto was at least safe. However, things were different with Sasuke. The doctor said that Sasuke had been severely beaten by a powerful foe. In addition to having a broken wrist and internal bruises, Guy claims that he was put under a strong genjutsu that put him in a coma, and he hadn't woken up since. Her soul worried about her crush and teammate, and it made her heart hurt. Since Naruto was also out there somewhere on an unidentified and classified mission, it also caused her to worry about him. What were the chances that he would become like Sasuke if Sasuke had been defeated so easily? She did recall, though, how much stronger Naruto had grown and how he always seemed to get back up after someone else fell. Sasuke-kun, Naruto, she knitted her brow and clutched her dress. She asked herself, why am I always the one left behind? As the door abruptly opened and she turned to see Ino enter holding a big bouquet. She shook Sakura's head and said, "Hey, how's Sasuke-kun doing?" Sakura brushed some hair from his face and remarked, "He's still out. The doctors said they healed his wounds, but whatever happened to him has left him comatose, like Kakashi-sensei," she said. "All we can do is wait until he wakes up," with sorrow and melancholy in her eyes. With a sigh, Ino approached Sakura and took her arm while staring at her. "Ino, what are you?" She pulled the girl with the pink hair out of the room and said, "Come on, you've been sitting here for the past week staring at his face. You need to get out before you start growing roots into the chair. But Sasuke. We'll be right here when you get back. Like you said, he's in a coma and it's not like we can do anything to speed it up. So come on, we're having a girls' day out. Get our minds off all this drama we've been dealing with," Ino said as she pulled an apprehensive Sakura behind. Sakura remarked, "I guess so," as Ino rolled her eyes before catching sight of Hinata as she passed. Ino yelled, "Hey, Hinata," and the Hyuga girl gave a little start upon seeing Sakura and Ino. As Ino shrugged and pointed to Sakura, Hinata said, "Ino-san. Sakura-san, hello. How is Sasuke-san?" As Hinata twiddled her fingers together, Ino said, still unconscious, "Sakura here has been sitting by his bed for the past week. I want to get her out of her funk and take her to a tea house. Want to come along?" As Ino shook her head, Hinata remarked, "I don't know, we haven't hung out before. I fear that I may be bothersome." "It's fine, we all need a break from this whole dreary period we're going through." We made it through the Chunin exams and the sound invasion. We should vent and relax. Plus it would be nice of us to get together and chat about the good old days at the academy. The only time we've met up was during the exams, Ino said while Hinata was upset. Ino smiled and pulled them both to the tea house. Well, I don't have any missions today. Neji-san is away on a mission, and father will be busy with clan matters. Okay. I guess I can spare some time, she said. Later, 3 of them were sitting on a bench beneath the tree's shade at the neighborhood tea house. They sat in awkward silence, sharing a plate of wagashi and 3 cups of green tea. Despite their decision to set aside their small-scale rivalry, Sakura and Ino still struggled to communicate with one another. Furthermore, Hinata had avoided interacting with other girls because she was not accustomed to doing so, as the majority of them at the academy had only ever discussed Sasuke. As they watched the villagers go by, the soft wind stirred the leaves above them. Ino chose to break the ice by saying, "So this is a little awkward, huh? I mean, me and Sakura haven't hung out since we were kids, and I can't even recall the last time anyone hung out with you, Hinata." "No offense," Ino apologized quickly. She said, "And no, it's quite alright, I'm not very good with other people," and Ino exhaled calmly. Hinata acknowledged, but this is enjoyable, as she relished the quiet. Sakura and Hinata nodded, and Ino remarked, "It is, but a lot has changed now, huh?" Sakura said, "You can say that again," while the 3 took a sip of their tea. First the Chunin exams, the invasion, and now the 3rd Hokage retiring, something I never thought I'd see. It's all a lot to take in, huh? Ino asked with a nod. Sakura remarked, "Tell me about it." "So much is changing," while observing the tree leaves. Hinata's words, "I still scarcely believe we made it through the invasion," evoked her concern for Naruto during his battle against Gaara. "Tell me about it. When I came to and found out about it, I was so scared. I could have died that day because of a genjutsu." Ino recalled waking up following the battle and witnessing the devastation caused by the enemy genjutsu while she was unconscious. "Makes me realize Dad and Sensei were right. I need to focus more on my training." As Ino nodded, Sakura remarked, "It was fortunate that our sensei were present to keep us safe." As Hinata and Sakura turned to face her, Ino remarked, "Yeah, thank goodness for them. Our senseis are strong, I can tell you that, but I tell you what, the most surprising thing out of all this was Naruto. I mean, look at him. When we knew him, he was the annoying kid back at the academy screaming that he would become Hokage. But he's different." As Sakura and Ino nodded, Hinata blushed as she recalled Naruto's bravery. "I know what you mean, Ino. At first, I thought he was still going to be the same. But now he's different, not as impulsive as before, and can take on a monster as tall as a building. I'd hardly believe it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes," Sakura said. She said, "Why yes, Naruto is always full of surprises, but I'm glad he didn't get seriously hurt," while Sakura and Ino nodded. "Although, if anybody was trained by the man who trained the 4th Hokage himself, I reckon anyone could get that strong. Maybe even Sasuke-kun. Still, why did he choose to train Naruto of all people? I mean, he was the weakest of all of us back at the academy. He could barely perform the Bunshin Jutsu. Now he uses the Kage Bunshin Jutsu that supposedly Jonin struggles with and can learn more jutsu in half the time thanks to it. When did he get so strong?" Ino asked as Sakura nodded and Hinata widened gaze. Sakura remarked, "Yeah, it's strange, huh? Can't believe how much stronger he's become," as Hinata clutched her tea. Hinata remarked, "He was never weak," as Sakura and Ino furrowed their brows. As Hinata shook her head, Ino said, "Say again, Hinata?" As she observed them, she remarked, "Naruto-kun was never weak." She recalled observing him and remarked, "He has always been strong, it's just that no one ever really noticed him. Everyone who ever saw him always thought so little of him, always saw him as someone to ignore or shrug off. But the truth is, Naruto-kun is one of the strongest people I know," Hinata uttered as Sakura and Ino listened. Hinata grinned as she recalled how hard he trained. "Sure, he isn't as talented as Sasuke, and he struggles with things the rest of us find easy," she said. "But he always puts 100% into everything he does, no matter how difficult it is. It inspires me," she remarked, recalling Sakura's persistence in the chakra control exercise back in the land of waves. "Naruto-kun is someone I believe will become Hokage, because he showed me how to find my strength," she said, smiling and blushing slightly. Sakura and Ino gazed at the young Hyuga, blinking. Although they were aware that the girl had a crush on the Uzumaki and had been since the academy, they had never witnessed her defend Naruto in such a way. It demonstrated the extent to which Naruto impacted her, giving her a level of self-assurance and resolve they had never witnessed before. They also understood that, unlike Sasuke, The girl wasn't merely crushing on him. This girl's feelings for the blonde Uzumaki were sincere and real. Sakura nodded as Ino remarked, "Wow, it seems like Naruto isn't the only one who has change." Ino said, "Look who's come out of her shell," while Hinata twitched her thumbs and flushed. She said, Sorry, I didn't mean to go on like that," while Ino dismissively waved her hand. As Hinata gave a little eep, Ino remarked, "It's okay, no need to apologize. But it does remind me, how long have you and Naruto been buddy-buddy? Last we checked, he barely knew your name." The poor Hyuga girl blushed and leaned away as Ino questioned her, "Come on girl, spill the beans. We know something happened over the month break to get you two closer together. Spill. Give us the details." Sakura remarked, "I'm curious about that as well, Hinata. So, you might as well just tell us, since she was equally interested." Hinata fidgeted and flushed. She blushed and put her hands to her cheeks in embarrassment. Well, during my recovery Naruto-kun came and visited me in the hospital. At first, it was just a way to learn more about Neji, but then he started visiting more and more and, she said. Sakura and Ino stared at her for a moment before the latter smiled. "Next thing I know, we're hanging out more, it's been the best time of my life," she said. Well done, girl. That knucklehead should start taking notice of you sooner rather than later." Hinata blushed more deeply as Ino spoke, but she still nodded. Sakura, on the other hand, was watching with an odd sensation in her chest. She absolutely loved Sasuke and Naruto irritated her, but when she heard how much Hinata was receiving attention from her crush, she was a little envious, to be honest. She loved Sasuke, she knew she did, but perhaps it was time to start appreciating her other teammate more. She was delighted for Hinata, a fellow maiden in love, and her love was beginning to receive more attention, but she was also envious that she was receiving more attention from Naruto when Sasuke hardly spoke to her for more than a few sentences, and that didn't include their missions together. He may not spend as much time with her. Naruto is back. Holding the rubber ball in his hand, Naruto was panting heavily. He had been trying to make it explode like Jiraiya for the past week and a half, but even though his chakra control had improved, the Rasengan was more difficult than any jutsu he had previously learned. The first group was able to further refine the first stage, which required him to rotate the chakra by placing both hands on the ball rather than batting the ball around, but this only made the balls slightly puncture holes. Damn, this is a lot harder than I thought. Naruto managed to stay in between breaths, his hands hurting from chakra burns and exhaustion. "My dad created this jutsu, but it must have been a lot harder making it," he said as he slowly got back up and grabbed another ball. He had dispelled his clones because he was low on chakra but was too stubborn to give up. He had improved his chakra control in the week since he had passed the first stage, as he no longer needed to bat the ball to spin the chakra. However, now he was faced with the challenge of making his chakra burst, but he couldn't generate enough power, and it only made small holes in the ball, leaving behind a swath of deflated rubber balls. Naruto put both hands on the ball and gathered his chakra, saying, "Come on, this time for sure." The rubber ball began to bump and wiggle as the chakra inside started to rage and surge in all directions, but just when it appeared to have peaked, it burst into a sagging, unimpressive pile of rubber. Naruto groaned, "Damn, another failure," as he tossed the ball into the heap of defeated rubbers, observing his hands, which trembled a little and had some signs from chakra exertion. "This is a lot harder than I thought, but I know I must be getting close," he said. As he approached him from behind, Jiraiya remarked, "Well, you're making progress. Your father took more than a year to get his rubber ball to explode. It's amazing that you made it this far in just a week and a half. But using the clone method, your father would have advanced much more if he had your stamina and chakra levels." Jiraiya said, "But tell you what, how about I give you a little tip," while Naruto furrowed his brow. "A hunch?" As the boy pulled out a brush and painted a tiny swirl on his palm, Jiraiya motioned for him to come over. "Yeah," he said, "why did you draw this on my palm?" He told Naruto, "Here, look at this paper," as he proceeded. "All right. Good," Jiraiya said, turning the paper over to reveal the opposite side, but with the same swirl in the middle. "Now look at it," he said, while Naruto gazed at the swirl in the middle. "Have you figured it out?" he inquired as Naruto gazed before an epiphany occurred to him. "Oh, I understand. This time, I paid more attention to the swirl than the entire paper. This implies that I must focus my chakra on a single point, correct?" Jiraiya laughed and nodded as he asked. "You got it. I told you that going over those fundamental lessons again would help you understand. You trained for a month, and we had to remind you to pay attention. Although it has improved, your mind still wanders a lot, much like your chakra. As Naruto nodded, Jiraiya gave him advice. But if you focus on a single point, you'll be able to bring out the maximum power. But that's enough training for now, let's take a break, he said, passing an ice pop to the boy, who accepted it with a smile. He said, thanks, pervy sage, while Jiraiya complained about the moniker. So, did my dad really take 3 years to make this jutsu? Jiraiya nodded as he asked. Indeed, he put in a lot of overtime to develop the Rasengan. Nothing could stop him once he set his mind to something, Jiraiya recalled. That sounds awesome. The Rasengan must have been the best jutsu he ever made because it is so difficult. Jiraiya laughed as Naruto questioned. This is the issue. As Naruto blinked, he remarked, the Rasengan is incomplete. What? Absolutely not. How hard it is. In what way can it be deemed incomplete? As Jiraiya recoiled from the yell, he yelled, massaging his ear. You don't need to yell because I'm right beside you. Yes. The Rasengan is one of his unfinished jutsu that he never managed to finish, Jiraiya said, wriggling a finger in his ear. After mastering the art of chakra shape manipulation, he intended to incorporate his own chakra element into the jutsu. He never got around to it, though. Even for him, it was too difficult, and naturally, Jiraiya didn't have to finish because Naruto nodded. Oh, I see. So, what would it have become if he had never finished it? Jiraiya shrugged as he asked. We'll never know, but it's possible that he had an idea of what it might turn into. Perhaps he'll finish it. Naruto grinned as he spoke. Are you serious? With a hint of excitement, Naruto inquired. Don't get ahead of yourself, kid, Jiraiya said. Even with the shadow clone trick, that kind of jutsu would be much too complex for a child like you. Not to mention the potential physical consequences if you're not ready for it. When it comes to jutsu, there is always give and take. Jiraiya cautioned, so just concentrate on mastering this before you even consider moving forward any further, and Naruto nodded. Jiraiya gritted his teeth at the pervy remark, and Naruto responded, okay, whatever you say, pervy sage. Naruto moaned as Jiraiya said, man, judging by the way you portray this jutsu dad, he must have had some formidable foes to contend with. Well, he did make an enemy of the entire land of Earth, but the truth is your father created that jutsu for your mother, Naruto said while staring at the human being. It's true, your father created that jutsu for your mother. During the Third Great War, other countries were using jinchuriki in battles all the time, shifting the tides of war from one way to the next. And in all likeliness, your mother was going to be deployed into battle. But compared to the other jinchuriki, your mother would be in a tight spot. The Nine Tails is the strongest of the tailed beasts and the hardest of all to control, especially against their Biju bomb attacks. He recalled Shukaku shouting something along those lines during his battle with Gaara, and he said, I heard Gamabunta say something about the Biju bomb. It's like a powerful jutsu they use? Yep, it's an ability only jinchuriki and tailed beasts can use, and it has incredible destructive power. But Kushina, from what I understand, had difficulty mastering such a technique and she was to be deployed to the front lines. So, to combat it, your father designed the Rasengan for her. He got the idea from the Biju bomb itself, and wanted to give the jutsu to her, he said, recounting his encounter with the 5 jinchuriki with 4 tails. Jiraiya shrugged, and Naruto inquired curiously, did he ever teach her? You know, I can't rightfully recall. By then the war was over and the treaty was in place, so she wasn't needed on the front lines anymore. He might have taught her afterwards, it was his gift to her, but I guess we'll never know. Fun little fact, she came up with the name for the Rasengan, Jiraiya told Naruto with a brow raised. Jiraiya nodded, and he asked, Mum named it. He asked, what was it originally going to be called? As Jiraiya's eyebrow twitched and his eyes narrowed in memory. While Naruto stared, he said, deadpan, the ice pop-inspired Nimbus Jiraiya Twin Whirl Sphere. Naruto yelled, that's awful, and way too long, as Jiraiya let out a sigh. Looking at the ice pop with nostalgia and a smile, Jiraiya said, tell me about it. Your father was a genius when it came to ninjutsu, sealing, and other fields of the ninja arts, but when it came to naming things, he sucked at it. But there was never any doubt that he wanted to protect the ones he loved. He created the jutsu, not to defeat his enemies, but to protect the ones he loved, and he did so to his final days. He turned to Naruto and smiled. This jutsu is more than a tool for you now, Naruto. It's an inheritance of your parents' love for each other and you, and how even now they will always be with you. After examining the man, Naruto turned to gaze at his hand and gazed at it for a considerable amount of time. He briefly had the impression that his parents were holding his hands, watching over him from beyond the mortal plane. They all gently encouraged him. His parents never gave him much, and he never really thought about it. Heck, he thought his last name, Uzumaki, was a random name the old man gave him after he was born, and he didn't even care about it. However, learning about them, his lost clan's history, and the Rasengan's motivation only increased his desire to master it. In addition to surpassing his current form and becoming the shinobi his parents thought he could be, he aspired to make them proud of him. He suddenly had an idea and changed the swirl on his hand so that it now resembled the Konoha symbol. "All right. I've got it this time," he exclaimed, feeling energized to give it another go. Jiraiya observed Naruto closing his eyes and concentrating. In his mind, there was nothing but white space, devoid of both matter and life. His eyes opened as he grasped the ball with his hand, and it shook and bumped violently until at last the Konoha symbol appeared and he focused his chakra on that point. Kaboom! As the rubber ball burst into pieces and Naruto was flung back by the force of the blast, a huge wave of wind and chakra burst from his hand. He stopped abruptly as Jiraiya caught the boy, who was grinning proudly as he looked down. Despite his hand being slightly burned from the chakra explosion, Naruto looked up and smiled. "Well, what do ya know? You pulled it off, nice going kid," he said. He said, "Told ya," as Jiraiya laughed. Jiraiya said, "Never doubted you, kid," as he picked Naruto up and returned him to the hotel. "Come on, you need the rest, for tomorrow you will begin the final stages of Rasengan training. And if you thought the first 2 stages were hard," he cracked a grin, "this one is on a whole other level." A week later, Orochimaru's hideout in the Land of Sound. Orochimaru's arms kept rotting away as he screamed in pain. He curled inward on his bed, the pain almost too much to bear. Orochimaru screamed in agony. "Arg, my arms. My arms. Arg. Damn you. Damn you, Sarutobi." Orochimaru's arms hurt so much. Beside him, the attendant extended his hand to his master. He never got a chance to say, "Lord Orochimaru, please, you must take your medicine, quickly." Orochimaru killed the man with ease and splattered his blood throughout the room. Orochimaru's arms hurt and he glared. Kabuto stood by the door and uttered the words, "Please Lord Orochimaru." Orochimaru scowled at him while drenching in perspiration. "It would be wise if you just take the medicine, I designed it myself after all," he said. Orochimaru growled, "I don't need that crappy medicine," as Kabuto arched a brow. "This pain is a result of that damn jutsu Sarutobi used on me. Simple medicine will not work, at least not by our current standards." Kabuto crossed his arms and remarked, "In fact, who would have guessed that the old monkey had one more trick up his sleeve?" Orochimaru exclaimed, "It must have been a final resort, one he had kept hidden, clever bastard, because he was in too much pain to talk. The symbol I saw on his chest, it's no doubt an Uzumaki seal, it's the only explanation." "I see, I recall you told me about them. They were renowned seal masters, and had extensive lifespans. It's a shame we don't currently have a living Uzumaki. Should we search the ruins of Uzushiogakure? Although I doubt we will find much seeing as it was picked clean by the warring nations. Too bad most of them died off," Kabuto said as Orochimaru sighed in. "The Uzumakis were crafty bastards. If they had secrets they must have hidden them well, and I have leads to follow, but that can wait till my arms. Till my arms aren't trying to kill me. Have you located Tsunade?" he asked as Kabuto nodded. As Orochimaru gave a painful grunt, Kabuto said, "Almost, we've narrowed down her location to somewhere in Tanzaku Street. But we need a few more days for an accurate confirmation." As he gasped in agony, Orochimaru remarked, "The best medicine is often the hardest to find. Forgive me Lord Orochimaru, but what makes you think she'll even help us? I know she left the village some time ago, but I doubt she'd help us after we just invaded her old home. Wouldn't it be more likely that she'll try and kill us rather than help us?" Kabuto asked with a grin. "Princess Tsunade has no love for her former home. She lost both her brother Kawaki and her former lover Dan during the wars. Any attachment she had died with them. I doubt she even cares anymore," Orochimaru predicted while Kanuto was skeptical. "And what if she decides not to help us? It's not like we can take her ourselves, considering you no longer have access to the jutsu you spent years cultivating, and she's just as strong as you and Jiraiya. We'd need an army to even have a chance to subdue her." At this point, Orochimaru chuckled as his student. He smiled, intending to entice Tsunade to join him. "Fear not, Kabuto, all we need is the right motivation. Omake. Fortune's golden fox. Jiraiya sent Naruto into town earlier in the week to get some supplies. The perverted hermit decided he needed a vacation after making progress on the second stage of the Rasengan. Thus, He sent Jiraiya off to do more research, while Naruto went into town. Naruto complained as he strolled through the streets, he should just admit it's peeping, it's not like he's keeping it a secret. Still, if he manages to find her using his research, I will be impressed. But seriously, how hard is it to find this Tsunade person anyhow? Naruto thought to himself. Hey kid, he heard abruptly as he turned to see a dubious-looking man standing outside a rather grand-looking casino. They said he had wandered into a more seedier part of town without realizing it, where anyone, young or old, could gamble away their hard-earned ryo because the laws were a little more loose. As long as they were compensated to look the other way, law enforcement did nothing. As Naruto blinked and then nodded, he said, "Did I hear you right? You're looking for someone named Tsunade. Would this person also happen to be the legendary sucker?" With a shrug, he said, "Yeah, do you know where she is?" He remarked, "Maybe I do, maybe I don't." As Naruto furrowed his brow, the man placed an arm around the child's shoulder and he said, "Well, which is it? Do you or do you not?" He gestured inside and said, "Calm down, kid. I'll tell you, but you have to do something first. If you can manage to win a few games, I may be willing to share whatever information I have. You lose, and we'll cross that bridge when we come to it," he said as Naruto looked at the individual. The man smiled as Naruto thought, weird guy, but if he knows anything about the pervy sage's friend, then I guess it's worth a shot. The casino's owner smiled as he walked in the observation box above and watched his favorite goons bring in another sap to milk dry all of his ryo. The owner said, "Ah, so he brought in another sucker, good work Shu," before he saw Naruto's headband. A leaf shinobi, that could be trouble, it doesn't matter. This kid will be too easy, and the amount of debt he'll owe will put him in my favor for a long time. A few little secrets can go a long way, for the right price. It will be like taking candy from a baby, the owner laughed as he guided the child in. After 5 minutes, the owner yelled at Naruto, "Get out," as the security personnel led him from the building. As the owner felt a vein burst on his forehead, Naruto screamed, "Hey! What's the big idea? I won, didn't I? You're supposed to tell me what you know about this Tsunade woman." "Yeah, and the only thing I know is that you are her complete fucking opposite. There is no way anyone is that lucky. You cleared out all my tables. All the machines spat out nothing but coins whenever you pulled the lever. And the pachinko machines are one of the most difficult machines to beat. Yet you keep winning," he screamed as he clicked his fingers and swords were drawn. As the men were getting ready to attack, he exclaimed, "And now you're going to pay for it." Naruto drew his kunai knife in defense. However, Jiraiya unexpectedly showed up and knocked the two unconscious before they could launch an attack. As Naruto grinned, he said, "Hey, there you are, Naruto. Was wondering what was taking you so long." As Jiraiya turned to face the terrified man, Naruto yelled, "Boy, am I glad to see you pervy sage. This guy said if I won his games he'd tell me about Tsunade. I won and he just kicked me out." "Oh, is that so?" he said as the toad sage laughed at the individual. "You know it's illegal to allow minors into a casino, right? And I've heard rumors of a place that was swindling anyone young or old out of their money. Well, I think the authorities would like to know why such an establishment exists." The owner smirked and said, "Why you wouldn't dare. I have connections in this town. You and that brat would be dead by dawn if you tried such a thing." The owner was filled with fear as he stepped forward and stared into the man's eyes. "Really? Well, you're a gambling man," he said. "What do you think your chances are against me?" The owner trembled because he knew right away that this man was serious. He was the real thing, and he posed a real threat. He hurled a suitcase at Naruto while cursing, and the young child arched an eyebrow. As he and his men rushed back inside, the owner yelled, "Jay, just take these winnings and never let him step foot in my casino again. I'll go broke if he ever does." Well, that was weird. Jiraiya lectured Naruto as he crossed his arms, "Tell me about it. You have to be more careful, Naruto. Why would you go into a casino of all places?" Naruto turned his head away and remarked, "He said he knew something about this Tsunade lady we're looking for. I thought I could help." With a sigh, Jiraiya touched the boy's head. He tried to reassure Naruto, who pouted, by saying, "I know you're worried about your friends. But you don't have the intelligence gathering experience that I do. Trust me, we'll find her. Just have some patience, I promise." He conceded, "Okay," as Jiraiya nodded and grinned. As Naruto furrowed his brow and glanced at the briefcase he was holding, he said, "Good boy, so, why did they kick you out? I've never seen a casino actively trying to get rid of someone before. Were you cheating or something?" "No, I have no idea why they kicked me. I didn't even understand half the games I was playing. But they seemed fun, so I just played and won," he said as he raised the suitcase. As Jiraiya looked over, he opened the suitcase and said, "Then they threw this at me, don't know why." His eyes widened. Jiraiya and the other spectators were left speechless. There has to be 30 million Ryo. You won all that in 5 minutes. Jiraiya exclaimed. Still not understanding, Naruto said absently, "Really? Wow, that's a lot. All I did was play those games like they told me to. They were real easy. I don't know why everyone else was complaining." This child is completely out of character. He is the complete opposite of Tsunade. Before he shut the suitcase, Jiraiya pondered, if she ever found out about his luck. "I'll just hang onto this for you. As a minor, you can't legally have been inside a casino. It's time you learned about the 3 shinobi taboos anyway: liquor, money and women. So, I'll just hold onto this for you." As they left, Naruto grumbled, "Hey, I earned that. That can get me years worth of ramen from old man Ichiraku. You'd spend 30 million Ryo on ramen. Are you nuts? It's my money. Give it back, pervy sage." Rumors of a boy with golden hair, whisker-like marks, and an uncanny amount of luck would circulate after the legend was born. They would assert that he could empty a whole casino in just 5 seconds. Some would accuse him of being a cunning trickster in disguise, while others would assert that he was the living embodiment of luck itself. However, everyone agreed that he was the legendary sucker's exact opposite, so they called him the fabled Golden Fox of Fortune. The following day, Jiraiya and Naruto were going to go in search of Tsunade at Tanzaku Street, a purported gambling district where the former Sannin was reportedly living. Unfortunately for them, Tsunade's other ex-teammate, who started the sound invasion, was also pursuing her. Orochimaru and Kabuto, his accomplice. Jiraiya and Naruto were following the breadcrumbs she left behind while they had her location. And we mean a lot of gambling debts when we say breadcrumbs. The race to see who could get to the former shinobi first was now a race against time. However, Jiraiya started teaching Naruto one of the strongest jutsu the 4th Hokage had ever developed while they were traveling: Rasengan. According to some, this jutsu was the pinnacle of chakra-shaped transformation. Even in its unfinished form, Minato spent 3 years developing and perfecting the jutsu. And Naruto has now mastered 2 of the 3 stages in just 1 week, all thanks to the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Jiraiya remarked, "But now it's time to master the final step," as they were standing outside the town. As Naruto thought about everything he had learned about the Rasengan thus far, he asked, "Now, given what you've learned, tell me what you think the final step will be." "Well, the first stage was learning how to rotate my chakra, the second was increasing the power, so I think this one is about containing it and then releasing it," he asked with a nod. "Spot on, you are starting to pick things up more. You take the first 2 stages and combine them to reach the 3rd step. Now this one requires using one of the water balloons from the first step, minus the water inside." He raised one of the balloons as Naruto looked at it. When the Rasengan began to take shape, he held up his other hand and said, "Now it doesn't look like much, but inside it looks more like this. Notice how the balloon doesn't even twitch. That's because I've created a small wall between the spinning chakra and the balloon out of my chakra. This maintains the speed and power of the jutsu until I inevitably release it," he said with a brow raised. Naruto had to inquire, "So out of curiosity, what happens if I don't do that?" "Well, take a look," Jiraiya uttered as he only generated the spinning chakra and used all of his power. It shaped the tree into a spiral. He made a second Rasengan and slammed it into the tree, saying, "Does a bit of damage, but not by much. Now watch what happens when I create the wall." The Rasengan basically carved a big hole in the tree as it started to easily grind and burrow through the wood. As Naruto gaped in wonder, he remarked, "See the difference? The power is more contained and focused and delivers far more damage. Whoa, so without this wall, the chakra just disperses and loses the concentrated power. But when it's contained it doesn't. So I have to repeat what I did in the second stage, but learn to contain the power without actually popping the balloon. Man, my dad was a real genius, wasn't he?" he asked with a nod. "That he was." As Jiraiya laughed, he remarked, "I'm just glad he chose the name his mother suggested rather than his own. He grinned and turned to face his godson. Like I said, your father was a genius with the shinobi arts, but he sucked when it came to naming stuff, he said. As Naruto nodded, he remarked, but if he were here right now, I'm sure he'd be proud of how far you've mastered his technique. Okay, we should get moving. Luckily with this step, we can continue the training while on the move. If we're lucky you'll have mastered this stage by the time we reach Tsunade, he said while holding a balloon. As he prepared to try the third stage, Naruto remarked, this hasn't been easy so far, so I guess this step won't be a walk in the park. Jiraiya said, not making clones this time. While Naruto shook his head. Not right now, we need to keep moving so creating and maintaining my clones would just waste my chakra and stamina. I mean yeah I've got a lot of stamina and chakra, but even I have my limits and probably shouldn't do that on the move. Not to mention walking with several clones of myself would be kind of conspicuous, don't you think? Once we stop, I can go back to using the method again. Besides, I'd just end up getting a headache from all that info and we don't know if we'll get attacked on the road, so I kind of need to focus, he said with a nod. Fair assessment. I doubt anyone would try to pick a fight with me around. But idiots will always be idiots and they'll pick a fight with anyone, regardless of appearances. But don't worry, we should be fine. Now let's get a move on. We're burning daylight, he said as Naruto nodded and returned to his workout. Channeling his chakra into the balloon, he grasped both ends of it. He visualized the chakra spinning quickly as before, concentrating on the sphere's center, and boosting the power as before. The power surged to its climax and he experienced that familiar feeling. All he needed to do now was keep it in check and ensure the balloon didn't burst. But even with the refresher training he gave his clones, the balloon burst because the power was too great to control. Naruto said, knew it, shaking his hand, which ached a little from the chakra explosion. He looked at his hand and briefly pictured his father experiencing the same difficulty in the past. This step is a lot harder than the last one. I spent all that time trying to make the rubber ball pop, and now I've got to achieve that same level but not make the thin balloon pop, he said. He resolutely stated, but if Dad could figure it out, then so can I. As the two went on. Later. Gates on Tanazuka Street. They arrived at the gambling town after a few hours of travel and multiple balloon explosions, where a variety of gamblers and tourists were visible pacing the streets. They had assumed that Tsunade was in this village somewhere based on the information. As he began to gain a better understanding of the Rasengan, Naruto remarked, so we're looking for a notoriously bad gambler in a town specifically designed for gambling, and who changes her appearance to hide from her debt collectors. Talk about finding a needle in a haystack. If too much or too little is added, the ball will only wiggle or deflate rather than explode. As Naruto held the balloon, which wriggled slightly but did not explode, he said, she's here, I can feel it. That and the latest sighting of her was in this town. So she can't be that far off. How is the third stage of your Rasengan training coming in the meantime? He asked. As he was a little pleased with his development, Naruto reported, I think it would take me a week to get it down without the clones. Half that time when I use the trick again later. Jiraiya reassured the boy, good, if your parents were here I'm sure they'd be beaming with pride, while Naruto grinned. Now let's get a move on. The two began searching the local gambling dens while meandering through the village. They eventually discovered a tiny den that might hold the answers. In order to gain a better understanding of what it was like to obtain information on a target, Naruto made the decision to take a brief respite from his training. He began to understand during his training that being a shinobi was about more than just fighting and fancy jutsu. He needed to work on a few other things, like remembering that the Chunin Exams, written test's primary objective was to learn as much as possible from your opponent. He became aware of his foolishness and briefly recalled Hinata's generosity in sharing her responses. Something that brought a smile to his face. However, he was now aware that he could not depend on others to constantly collect intelligence for him. He was going to improve himself because he needed to. The gambler gave Jiraiya a cryptic hint as Naruto gazed at him. You want information on the legendary sucker? She was here but she lost as usual. She did say that she was going to win back her losses at that place. The man nodded, and Jiraiya said, and let me guess, you won't tell me unless I win it right. Still perplexed by this entire information gathering process, Naruto questioned, I don't get it, why don't you just buy the information from him? Jiraiya remarked, there are many methods to gain intel, my dear apprentice, some ways are more effective than others, while Naruto just stared in silence. The man nodded and laughed as he said, "It's also cheaper, isn't it?" With a roll of his eyes, he said, "Yep. The best information is free information." Before turning back to face the gambler, Jiraiya sat down and said, "Okay, I'll play for the info. But it better be good, I don't like being fooled." The man remarked, "Not so fast," as Jiraiya blinked. His gaze was like fresh meat as he looked at Naruto. "I want to make it more interesting. I'll play for the information, but your student there has to do it," he said. The man smiled and he said, "Huh, why do I have to play and isn't it illegal for me to play?" As Naruto felt a blood vessel on his head twitch, the gambler smiled and said, "You want to learn the ropes, kid, this is how you do it. Besides, it's not real, it's just a friendly game, nothing illegal about that. Unless of course, you're a scaredy cat." He didn't like being referred to as a scaredy cat, even though he wasn't the same Naruto who acted rashly. As the Uzumaki sighed, he glanced at Jiraiya, who nodded. Sitting down in front of the man, Naruto said, "Okay," and as Jiraiya was about to stop him, he inquired, "How do you play?" However, he thought this would be a fun way to teach Naruto the basics of espionage. As the man shook the dice, Jiraiya thought, "I kind of want to test this kid's luck, especially after the last time. So here's how it goes, I roll the dice and slam down this cup. Before I reveal the dice you have to say whether it's cho for an even number or han for an odd number. The correct guess wins. If you win, I will give you the intel for free. If I win, you and the old man have to fork over 100,000 ryo," the man said with a slight sigh. He would be throwing a lot of money down the drain. But in order to help his friends, he needed to know that information. The gambler glanced at Naruto and grinned. The child just nodded along, clearly having no idea what he was doing. It would be as easy as stealing a baby's candy. A few more dice rolls later. As they slumped in misery, the men of the gambler's den were left in tears of regret. One brat winning every time was mathematically impossible. He kept winning despite their best efforts to beat him, including raising the stakes and attempting to rig the dice. When Naruto left with a large sum of money and the information they required, all they had left were their socks and underwear. They would shut them down for permitting a minor to gamble, so it wasn't like they could go to the police to dob him in. In addition, they would be ridiculed for losing to a child. The men sat silently, trying to figure out what was going on. One of them, who had nothing left, said, "I think I'm going to give up gambling, go back home and work the rice fields with my dad." "Me too," Jiraiya remarked. That was brutal, as he and Naruto followed the street. After winning more than 1 million ryo, roughly 7,000 United States dollars, Naruto shrugged and put another suitcase of cash safely inside his scroll. Jiraiya was staring at the boy when Naruto said absently, "I kept telling them I just wanted the info, not my fault those guys sucked at playing. But why did they have to bet their clothes? That was just weird. This child is truly the total opposite of Tsunade. It makes me think that if he ever lost, it would mean something bad is about to happen," Jiraiya thought to himself. He has insanely good luck when it comes to gambling, while she has notoriously bad luck. When they arrived at the last known sighting of her, Naruto's luck was perfect once more. He picked up a coin at random, inserted it into the machine, and won a ton of money for his frog wallet. Though not as large as the awards Naruto had previously received, it was still quite remarkable. Before turning back to the task at hand, he thought, Tsunade is going to have a field day when she finds out about this. She couldn't be too far away, though. Just a few minutes ago, she was at that den. This is a castle town, so you need a better view. The best view should be from the castle, he thought. "Oi Naruto, we're going to make a quick stop at the castle. Tsunade is here, but I need a better view." Is that really what you're going to do, or are you just going to perv again? As they arrived at the castle district, the perverted hermit explained, "First, there are no hot springs anywhere near here. Second, I'm being serious. Tsunade is in this town and I need a bird's eye view to find her. Now there should be a castle here where I spot her, so we'll take a detour here while you continue working on the Rasengan." Only they identified one issue. Naruto looked up to where the Tanazuka castle should be, but it was not there. Pervy sage, where's the castle?" he asked. "That's not right. Come on," Jiraiya said gravely as they leapt up onto the walls and saw the castle's ruined remains right away. Gazing at the castle, Naruto questioned, "Whoa, what happened here? Almost looks like an earthquake happened," he said, then he saw a figure sprinting. He said, "Hey, what happened here?" As the man stared at them in complete terror. The man screamed in terror, "Why you have to get out of here? A monster just destroyed the castle." Already suspecting someone was behind it, Jiraiya asked, "What did it look like?" The man remarked, "It looked like a giant snake." As Naruto's eyes widened and Jiraiya's narrowed. Jiraiya nodded, and Naruto said, "Hey, weren't giant snakes used in the invasion? Aren't they the summons of that Orochimaru guy? But why is he here? More than likely he's looking for Tsunade too. After what the old man did to his arms, I reckon he thinks she might be the key to healing them. I doubt she could heal that kind of damage, but we can't take that risk. Come on, we need to get moving," he said to his apprentice while nodding. The invasion was carried out by Orochimaru, who deceived the sand into betraying the leaf, killing a great number of people and forcing the elderly man into a wheelchair. He knew from the clones that he was dangerous. However, if he was searching for his old teammate, whatever the old man had done to him must have been severe enough. Which caused Naruto to question whether he could have discovered her first. And in spite of everything he had done to Konoha, would she support him if he did? Although he was aware of some of Tsunade's past, he was unaware of her personally. All he could hope for was that they would discover her first. His friends were depending on him, so they had to. And he had no intention of disappointing them. A local bar later in the evening. Tsunade remembered the rather interesting conversation she had with her former teammate while gazing into the liquid of her sake glass. She had been approached for help by Orochimaru, a man she had once thought of as a friend. He appeared to have lost the ability to use his arms, most likely as a result of his unsuccessful attempt to destroy Konoha. She was not ignorant. She had also heard about the invasion that had occurred in her old house. Knew that although the third Hokage was still alive, he was unable to carry out his Hokage duties. The elderly man apparently had one final trick up his sleeve. It appeared that the snake bastard needed her assistance because he was no longer able to heal himself. He never asked for help in all the years she knew him, which nearly made her laugh. She was done with everything pertaining to the village and her old teammates, and she was determined to refuse his request. Furthermore, he ought to be able to solve the problem on his own if he put himself in that predicament. Subsequently, he proposed to restore the two most significant individuals she had ever lost in her life. Her lover Dan and her younger brother Naoki. They were the most people in her life at the time, so she hesitated. In the hope of becoming the Hokage, they had both sacrificed their lives for the village. She was left with nothing but suffering and a fear of blood, though, as it only brought them an early grave. The thought of bringing them back to life tempted her to consider the offer. However, she was well aware that Orochimaru would just attempt to demolish the village once more after she did. And the arrogant bastard even acknowledged it. But would it really be so incorrect? She had endured a great deal, lost both of them to wars that, in the end, accomplished very little and left her in nothing but misery. Who cared what happened to the village she had severed her ties to so long ago? Her grandfather, not her, had the dream of a village. As she considered them, she held the necklace around her neck and said, "But then, how would you two perceive me if I agreed to it?" Before deciding to drown herself in more alcohol, she gave this some thought. She shouted, "Hey, more beer here," as Shizune looked worriedly at her mentor. She was also considering her previous encounter with Orochimaru and his offer to raise Naoki's uncle and herself from the grave. She was aware of the impact her uncle's passing had on Tsunade and missed him. Had she fallen that far, though, would she voluntarily help an enemy of her former home just to get them back? Even Shizune was unaware at this point. As they looked up, they heard the sudden words, "We've checked all over the place and she isn't here. Maybe she skipped town." The familiar voice made Tsunade wince. "She's here somewhere," she said. In a matter of hours, two people she hadn't seen in years appeared out of nowhere. She had really bad luck. He trailed off as they both stared at each other, saying, "We'll just check out this spot," and then, as he entered the establishment, he yelled, "Hey, Haim, it's been a while," as Tsunade moaned. "Just my luck," she moaned as a child, and Jiraiya settled into the seat. As Tsunade drained her cup, Jiraiya asked, "How are you doing, Tsunade? What's it been? 10, 20 years since we last spoke?" She remarked, somewhere around that time, while Naruto gazed at her. "Is this her?" He looked at her young appearance and thought, "The greatest medical ninja in the world. She's not what I imagined. I thought she was supposed to be like 50 years old." He glanced at Shizune and quickly reminded himself, but Pervy Sage did say she changes her appearances a lot, don't say that out loud. Therefore, who is she, her apprentice? As he ordered some food and silently observed the two, he thought. Tsunade sighed with satisfaction and took a sip of her sake. I had a rather interesting meeting today, she said. Jiraiya poured her another cup and then drank his own. Before you, I had a nice little reunion with our old friend, he said. As Naruto ate his food and listened to the conversation, he said, Orochimaru, out of the corner of his eye. How is he doing, after the little scrap he got into with me and the old man? He mentioned something like that. I'm more surprised the old man is still alive. Could have sworn the last time those two would face each other only one of them would walk away alive, Tsunade said while enjoying her beverage. It was a tough one, but the old man had one last trick up his sleeve. It cost him though, he has to retire for a second time. This time it will more than likely be his last, Jiraiya told her with a nod. As Naruto arched a brow, she remarked, he should have retired years ago. That seat brings nothing but misery, but regardless, why are you here? I doubt there's anything I can do to heal the old man. Shizune and Naruto's eyes widened as he forced the food down his throat. Well, to put it bluntly, the village has decided that you will become the 5th Hokage, Shizune said. With the 3rd no longer able to protect the village, we need you to come back, what do you say? At this point, Naruto was more than a little perplexed. He was aware that they needed to locate this Tsunade individual in order to aid in the recovery of Sasuke, Lee, and Kakashi, who were more seriously wounded. But was unaware that asking her to become Hokage was also a part of this mission. He would have most likely said something to put his foot in his mouth if he were his former self. But he had to consider this rationally after his run-in with Itachi and his training to control his temper. According to Pervy Sage, this individual was the granddaughter of the first Hokage and was equally as strong as he was. When he was still a genin, she met all the requirements to become Hokage. Furthermore, he would not have had any influence over this decision, which was most likely made by the higher-ups. He made the decision to remain silent and wait for her reaction. She said, no, I refuse, as Naruto jerked his head in her direction. Tsunade turned to him and stared at him for a longer than anticipated moment before asking, what? What do you mean you refuse? Who the heck is this kid anyway, Jiraiya? Don't tell me after all this time you finally had an illegitimate child and have to take responsibility for it, she said with Naruto's eyes twitching. Why you? As he clutched his fist, he thought. Tsunade's eyes widened slightly as she recognized the Lost Clan's last name. His name is Naruto Uzumaki, he's my apprentice, he said. Her grandmother's clan, the Kushina Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki is the current Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Upon reflection, he resembles Minato quite a bit. After I left, did Kushina and Minato eventually start dating? Before leaving the village, she thought for a moment about Kushina and Minato from her childhood. Minato was hurt when Kushina almost lost control of the Nine Tails on the day, but she was able to stabilize her seal. It appears that she finally acknowledged her feelings and took Minato as her own. She went back to her drink as Naruto growled but eventually remained silent. Apprentice. No offense but this one looks a lot worse than your last one. At least he had the common sense not to interrupt when grown-ups are talking, she said. Good boy, let the grown-ups talk. He laughed as Naruto gave him a slight scowl. Well, I'll admit he's no 4th Hokage, but it's hard to compare anyone after him. He had talent, potential, smarts, and he was handsome like me. He said, but the kid here is full of surprises. He's progressing a lot faster than anticipated. I'm having to put in more effort to train him. The kid is a wild card, Jiraiya boasted, and Naruto grinned a little. Yet despite all that promise and potential, the 4th Hokage still died, she interrupted as Naruto turned to face her. Naruto started to glare at her. He had all that talent and he still ended up dying for his village. If you want my opinion, he was a fool, she said. Naruto gripped his fist as his chopsticks broke, saying, life isn't like money, to risk it so easily and lose is a fool's errand. What the devil is she saying? She didn't just call my dad a fool, Naruto thought sharply as he gave her a fierce look. Both my grandfather and granduncle, the 1st and 2nd Hokage, tried to bring peace to our homelands but ended up dying for it. They risked their lives on a fruitless endeavor that can never be achieved. She lamented as Jiraiya gazed at her. She smirked at him and said, "You've changed a lot. I figured you had these thoughts in your mind. But saying them all out loud. Well, what can I say? I am in my 50s after all. I've seen plenty to change my mind, and as they say, time changes everything." Even the old man. True, he managed to survive his latest battle, but from what I heard he'll never stand on his own 2 feet again. He was once considered the god of shinobi, the second man to ever achieve that title since the first Hokage. But now he has to spend the rest of his days in a chair and shitting in a bag. He would have been better off dying against Orochimaru. Now instead of being remembered as a great Hokage, he'll end up dying as a frail old man too weak to even get out of bed. His chopsticks were breaking. Naruto finally had enough and slammed his hands down on the table before getting up. "If you ask me, anyone who takes that seat deserves the title of fool," he said. Naruto said, glaring at her, "You have no right to say that, you old hag." Jiraiya put a hand on Naruto's shoulder as he yelled at him, "Naruto. This is a bar, don't cause a scene." He glared and turned back to Tsunade, saying, "No. I don't care what you say she's been through. I'm not going to let her talk crap about the Hokages like that." The old man did everything he could to keep Konoha safe. He fought, bled and sacrificed everything he had to save the village. A village he was proud to serve. No one will ever forget that. And don't you dare say becoming Hokage is a fool's title. The 4th Hokage was 10 times braver than you ever could be. He sacrificed himself to make sure the village was safe, even when he didn't have to. Honestly, I think the village is stupid for wanting someone like you to be Hokage. A washed-up drunk wasting her skills away in dive bars and gambling slots can never be Hokage. Naruto yelled as he glared at her passive face. Tsunade glared at the boy, her brow twitching. "I came out here looking for someone to help my friends, and all we found was some washed-up old lady who can't even win a game of cards against a paper bag," she said. She remarked, "You sure know how to run your mouth, don't you, brat? Why does the title of Hokage matter so much for you anyway? It's just a title, any old fool can take its place," while Naruto fixed her with his gaze. For a moment, she saw Naoki and Dan behind him, and her eyes widened before settling into a glare. "I'll tell you why, lady, because one day I'm going to become Hokage," he yelled. She got up and gave him a cold stare. "I take it back, this one is an even bigger fool than all the others," she said. As Naruto shook his head and glared, she said, "You have a lot of nerve saying that stuff in front of me, why don't we take this outside?" The same nickname Kushina gave him made her laugh a little, and Jiraiya sighed. "Don't think I'm an idiot. I know you're just as strong as pervy sage here," she said. "I can't beat you, not right now anyway. And despite my feelings about you being chosen as Hokage, I can't let them get in the way of my friends getting the help they need, so, what will it take for you to come back?" he inquired while raising her eyebrows. Then Naruto ground his teeth and sat down. "Are you trying to bargain with me to come back? That's a first. There might be some brains in that spiky-headed head of yours after all," she said. She questioned, "What do you honestly have to offer?" As Naruto called forth and opened his briefcases. As her eyes widened, he said, "You like money, right? How about this? Shizune's as well, since in her entire life, at least during the time she had been traveling with Tsunade, she had never seen that sum of money." She held one of them and shook her hand, asking, How does a kid like you have money like this?" The notes were authentic, not counterfeit. He nodded as she snapped her head at him and then at Jiraiya. "I won them, those games you played were super easy to me," he said casually. "It's true, for some reason this kid has got an insane amount of luck. The last people that tried to swindle us were left with nothing but their shorts," he said while mentally smirking. Well, it's very tempting," she said, slipping one of the bill stacks into her shirt pocket. "But if you honestly think buying my loyalty with money is the way to go, then you're an idiot," she said before closing the briefcase. As Naruto resealed them, they all thought, "You just took one of the stacks and shoved it down your shirt," she said. "So try again, kid," while Naruto scowled. Alright, you like to gamble, right? How about a bet? I win, you come back. You win, we leave and find someone else," he said while chuckling. "Nice try, kid, but since you know about me, you know I'm terrible with gambling. It wouldn't be a fair game, but I do like a challenge. Tell me, what has this old pervert taught you so far?" she asked with a grin. He grinned and said, Well, I've started on learning the Rasengan, as she arched her brow. The Rasengan. That's a brazen claim. It took the 4th Hokage 3 years to create and master that jutsu. A kid like you would need at least half his life to even understand a fraction of the jutsu. He remarked, well, I bet I can master it in 3 days. 3 days and that's all I need, while she gazed at the boy. When it came to gambling, she knew she was unlucky. However, she had a bad feeling that Orochimaru's presence would change her luck. Quote. Cocky little brat aren't you? Very well, but let's make it more interesting. I'll give you a week to master it, just because I don't believe a runt like you can manage it. If I win, you leave me alone and I keep all those winnings you made. He casually remarked, fine, I don't care about the money anyway, as she felt a blood vessel burst on her head. The fools wasted their good fortune. She held up the necklace around her neck as Naruto felt a sudden stirring inside of him. Quote. Anyway, if you win I'll come back to the village and become Hokage. And as a bonus, I'll give you this, she said. It was almost like old times. Shizune yelled, Lady Tsunade. Not your necklace. That's been in your family for years. As Naruto dismissed the uncanny sensation and looked to Jiraiya for clarification. As Jiraiya gazed at the cursed object, he questioned, what's the deal about that necklace? He continued by recalling the necklace's previous owners and its significance, saying, that necklace has been in the Senju family since the first Hokage, the ore it's made of can buy you 3 mountains. Honestly, I'm surprised she hasn't sold it off already, but then again. Shizune began, but Lady Tsunade that necklace is, but Tsunade interrupted. Shizune nodded solemnly as they both rose from their seats and departed the restaurant. It's okay, it's not like he can master something like the Rasengan. Besides, it's just a hunk of rock. We have more pressing matters anyway, let's go, Tsunade said. Hold up, Jiraiya said, glancing back at her. It's been a long time, hasn't it? How about we grab a drink and catch up? As Tsunade gazed at them and then nodded, he said, great, Naruto, you and Shizune, go find us a hotel. He said to the two, I have to catch up with Tsunade, and Shizune and Naruto exchanged a look before nodding. A little while later, Naruto and Shizune left to find a hotel, and soon the Toad and Slug ninjas were at a small stand, sitting in silence with a bottle of sake between them. It had been a long time since they had seen each other. Tsunade laughed as Jiraiya introduced herself. It's been years, but you're still as beautiful as the day I met you, she said. And you're still Genin's dumb pervert from our time. He laughed as she said, you know I still won't accept a date from you. I'm not as interested as I once was. She glared at him. It's been years, and you're a 50-year-old woman. After all, my taste in women is much more refined, he said. What did you say? Angrily, she raised her fist. Nothing. As she snorted and returned to her drink, he swiftly raised his hands and said, even so, I'm surprised you kept that necklace after all this time. Though it's the only keepsake you have of those two, I could swear you would have bet it away years ago. Tsunade stayed silent and gazed into her drink, Dan and Nawaki. Don't think I don't know what you were planning, she said, causing him to raise an eyebrow. Naruto, he reminds me a lot of Nawaki and Dan, that is a cheap move trying to use him as leverage to get me to come back, she said, while Jiraiya laughed. He sipped from his drink and lied, saying, the thought never crossed my mind. In addition, he said, I have faith in him to win the bet. He pushes himself harder than anyone else, and it's not just that he's really lucky. So I'm sure he'll do it, he said with a gentle smile. We'll find out in a week, I suppose, but I must know if he really did win all the money. He chuckled a little as she asked. Oh yeah he did. First time at an illegal gambling den he stumbled upon looking for you, and another at this dice bar we found trying to get info. TCH. Jiraiya sighed as she remarked, kid's got all the luck. Perhaps the universe is attempting to make up for all of the negative things that have happened to him. His life has been difficult, and he has recently discovered some things that have altered his viewpoint. As she raised a brow and then shook her head, he said, let's just say your little comment about the Hokages dug a little deeper into him than it would have beforehand. The message was clear to her. Naruto knew about his parents, but the truth had to remain secret, secrets she could at least respect. As she sipped her drink, she remarked, I see. Being Hokage is still a fool's errand, so it won't change anything. It would be better if they found someone else, she said, avoiding eye contact with Jiraiya. She schooled her features, but her eyes widened slightly at this. Maybe, But I guess Orochimaru must have offered up something pretty important for you to not take the offer, she said. As she drained her cup, she remarked, I have no idea what you're talking about. You gave Shizune a week to learn the Rasengan, and I could tell it by the look on his face. In other words, you're buying yourself some time to decide. If you're willing to risk your necklace on a silly wager, he must have told you something juicy. Look, I want you to at least exercise caution even though I have no idea what he offered you. Everything he says will be poisoned, as you and I both know. He warned her, his offer may be sweet, but it will come at a terrible cost. She turned her attention away from him and concentrated on the necklace she was holding. But if you do consider his offer, there's one thing I want to make clear, he said, holding the glass to his lips while gazing into space. The Hokage of the past ruled over the horrible times that would have otherwise destroyed the village and protected its citizens. They staked their lives on the dream your grandfather began in order to defend the ideal of Konoha. He looked back at her, glaring bravely into her soul. You of all people should understand that, but if you intend to betray the leaf, he said. He said, I will not hesitate to kill you, and she could see that he was telling the truth without hesitation. As he shook his head, she said, I told you before, the village has nothing to do with me. The only person who can say that without feeling anything is a butcher who has witnessed the death of those close to them. However, I am aware that you are not. You still have a deep affection for the village, especially after that period of time. Stop giving me lectures already. Bring the kid doesn't change anything, no matter how much he reminds me of them, so stop wasting your breath, she interrupted him as she glared and got up, leaving the bar. As he finished his drink, he thought, well, that could have gone better. Let's hope the doubt has crept in because we need her back, but what have you promised her, Orochimaru? He stared at the vanishing thought, wondering what his former teammate had in store. In the interim, the hotel room. As he held another of the water balloons in his palm, Naruto gazed up at the moon, determined to master the Rasengan before the end of the week. He estimated that he could master it in 3 days with the clones, but he had a feeling that there was more going on than they disclosed. The pervy sage likely knew that something else was about to happen, and this Tsunade was in the middle of it. He was unsure of what was going to happen, but he thought he needed to be prepared. However, why was she chosen to be the Hokage out of all the candidates? She disrespected them and doesn't give a damn. Why give it to someone who doesn't value it? He was about to go back to his training when he heard a knock on his door. Normally, he would have simply opened it, but he had to be more careful after that incident with Itachi. Who is it? As he pulled a kunai from his holster, he asked. May I enter? I'm Shizune, Tsunade's apprentice. As Naruto lets out a sigh of relief and opens the door, she asks. He walked into the room and said, sure, come on in, asking what you needed. Shizune sighed and sat down on the mat, saying, because I was about to do some training before bed. Hey, Naruto, I think you should be aware of something regarding Tsunade and the necklace she is betting on. You must realize that she was never this way. She used to love the village dearly and be a very caring person. Particularly her lover Dan and her brother Naoki, but after the Second World War, she rambled on as Naruto worked out the rest. You mean she lost both of them? Pervy Sage told me about that. What were they like? He inquired, and she nodded. Shizune laughed as he asked. Her brother was very similar to you, based on what I've heard. Uncle Dan was calmer and he too had a great love for the village, she said, recalling the times her master had discussed her younger brother while she was intoxicated. He was stubborn, determined, shouting to the world that he would become Hokage. He deeply loved the village, she said. Uncle, he was, in fact, my uncle. Lady Tsunade's initiative to assign medical ninja to teams was approved because of his support. She recalled the day Tsunade returned from the mission, her face hollow and empty from witnessing the death of the man she loved in spite of her best efforts to save him. She lost Uncle Dan during a mission she was a part of, and then Naoki while he was on a mission, she said, recalling how it helped save countless lives. As Naruto sighed, she explained, she tried to save him, but it was too late, and it's scarred her ever since. Look, I understand that she has experienced some hardships, and I apologize for that. However, she is not alone in losing people. My parents were both killed in the Nine Tails attack when I was born, and I only recently found out about them. Their sacrifice for the village inspires me to continue in order to honor their memory. He told her, and when she talked about the Hokages like that, it's not just something I can ignore. She nodded, but he assumed there was more to it. The necklace, perhaps. She nodded as he asked. He arched an eyebrow at her. That necklace she wears, it was worn by both of them just before they died, she said, adding that it is cursed and only seems to recognize Tsunade. My uncle and Naoki both passed away while wearing it. I am aware that superstition is foolish, but it is the truth. As he gazed at her, she said, anyone who wears the necklace, other than Lady Tsunade, will die. So I'm asking you not to win this bet, you're still young and have so much more to live for, she said, and the boy stared until his eyes formed a glare before getting up and moving to the door. Naruto, he said, I'm going to train, as her eyes grew wide. But why? Considering what I just said, why would you still want to win this pointless wager? He clutched his fist as she screamed at him. Because I don't back down from anything, regardless of how cursed this fucking thing is. Even if it's her, the village needs a Hokage whether you like it or not. So I'm going to win this bet and show you both wrong. Because I'm going to be Hokage someday. Furthermore, I will not allow something as foolish as a curse to stand in my way. Before slamming the door and leaving the woman staring in shock, he yelled. Something inside of her was shaken by the way he spoke with such conviction and dedication. It was something she hadn't experienced since leaving the village all those years ago. Hope. As Tsunade curled up and let the memories of her two loved ones play out in her head, he had no idea that she was listening in from outside the hotel. Later that evening, a deserted area close to the town. With the balloon in his hand, Naruto concentrated on building the wall around the jutsu, while 50 other clones of himself worked on learning this technique as well. It was much more difficult than the previous two stages, but it was progressing well because of the clones and his developing chakra control. Although at this stage, Naruto grunted, holding the spinning ball of chakra in his hands and attempting to create a Rasengan without the balloon. I think I can only do this with 2 hands, he said, looking up at the tree while yelling and pressing his palm into the wood. Rasengan, he yelled as the chakra sphere started to grind into the wood, but about 25% of the way in, it started to lose power. Hey, damn it, on that one, I believe I need more power. As one of the clones vanished and he felt the information rush into him, he said, okay, let's try that. As the jutsu came to life, he began to create another Rasengan, this time more steadily than the last, pushing it into the tree and getting it farther in than before. He was thrown back and skidded across the ground when the jutsu exploded due to a loss of control. Ow, he exclaimed upon landing on a rock. With a groan, he stood back up and shook his hand, which was slightly burned. He yelled at the clones, okay, too much that time, you guys got that. They nodded and began readjusting their control. Yeah, I think I can get this down in 3 days. He heard Jiraiya's well-known voice say, well that's good to hear, as the Toad Sage approached from behind. The Toad Sage remarked, seeing you master this jutsu in far less time than your old man and I did is quite astonishing, makes me a little jealous, as Naruto nodded and dabbed at his perspiration. He told the pervy sage, yeah, well, not everyone has the same chakra levels as I do or can use the clones as I can. Kiba was right, this is kind of a hack, before beginning anew. Hey, do you think Mum would have been able to do this? If she was like me then, maybe she would have mastered it faster than both of you. It's a good question, but one I can't answer. Wasn't in the village much to know if she ever mastered it, and the clone trick is something no one has ever considered, until recently. The only reason it works on you is because of how much of a chakra and stamina freak you are, in a good way. He responded with a nod. No offense taken, so, I'm guessing you're here about something else. If it's to stop this bet, forget it. Shizune already tried to stop me, and I don't care if that necklace is cursed. I'm winning this bet and getting her to come back, he said as he started his training again. He said, no, I wasn't and I should have figured she'd try something like that. I just need you to not tell her when you master this technique, as Naruto stopped and turned to face the pervert. Quote. I'm guessing you have a reason for this. Naruto said, and the man nodded. You've probably already guessed that something is bothering Tsunade. She should have skipped town by now, but she's staying. So that means something is keeping her here and I think you've worked that out already. As he attempted to put everything together, he said, Orochimaru, right, he offered her something, didn't he? He would never have figured it out if he had been his former self. However, he was now examining the situation and giving it more careful thought. But what could he offer her in return? That I do not know. But from the guess of it, she has a week to decide. So, Until then I want you to keep mastering this jutsu, but I want you to make it look like it's taking a week instead of 3 days, Jiraiya replied with a brow raised. Why do I have to make it look like it's taking me longer to master it? Wouldn't it be better if I just master it and show her? It would, but I get the feeling she's working things out. Weighing her choices and debating whether or not she'll follow through with it. I don't want to believe she'll betray the village, but I have to be prepared for that possibility, he said as Naruto narrowed his eyes. He questioned, "You're going to kill her?" While the man gazed in silence. As the Toad Sage sighed, he said, "But I thought she was your old teammate, your friend, why would you want to kill her? Don't we need her?" As Naruto recalled the previous teacher who had deceived him into stealing the scroll of sealing, Jiraiya questioned, "It's not that I want to, but it's what I might have to do if she betrays the leaf. It's happened before, those we once thought of as friends betraying the leaf for their selfish gain. You've experienced it from Mizuki, remember? That day, he was deeply hurt by the sense of betrayal he experienced from someone he considered a mentor. I read the incident report, and from what we can tell he was planning to sell those secrets to our enemy. If he had succeeded, there's no telling what kind of damage he could have caused. My point is if someone you once considered a friend turns on everything you believe in. You have to be prepared to do what needs to be done to keep the ones you love safe, so like it or not, she should return with us as a friend, rather than fall into the hands of the enemy, do you understand?" He asked while Naruto was still. He said, "I guess," as Jiraiya nodded and turned to leave. Looking back, he said, "But something tells me she won't," as Jiraiya arched a brow. As he resumed his training, Jiraiya gazed at the boy before he grinned. "Shizune told me that both Naoki and Dan love the village. If she turned against the village, I don't think she'd ever be able to live with herself," he said. He said, "Well kid," before turning around and leaving. His gaze was fixed on the moon. "Let's hope that luck of yours pays off," he said. "Because it seems like we're going to need as much luck as possible." A feeling of tension pervaded the atmosphere. Unknowingly, the residents of Tanzaku Street experienced a sense of unease. Because of the 4-leaf shinobi that are presently living in the gambling town, 2 of them are members of the fabled Sannin, tension surrounded them. The 3rd member hatched a plan to have his arms restored to their original condition while he was away in the village hidden in sound. Once the pride of the village, the Sannin were renowned for their strength and skill after they survived a battle against the legendary shinobi Hanzo the Salamander during World War II. Additionally, for having received training from the 2nd god of shinobi and 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. But tragedy and time would split the 3 of them apart. One of them is a spy, one is a defector, and one is a wanderer. The unsuccessful sound invasion was the only thing that brought the 3 shinobi together again. The 3rd's destiny was now up for debate in a contest of will and intellect. To become the next Hokage and protect his people, one wanted to take her home. The other wanted her to repair the harm caused by his ambition. And in the midst of it, everyone wanted to be left alone because it would be beneficial to them both. Sadly for her, neither side was willing to give up so easily. Tsunade would accept his offer, Orochimaru was sure. He understood the longing of those who had lost someone and the desire to reunite them with their loved ones. He had spent a lot of time honing this emotion, so it was simple to control. However, Jiraiya was adamant about getting her to return home, assume the role of Hokage, and tend to those who had suffered serious injuries during the invasion. In reality, though, he wasn't sure he could succeed. He had known Tsunade for the same amount of time as Orochimaru. He witnessed her determination to save more lives when he was present on the day her brother passed away. Then, when Dan was killed, she saw her resolve break down and die. Though his many years of experience had taught him to never get his hopes up, he still wanted to think that she would ultimately make the right choice. His godson, apprentice Naruto Uzumaki, however, gave him a glimmer of hope for some reason. In this story, Naruto was the unknowable element that neither Jiraiya nor Orochimaru could foresee. Tsunade was reminded by his presence of the people she had lost in the past and how their dream of becoming Hokage was inherited by the following generation. Would he be the one to persuade Tsunade to abandon a place that cost her everything, or would he be the one to push her to the brink of going back home to become the 5th Hokage? That would be addressed pretty quickly. Naruto had spent the 5 days since the start of the bet learning how to use the Rasengan. As anticipated, he was able to obtain the Rasengan in 3 days by using his clones. Using both hands to create the jutsu's rotation, power, and containment proved to be the most efficient technique he had discovered. He was able to push the jutsu with one hand once he had mastered those two components. He was now focusing on increasing the jutsu's speed so that he could summon it faster and activate it in less time. As he pushed the ball of chakra into one of the numerous twisted trees, he exclaimed, "Rasengan." The ball carved deeply into the wood until a large dent appeared. He uttered, "Okay," in between breaths. With his hands raised once more, he produced another Rasengan a little quicker than the last. "That was quicker, but I think I can do it faster," he said. He pushed the orb into the tree's bark once more, causing it to spiral in his hand. But because it left the same spiral marks as the others he had practiced on, this attack lacked the force of the last one. "Not enough power in that one," he said, panting, his hand shaking. As he prepared to make another Rasengan, he told himself, "I need to learn how to make the Rasengan faster without sacrificing the power." Tsunade watched in silence as Naruto proceeded to create the Rasengan while the boy tried to create another one. According to her, he was attempting to increase the jutsu's power but was unable to match the fourth Hokage's previous display of jutsu power. However, Naruto was actually performing a small act. Tsunade was unaware that Naruto had already finished the Rasengan, but he had to wait to reveal it to her in order to ascertain her true loyalty. Naruto had discovered, through Jiraiya's instances and his new perceptions, that Orochimaru had made Tsunade an offer of some sort to mend his arms. They had no idea what he had offered her in exchange, but it was alluring enough for her to think about it. In order to ascertain Tsunade's loyalty, they had to give her the requested week to decide if she would rejoin the Leaf or betray it. Naruto needed to continue mastering the Rasengan even though he had already finished it. The issue was that she was still a proficient shinobi and had far more experience surveying her opponents than the youthful Uzumaki, even though she had been off active duty for years. Fortunately, Jiraiya had the resources to keep her from discovering the trick. When Tsunade was approaching, the boy could reduce the training to a believable level by using scout toad summons to get a warning from the toads. Although lying to her felt wrong, Naruto understood that lying and deceit were necessary for the job in order to win. As Naruto returned to calling forth another Rasengan, he thought to himself, "It still doesn't feel right." Tsunade was staring at him as the sun was already starting to set. Not only did the boy's hairstyle and facial features resemble her brother's, but he was also about the same age as her brother when he passed away. However, the resolve that once gleamed in her brother's and her late lover's eyes. Like her grandfather and granduncle, he and Dan were adamant about becoming Hokage, to do everything in their power to preserve and safeguard the dream of a peaceful village. But their dream was cut short, and she was left with nothing but regret and remorse. She blamed herself and the necklace around her neck for their deaths, and it felt heavy. For she had bestowed upon those who treasured their home this cursed relic of a past era. She was now concerned about whether the boy would win this wager. He had already mastered the first and second stages more quickly than she had anticipated, and if he continued at this rate, he might even finish the third stage before the end of the week. Something she was more afraid of than she admitted. Because he would receive her necklace and the curse that accompanied it if he were to win this wager. Snuffed out in his youth before he had a chance to mature, raise a family, or even realize his dream of becoming Hokage, he was no older than her brother when he passed away. She felt guilty about giving the necklace to Dan and Naoki, and she dreaded the idea that it would result in another death. Nevertheless, she couldn't help but feel something for Naruto's resolve as she watched him. Something she had long since buried was slightly rekindled. However, she dismissed these emotions as she turned to leave. She had to make a decision soon, and the more she considered it, the more her thoughts shifted between the two options. She decided that enough was enough and went back to the village to gamble in order to divert her attention. Following her departure, a scout toad leapt over to Naruto and emerged from behind a rock. He informed her, "She's gone, Naruto-sama," and Naruto nodded. "Thanks, it still feels wrong lying to her like this. But I guess being a ninja isn't all about the cool stuff, huh?" "I'm afraid not, Naruto-sama. Shinobi are required to perform tasks that would be considered unsavory for the average person. But it is necessary in the long run, for the greater good," the toad replied with a brow raised. "That was pretty deep," he remarked. "I'm older than I look, Naruto-sama. In any case, I shall return to Mount Myoboku. Call upon me if you need me," as the little toad vanished in a cloud of smoke. He sat down and drank from his water canteen before setting it down, saying, "He seems nice. I should ask his name next time." Before bringing his hands together, he gazed at them. "Well," he said, placing his hands close to one another while forming a Rasengan between his palms. As he gazed at the whirling ball of chakra before him, he said, "I've mastered it. Maybe not the same way as Pervy Sage does, but it's better than nothing." It was one of the few things he would ever inherit from his family. "Hey Dad, I did it. I mastered the technique you made for Mum in record time. Heck, maybe I'll even finish it for you. If I do, I'll come up with a cool name for it. Although I would want to know what you'd come up with, probably something lame if what Pervy Sage said was true." He laughed and then looked at the orb with a smile on his lips. "And Mum, I know how much this jutsu must have meant to you guys. Dad made this for you so you could protect Konoha and the ones you love. You loved the village with all your heart, even when your own home was destroyed. I think you'd have been a cool Hokage, maybe even cooler than Dad. So I promise to only use this to protect the ones I love and pass it on to those that will do the same. If you guys were here, would you be proud of me?" He appeared to be asking the orb in his hand before dispelling the jutsu. He briefly imagined that his parents' hands were lovingly patting his head while grinning proudly as he felt the wind brush against his head. He rubbed his head, felt a tiny tear in his eye, and brushed it away with a gentle smile. As he gazed up at the moon, he seemed to say, "Thanks," to the entire world. He laid down on the grass and put both hands on the back of his head. "Well, I've got all this time left and not much I can do. I've mastered the Rasengan, so now I just have to find out what side Tsunade's on," he said. The crescent shape of the moon hung over his head as he gazed up at the night sky. As he contemplated the events of the next few days, he gazed up at the celestial wonder. Within a few days, Tsunade had to decide whether to return to Konoha and become the Godime or to turn on his fellow shinobi by healing the enemy who had planned the invasion. Despite being unable to use his arms, he was confident that Orochimaru was still a formidable foe. Had the third not changed his mind, he was initially slated to succeed his father as the Yondaime. He had been a shinobi for decades, and he knew a lot about tactics, ninjutsu, and whatever else he had learned. Naruto could see it clearly with all of that. He said bluntly while gazing at the moon, "If I face him head on, I'm dead. I know Pervy Sage won't let me fight him, but he wouldn't put it past me if he tried to kill me the first chance he gets. I've kind of pissed him off by helping the old man escape his purple flame trap thingy, so no doubt he probably wants me dead. I wonder if this curse is real. If I win, will I be doomed to die like Dan and Nawaki?" He asked as he put his hand in the airspace. A glimmer of doubt socked into his heart, and he whispered to himself, "I could die tomorrow, and then I'd never become Hokage," but as he pushed those doubts aside, he clenched his fist. He pointed his fist to the moon and smiled, shouting to the heavens, "No. I'm not going to die. I will become Hokage, just like Dad and just like Mum wanted to be. You hear me, you stupid curse. I ain't dying yet. Watch me," he exclaimed, rising to his feet and starting his training again. In the meantime, the Hokage's office in Konoha. Sarutobi signed the official documents for the village's reconstruction while seated in his office, or soon-to-be former office. He could at least assist with the paperwork and oversee the shinobi before he retired for good, even though he was now confined to a wheelchair. Despite his hatred for the Hokage's seat's eternal enemy, he muttered to himself, "Jiraiya better get back here soon, I've had enough paperwork to last me a lifetime," while stamping the document. Jiraiya and Naruto had been out of the village looking for Tsunade for nearly 2 weeks. Thanks to a kind donation of supplies from the Land of Waves, the village's major repairs had been finished by then. The county was indebted to a certain Uzumaki for motivating the populace to oppose Gato. When the old man learned that the bridge had been finished and given Naruto's name, he had laughed that day. He was aware that, like his father, the boy would cause a stir. All he could hope for was that he would live long enough to witness it. Feeling the weight of the Uzumaki counter seal, his gaze strayed to the seal on his chest. This tiny seal, created by the now dispersed Uzumaki clan, was the only thing preventing the Reaper from taking possession of his soul in its entirety. He never regretted using the dead demon's consuming seal, even though he knew it would be his last act. He is the Hokage of the Hidden Leaf, or was. He never felt bad about risking his life because it was a necessary part of the work he did. He looked up at the Hokage's portraits and stared at the first, thinking, "At least this way I won't ever be used for the reanimation jutsu. Still, I wished I had retired and been done with this infernal paperwork. How Lord Tobirama-sensei managed to complete this is beyond me. I wonder if they can manage to convince Tsunade to come home. It's been years since we last talked, and we didn't leave things on the best of terms. She's never even wanted this position, and I have no doubt the idea of it has been sullied with Dan and Naoki's deaths. He was reminiscing about them. There were two shinobi who had a lot of potential to become Hokage. He told himself, but I have faith that Jiraiya and Naruto will succeed, as he pushed another file aside. As he nodded, there was a knock. He said, "Come in," and Team 8 did. "Ah, Team 8, how was the mission?" "It went well, Lord Hokage. The repairs in the southern sector have been completed, and my team has just completed several D-ranked missions around the village," Kurenai stated with a nod. "Very good, we'll need the income if we want to return to normal. I'm sorry your team and the others have had to take on more missions than before, but with the shortage of manpower." As the elderly man nodded, Kurenai remarked, "It is fine, Lord Hogue. We're more than willing to help out the village in any capacity." Kiba crossed his arms and remarked, "But I'd like it if we got some more higher-ranked missions." As Kurenai scowled, he grumbled, "We're not little kids anymore, we can do more than just D and C rank missions." She hissed, "Kiba," as Akamaru whimpered and Kiba arched a brow. "What? It's true, we are not kids anymore, we made it through the invasion and proved we can handle more." Kiba scowled at Shino as he said, "If you remember, we nearly died." As Kiba sighed in frustration, he told him, "You should probably take a page from Naruto's book and grow up. If it weren't for my clan's insects, you and I would have both been dead by Konkuro's poison." As the elderly man gazed at her, Hinata said, "You Lord Third." As the elderly man grinned at her, she inquired, "Has there been any word about Naruto-kun?" Then she nodded solemnly, "Not yet, he's still on a mission with Jiraiya. The details of which I cannot divulge to Genin," he said. "However, I can assure you there is nothing to worry about. Naruto has proven to be more capable than previously assumed. I'm sure he's doing just fine," he assured her with a nod. He handed the scrolls to Kurenai, who took them from over the desk. "In any case, here are the next missions for you to complete," he said. His words, "Thank you all for your continued service for the Leaf," were met with nods. The old man laughed, and they all said, "Thank you, Lord Third," before leaving the Hokage's office. He laughed to himself as he returned to his work, saying, "That girl, she better tell Naruto her feelings, it would be nice to know that he has a nice girl like her with him." While they were walking down the hall, Kiba grumbled, "Ah, man. More D-ranked missions. We're not kids anymore. This stuff is like for fresh out of the academy genin stuff, we can handle more. We have to contribute to the village in any way possible. We're already down a significant amount of manpower since the invasion. These D and C ranks will help the village regain financial stability," Kurenai stated to him as she perused the scroll. It was mostly escorts and supply missions. "But Kurenai-sensei, we can do more for the village. They can give us an A-ranked mission like Kakashi's team did." As Kiba narrowed his eyes, Kurenai informed him, Kakashi's team was misinformed on the parameters of that mission. In any other circumstances genin would not have been approved for an A-ranked mission. He crossed his arms and remarked, "Even so, I bet we can handle an A-ranked mission. And what kind of mission is Naruto on anyhow? I thought all the genin were supposed to stay within the village." "You heard the Hokage, the details of that are classified, Kiba, even to me," Kurenai stated to him. "Naruto is doing his part for the village, be assured of that." Kiba boasted, placing his fists on his hips in a dramatic pose, "Yeah, but I bet he's learning all sorts of new jutsu from him. I still can't believe one of the legendary Sannin decided to take him on as an apprentice. Why him of all people? I could have made an awesome apprentice. Yet Naruto was chosen and you were not. Stop dwelling on what could have been and focus on what will be. Such as getting these missions done, unless of course, you want Naruto to get promoted before you." Shino said with a grumble. He took one of the missions and read it over, saying, "There's no way I'd get promoted after him." He remarked, "Well, at least it's not dog walking," as Hinata burst out laughing while Kiba and Shino gazed at her. He said, Hinata, something funny." As the girl flushed with shame. Sorry, it's just, Naruto told me about a mission he did involving dog walking," she said, laughing as she recalled Naruto's animated recounting of the event. She laughed and said, "He said one of them took him for a walk instead, so the idea of it happening again was kind of funny," as Kiba and Shino arched their brows. Kiba said, "Dang, Hinata. You've been acting a lot more different since Naruto and you started hanging out, and Shino nodded agreeing. Shino said, I agree. Not to say this is a bad thing Hinata, but rather more curious. We were under the assumption Naruto barely knew you, as Hinata blushed when her crush was brought up. She smiled and Kurenai nodded at her. Well, I admit that's partially my fault for not being as social as everyone else. But being able to talk with Naruto so casually has been the best time of my life. I feel truly happy and confident with myself, she said. Happy to hear that Hinata, but just remember that this confidence you have has always been inside you, Naruto only helped to bring it out. He's not the source of it, Kurenai said as Hinata nodded. She replied, yes, sensei, as the group left to finish their tasks. Hinata, however, took one final look out the window and worried a little for her crush as she peered far into the distance. She was concerned about Naruto's safety even though she had faith he would return to her safely. Before she turned back to her team, she thought, Naruto-kun, please stay safe. Hotel on Tanzaku Street, late at night. Naruto went back to the hotel room late at night. After completing additional training, he made the decision to return to the hotel room in order to rest. Tsunade needed to make sure he was prepared to face Orochimaru if he was to meet them tomorrow. Even though he was certain that Pervy Sage would not allow that snake bastard to touch him, he still needed to exercise caution. He heard shouting coming from the other room just as he was ready to turn the room's key. The room of Tsunade and Shizune. He heard the words, Lady Tsunade you can't. As he approached the door and put his ear to the wood. Please reconsider Lady Tsunade, if you go, Orochimaru will. I've made my decision, Shizune, this is the only way. If you go, then you'll what, stop me? Even if it costs my life, then yes. I will stop you. Shizune, who do you think you're talking to? His eyes widened and he kicked the door open when he heard a loud thump and something hitting the floor. Inside, he saw Tsunade standing over Shizune, who was unconscious on the ground, staring at him. Gazing at the boy, Naruto yelled, Shizune. What did you do? She'll be fine, this is none of your business, kid. Play it safe and walk away, you still have a bet to win, remember? She said while staring at him. She gave him a fierce look as he said, you're going to meet Orochimaru, right? And what if I am? Are you going to try and stop me too? You're seriously going to betray the Leaf, your home, for something that murdering snake bastards offered. I know you got dealt a raw hand, but you're not the only one who's lost people. And if they saw what you're about to do, what do you think they'd say? He yelled while she was simply staring at him. Back off kid, this is none of your concern. Putting both hands together, he was about to form a Rasengan. It is my concern. My friends got hurt during the invasion and the old man was crippled because of that bastard. If you're going to heal him just so he can try again, I won't let you. I don't care how strong you are, I won't let anyone hurt the village. He said. As Naruto scowled, she questioned. Why does it matter to you? You're just a child, why stand up to me? As the Rasengan started to form, he yelled, because one day I will become Hokage. And I will protect the village with everything I've got, even if it costs me my life. Tsunade narrowed her eyes and stared at the boy as Dan and Naoki flashed over him. Stupid brat, she said before vanishing and resurfacing in front of him, stabbed his stomach with a strong finger. He gasped in agony, and the Rasengan vanished. He fell to the ground as if a cart had just run him over. Before he passed out, he managed to croak out, why you? She looked down, picked him up, and laid him on the bed. Gazing at his face, she softly brushed back a lock of his hair. As she stood up and left the room, she told him, oh, Jiraiya was right. I was foolish to place this wager. Believe me, this is for the best. Before she left the room, she remarked, someday you'll thank me for this. Hours later, Naruto woke up and looked up at an unfamiliar ceiling as the sun's rays began to peek through the window. He grunted a little where Tsunade had prodded him and screamed, where am I, oh shit. As he stood up, he looked over the bed and saw Shizune on the floor. Pervy Sage wasn't kidding, she is strong, he grunted. He ran off the bed and began shaking her, yelling, Shizune. He yelled, hey, Shizune, are you okay? Wake up. As she opened her eyes and her eyelids started to flutter. Naruto, she said, rising slowly. As she stood up, she yelled, what Lady Tsunade? and then clutched her stomach. He remarked, "Take it easy, you got hit harder than I did." And she's gone, no doubt to meet up with Orochimaru, as her eyes grew wide. As she nodded and stood up, he said, "Yeah, I am aware of that, but it is irrelevant. We must pursue her. If she heals that bastard, he will attempt to destroy the leaf once more." He heard her say, "Stay here. I'll go after her," as she prepared to leap out the window. He was about to try to stop her when a kunai was flung in front of her, causing them to stop. "Whoa, wait a minute, I can't let you go alone," he yelled. When they looked out the window, they saw Jiraiya leaning against the wall and appearing to be in pain. "Hold it," they heard. Jiraiya grunted and Naruto yelled, "Pervy sage. What the heck happened to you?" As his fingers twitched numbly and Naruto glared, he moaned, "I let my guard down, I can't even hold chopsticks if I wanted to. It was Tsunade, she put a drug into my drink. She's the only one who can make an odorless and tasteless drug that can't be detected by shinobi." Jiraiya turned to the silent Shun and said, "Normally I'd mock you for letting your guard down, but we don't have time. She's gone to meet Orochimaru. We have to stop her before she heals that bastard's arms." Naruto said to him. Kabuto, who had witnessed the entire exchange, narrowed his eyes in the meantime. "We didn't anticipate Jiraiya's presence at this time, so this is bad. I could easily take Shun out if she was alone, but with Jiraiya here, this will be most troublesome." Kabuto then glared at Naruto. And Naruto comes next. It didn't make sense before. Even though he was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, there was no way that he could have been a threat based on his stats from the exams. But because of him, the barrier was destroyed, and the third Hokage survived the invasion. He's now a possible threat, so I have to inform Lord Orochimaru of the situation. He hurried off as he went to inform Orochimaru of the current situation. Jiraiya, who felt the Sound Ninja's presence, was aware of this. As Shizune cursed herself, he questioned. What did he promise her? What deal did he make to get her to join his side? As they leapt away, she said, "I didn't want to think Lady Tsunade would betray the leaf, but if that's the case. Come, I'll explain on the way." To find the place where Tsunade was to meet Orochimaru, the three of them raced through the town. Shizune narrowed her eyes and hurried to her master. So what did he promise Tsunade? Must have been real enticing if she's considering meeting Orochimaru, he said. She told him. He promised to bring Naoki and Uncle Dan back to life, as Jiraiya's eyes narrowed after first widening. Jiraiya swore, "I see, that makes sense, damn bastard," as Naruto arched an eyebrow and did his best to follow them. Bring them back to life. But how? Isn't that kind of impossible? But then again he had the first and second Hokages fighting for him. How did he manage that anyway? As he considered the sound genin that had been sacrificed to call forth the Hokages, his eyes narrowed into a glare. He used a forbidden technique known as the reanimation jutsu. I'm not 100% on the specifications, but I know it requires human sacrifices to use the jutsu and samples of their DNA. I saw what was left of his victims after it ended, he said. Following them, Naruto yelled, "He is a sick bastard if he came up with a jutsu like that." At them. His words caused Naruto's eyes to widen. In truth, it was created by the second Hokage a long time ago, he said. What? But why would the second Hokage create a jutsu like that? It was a long time ago, things were different and jutsus were still unexplored territory. But the second abandoned the project and locked it up in the scroll of sealing. But Orochimaru managed to learn the technique and made modifications to it, which was how he was able to summon the previous Hokage. But if he's going to use the same jutsu again, doesn't that mean he has to sacrifice two people to bring them back? Exactly. But the thing is they wouldn't be alive. They'd be nothing but undead puppets. Completely at the mercy of the one who summoned them, but somehow I think Tsunade knows this, which means, he stopped to think about it. Tsunade would be aware, but would her feelings cloud her judgment? I will have to kill her if that's the case. When they arrived at the castle's ruins, where Tsunade had consented to meet Orochimaru, Naruto interrupted, saying, "We need to hurry." Only more devastation and what appeared to be Tsunade's cloak followed them. Naruto, who had never witnessed Tsunade's strength in person, exclaimed, "Whoa, what happened here?" Jiraiya had, and he was equally perplexed. "This is Tsunade's handiwork, I recognize it anywhere." Jiraiya nodded, and Shizune let out a sigh of relief as Naruto questioned, "But if she did this, doesn't that mean she declined his offer?" As Tsunade sniffed her cloak, Tun abruptly waddled up to her and said, "But the question is, where are they now?" Oink, Shizune exclaimed, she's got her scent. As Naruto furrowed his brow. Can a pig detect scents? He considered it, but dismissed it as they ran after Tun, who guided them to Tsunade and Orochimaru. More devastation followed as they ran across a wide open field. Shun exclaimed, there she is. As Jiraiya nodded and produced a smoke bomb. With me. Jiraiya shook his head and Naruto said, wait. Shouldn't we try and sneak up on them? Take them by surprise. Naruto nodded as the smoke bomb exploded between Kabuto and Tsunade as they emerged from the smoke. Given the current situation, Tsunade won't last long against them and we don't have a lot of time. Our only course of action is immediate action, he said. Even though a few drops of perspiration were starting to appear on his face, Orochimaru grinned a little. I should have figured you'd be here, Jiraiya. You've always been an annoying nuisance to my goals. As Orochimaru grunted from the sharp pains in his arms, he said, you know me, I always like to mess with you. Wasn't even that long ago we fought. How are the arms doing? The old man taught you a lesson, didn't he? Nothing I can't handle, once Tsunade heals them. Orochimaru smirked before turning to face Naruto. You're still as cocky as ever, and this time I'll make sure to put you in the dirt where you belong, he told him. He glared at Naruto, who glared back but felt his heart rate rise. I see you brought the Nine-Tails brat with you. How thoughtful. I owe him for interfering with my plans, he said. However, his gaze shifted to Kabuto, and his eyes grew wide. Jiraiya shook his head and he said, wait, Kabuto. What is he doing here? I thought we were the only ones on this mission. He said, he's not. Look closely, Naruto. See his headband, as Naruto turned to reveal the hidden sound symbol rather than the hidden leaf symbol on his headband. Naruto stunned himself by recalling all he knew about Kabuto. He's not a leaf shinobi, he's one of Orochimaru's lackeys, he said. He claimed to have failed the Chunin exams several times, to have statistics on each examinee, and to have a thorough understanding of each one. Most significantly, he was standing beside Orochimaru and engaged in combat with Tsunade. He's a spy, he was at the Chunin exams to gather data on us, Naruto said, and Kabuto laughed. Before Tsunade abruptly pushed past and attacked Kabuto, he said, yes, I am. I'm surprised you managed to catch on. My data on you had concluded you had no talent for becoming a shinobi, unlike Sasuke. However, you've changed since then. I might even consider you a potential threat, but you're still no match for me. Out of my way, Jiraiya tried to warn her, wait, Tsunade, but felt the poison in his body react, saying, damn it. The poison. As Tsunade attempted to kill Kabuto, he cursed. In a strange turn of events, he cut his arm and threw blood at her, stopping her in her tracks. She was paralyzed with fear as the blood now covered her, and Naruto asked, what the? The woman was hit by Kabuto, who sent her flying back into Shizune's embrace. He said, hey, what's the matter with her? Why did she just freeze up like that? As Shizune began to wipe off the blood while holding Tsunade. As Naruto turned back to Kabuto, who was grinning, Shizune explained, Lady Tsunade has hemophobia, which means she has a fear of blood. She freezes at the mere sight of it, something she developed after Uncle Dan died in her arms. As Kabuto smiled, he yelled, bastard, you'd use something like that against her. While Shizune was trying to reassure a trembling Tsunade, he said, we are shinobi, Naruto. Victory can only be achieved by those willing to do anything to achieve it. Exploiting an enemy's weakness is one of the key methods for any victory. It seems you're still naive. Naruto looked at the two and then back at Kabuto angrily. It's okay, Lady Tsunade, I'm here, it's going to be alright, she reassured him. Naruto crossed his fingers and remarked, I'm not as naive as I used to be, but that doesn't mean I won't make you regret it. He told Naruto, hold it, Naruto. That guy in the glasses is on the same level as Kakashi. You won't stand a chance against him, as Naruto nodded and cursing. Jiraiya nodded, and he added, I know, but somehow I don't think he'll give me much choice. As Shizune shook her head, he said, I know, Shizune, do you think Tsunade can reverse the drug she gave me? As Jiraiya nodded, she informed him, given her current condition, I'm afraid it will still be in effect for a few hours, and not even I can reverse it. He pointed to Shizune, who nodded and checked on Tsunade before standing beside Jiraiya. All right, then, it appears that both Orochimaru and I will be at a disadvantage. Shizune, you handle Kabuto, I'll take on Orochimaru. Naruto protects Tsunade, and Tsunade tries to heal herself. "We'll handle these two," he said. Naruto called out, "Shadow Clone Jutsu," and conjured up 2 clones, who then gathered around Tsunade and drew their kunai knives in a defensive position. Kabuto just scowled before taking a pill to prevent his wrist from leaking blood. Kabuto said, "Lord Orochimaru, unwrap your bandages," and Orochimaru nodded before removing the bandages from his arms. His arms were practically rotting away, turning them a repulsive violet. As they both went through hand signs, Kabuto smeared blood on Orochimaru's tattoo and Jiraiya bit his thumb, saying, "I guess we're starting with the big guns." They both yelled, summoning jutsu. As the field was obscured by 2 puffs of smoke, Orochimaru and Kabuto were standing on 2 enormous snakes when the smoke cleared, and Jiraiya had Gamakichi, the Toad Boss's young son. Jiraiya and Naruto gazed at the tiny toad with wide-eyed fascination. Gamakichi said, "Hey fellas, what's up?" As Shizune gaped in shock. Jiraiya exclaimed, "Oh shit," as Naruto slapped his face with his palm. As Jiraiya laughed uneasily, he said, "That drug is really messing up your chakra control, isn't it, pervy sage? I see that your stupidity hasn't been cured." "No doubt Tsunade had a hand in this," Orochimaru laughed. He thought, "Perhaps she did consider my offer," as Jiraiya looked at Naruto. As Naruto gulped, he said, "Sorry kid, but I don't suppose you can." Naruto bit his thumb and said, "We don't have a choice. Just need a big toad," but Shun arched an eyebrow. "I'll try, but I'm still not great at summoning bigger toads," and the toad boss was a completely different circumstance. He called a boss. As Naruto went over the hand signals, she asked herself, "I need a big guy, so don't mess this up. Anyone, even the boss. Recall the exams and the experience of calling forth Gamabunta. Give me someone, please." As he slammed his hand to the ground, poured as much chakra as he could, and yelled, he begged himself in his mind. Summoning jutsu. The field was obscured by a thick cloud of smoke. A large toad with aquamarine skin, yellow eyes, and black markings around his eyes appeared when the smoke cleared. It carried 2 large katanas on its backs and held the katana in place with an orange sash around his stomach. Jiraiya proudly exclaimed, "Ha ha ha. Good going Naruto, you summoned just the toad we needed." As Tsunade and Shizune gaped. This large toad was called forth by a child. That's amazing." Orochimaru scowled as Shizune pondered. As Kabuto nodded and Naruto gasped and staggered after using a lot of chakra, Orochimaru said, "So, summoning the toad boss wasn't a fluke after all. And he managed it without the 9 tails power. He may pose a bigger threat than anticipated. Kabuto, deal with him, I will deal with the idiot. We're both not at 100%, so this fight will be even." Naruto responded, "Whoa, still takes a bit out of me, lucky I didn't waste all my chakra last night on the Rasengan. But at least I can control it better," as the toad raised its head. Jiraiya nodded, and Gamahiro said, "Jiraiya-sama, Naruto-sama, you need my services." He pointed to the 2 snakes that hissed angrily and said, "Nice to see you again, Gamahiro. Listen, my chakra control is messed up at the moment and we need your help. See those 2 snakes over there? We need you to take them out." As Gamahiro pulled out his katanas, he said, "I see, let me deal with these vermin." As he vanished in a cloud of smoke, Gamakichi exclaimed, "Whoops, I guess I better get out of here. Later Naruto, you owe me and Gamatatsu some snacks." Jiraiya gave the order, "Naruto, take Tsunade and find cover. This fight isn't going to be pretty," and Naruto nodded before grabbing Tsunade with his clones and jumping off the toad's head with Shizune and Tuntun accompanied. "Oh no you don't," Kabuto screamed, ordering the snakes to charge, but Gamahiro's blade stopped him as he slashed at the 2 serpents, pushing them back. The serpents hissed at the toad as Gamario yelled, "If you wish to harm them, you will have to go through me, serpents. And to think once upon a time I called you allies." As they attempted to attack the toad from all sides, the snakes slithered about. As he hurried through hand signals, Jiraiya was still in the fight. He yelled, "Earth style, swamp of the underworld." As one of the snakes' bodies was half in mud and the ground beneath it turned to mud. He yelled, "Damn, not fully buried, this drug is messing me up. But it's enough for you, huh Gamahiro." As the toad seized the opportunity to cut the snake's head off its body. Orochimaru cursed at the summons's death and leapt off the head just in time, causing its body to go slack. He yelled, "Kabuto, Kabuto nodded and gave the order for his snake to cinch the enormous amphibian by curling around its body. Gamahiro screamed, "Slithery bastard!" as the snake bit into him, and he could hardly move his arms, giving the toad a poison injection. He yelled, "Ga!" while Jiraiya swore. Jiraiya yelled, "Hold on, Gamahiro!" and leapt to help, but Orochimaru stopped him because he was in his way. "Well then, shall we go for round 2? If you insist," Jiraiya said, scowling at his former teammate. The two glared at one another before fighting, and Orochimaru grinned. As his neck extended to strike the toad sage, Orochimaru charged at him. Jiraiya yelled, "You tried this already, remember?" as he wrapped his body in thick hair spikes and used his needle Jizo technique. Orochimaru yelled, "But not this," as his sword came out of his mouth and would have thrust if Jiraiya hadn't dodged it. Orochimaru swallowed the sword back into his throat, and Jiraiya swore, "Damn. I should have known that damn sword would come back to you." He remarked, "The sword of Kusanagi is forever linked to me, it knows when to obey its master. And will always find its way back to me," as Orochimaru's neck and Jiraiya's hair returned to their typical states. Jiraiya remarked, "You haven't changed a bit," while Orochimaru grinned. "You always did like to control everything you owned. And you're still as stupid as you are perverted. I will admit your new apprentice is not as untalented as I originally assumed, actually becoming quite annoying. His growth has far exceeded my expectations. But despite his new prowess, he's still no Sasuke. The boy has amazing talent, a powerful bloodline, and the power of the Sharingan, which will allow him to master any jutsu in the world. Not even I would be able to beat that kind of power. So why would you take on a common street kid? Talent is what matters to a shinobi, and Sasuke has plenty of it," Orochimaru chastised Jiraiya as the toad sage smirked. Orochimaru looked at Naruto, Kabuto, and Shizune and scoffed, saying, "Even after all these years you still don't get it. Sure that Sasuke kid has amazing talent, and could be one of the most powerful shinobi when he gets older, but there's one thing you've never understood. It's not talent that matters to a shinobi, it's having the will to never give up, and that kid. He's got that in spades." He turned back to face his former teammate, and the two clashed once more. "I guess we'll find out who's right in the end, if he can survive Kabuto, that is," he said. As he charged towards Tsunade, Naruto, and Shizune, Kabuto leapt off the snake's head in an attempt to kill the other two and seize the still catatonic Tsunade. Shizune, however, wouldn't let that happen, and as Kabuto ducked the attack, she charged at him and shot him with poison Senbon. "A fellow medical ninja, I see. That poison would certainly do some damage if I'm not careful," he said, thrusting it at Shizune's chest while his hands glowed sharply with charka. If she hadn't been able to travel back in time. She screamed, "Nina Art, poison fog," as she blew out a huge cloud of toxic smoke. Kabuto swore and plunged into the smoke. Shizune forced her gaze onto the smoke, and when it parted, she saw that Kabuto was no longer there. She started to say, "Where did he go?" but was interrupted when two hands reached up from the floor and caught her ankles. Her legs' tendons were immediately severed by Kabuto's chakra scalpels. She moaned in agony, "My tendons," as Kabuto smirked before striking her in the neck and knocking her unconscious. Naruto exclaimed, "Shizune," as he saw Kabuto knock Shizune unconscious and Gamahiro being built by the snake. Naruto glared and cursed, "Damn it. I need to do something." But he knew Kabuto was far more experienced and skilled than him. "But not above my unpredictability," Naruto explained, focusing on a strategy. As the genin and his clones held their ground, Kabuto turned to face Naruto, who grinned. Tsunade was able to awaken from her catatonic state as she looked up at Naruto. "Step aside, Naruto, otherwise I'd have to kill you," he warned him as Naruto glared. As Naruto shook his head, she begged, "Naruto, go. Get out of here. He's just going to try and kill me anyway. So the least I can do is stand my ground. Besides, my sensei taught me that those who abandon the mission are trash, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash. And despite what you said, you're still a ninja of the hidden leaf. Which makes you my comrade, and I never give up on my comrades. That's my ninja way," Naruto screamed as he crossed his fingers. He yelled, "Shadow Clone Jutsu." As a cloud of smoke blocked Kabato's view, and he heard multiple shurikens rushing through the smoke. Ninja Art. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. Prior to their respective numbers multiplying into a dozen. With a slight curse, he pulled out a kunai knife and began to jump back to avoid the projectiles while deflecting some of the shurikens. A shuriken suddenly transformed into Naruto, holding a kunai, and grinned at the shinobi with the glasses. "I've seen this trick, Naruto. I was at the Chunin Exams. You won't take me by," he said. He exclaimed, surprise, as the Naruto clone attempted to stab Kabuto but was thwarted, and instead stabbed Naruto in the back. Kabuto's eyes widened, and Naruto smirked before swiftly kicking the clone away as it exploded. Before several Naruto clones charged at him from the sides, their knives covered in wind chakra, they lunged at Kabuto, who shrewdly avoided their blades. Damn it, I almost forgot shadow clones were not his only specialty. He also knows the exploding shadow clone jutsu. The fact he combined it with a transformation jutsu is annoyingly brilliant. He swore. Then he jumped back and threw a few shurikens. Which means he will have mixed in another exploding clone amongst the shadow clones. Tricky little fox, he yelled. The clones were hit simultaneously as they were destroyed in a single explosion and puffs of smoke, stating, "But you're not the only one that knows this jutsu. Ninja art. Shuriken shadow clone jutsu." As his clones were destroyed, Naruto swore, "Damn it," before Kabuto materialized in front of him and struck him fatally in the chest. Naruto gasped in agony, thanks to his chakra scalpel. Tsunade declared, "Naruto," after seeing a vision of her brother's death once more. Kabuto teasingly said, "This is the end for you, Naruto," as Naruto coughed in agony. He coughed, then smiled as Kabuto's eyes widened and he kicked the boy away just as it exploded. "I agree, for you," he said. As two more Naruto clones charged at him from behind the rocks, swinging their kunai at him, he yelled, "Another exploding clone. You were a cheeky fox, Naruto." But he was able to dodge them. As he killed the Naruto clones, Kabuto remarked, "No wind chakra this time. You must be running low then if your clones are facing me with regular kunais." The real Naruto swore as he faced Tsunade, "I'll admit you're giving me a lot more trouble than you would have a month ago. But I can still see that you have no chance against me. Maybe, but I'd rather go down fighting than let you harm anyone else." Naruto yelled, reversing his grip on his knife. When Kabuto told Naruto, "Brave words. But they do very little without the strength to back it up," Naruto nodded. "I know, but like you said, I'm a cheeky bastard," he smiled, seeing Kabuto look perplexed before a whistle sounded and a Naruto clone crawled towards his head, attached to the snakes that bound Gamahiro. The clone displayed the exploding tags on its chest and yelled, "Hey, snake bastard. Try eating this," before exploding and snatching a big piece of its head as it hit the ground lifeless. Gamahiro managed to free himself from the suffocating snake, causing its body to slack. Gamahiro raised his huge blade and brought it down, shouting, "Thank you, Naruto-sama, allow me to return the favor." Kabuto cursed as he narrowly avoided the enormous blade as it raised a huge cloud of dust. As the two stopped fighting, Orochimaru swore, "Damn it." Jiraiya smiled at the scene. Jiraiya exclaimed, "That kid never ceases to surprise me," while Gamahiro gasped. Before vanishing, Gamahiro said to them, "That's all I can do now. I must return to Mount Myoboku to treat my injuries and remove the poison. I leave the rest to you, Naruto-sama, Jiraiya-sama." Kabuto, meanwhile, could hardly see 2 feet ahead of him and was coughing up dust from his lungs. Before he felt a sudden rushing wind and his eyes widened to see Naruto charging at him from behind, he yelled, "Damn it. That brat is starting to tick me off. Where are you, Naruto?" He was determined to land the jutsu, and as he ran forward, a ball of pure condensed chakra spiraled in his hands, blowing away the dust. Naruto yelled, "Eat this," as he pushed the jutsu against Kabuto's chest. Kabuto was no slouch, though, as he evaded the jutsu and was about to break Naruto's thigh bone with his chakra scalpel if ninja wire hadn't dragged him aside. After blinking, Kabuto turned to see ninja wire wrapped around Naruto's waist and 2 Naruto clones. "Ha ha ha. I see, clever, you knew I could easily dodge your attack, so you made sure that you'd have an emergency plan to pull you out of the way. Clever, you've matured, haven't you, Naruto? But it still doesn't matter. I'm a decade your senior, I have more experience than you can ever imagine and I'm not one to fall for the same moves twice." Kabuto pulled out 2 kunai as he raised, "So what will you do now?" Tsunade observed from the sidelines as Naruto simply stared while crossing his fingers. Kabuto arched his brow in response to Naruto's statement, "Steal a page from your book," before a Naruto clone suddenly materialized from the ground behind him and stabbed 2 kunai into his ankles. Kabuto screamed, "Gah," and collapsed to his knees. That little shit. All the while, he was diverting my attention by digging a tunnel directly beneath my feet. Shadow clones share their knowledge when they dissipate, so he knew I would be standing right here. What a bastard. As he was able to defeat the clone by striking it in the head with a kunai, Kabuto realized. However, the tendons in his Achilles heels were severed, so he was no longer able to move. He used the same ruse that I used on Tsunade's apprentice. I have to get this healed. When he heard the sound of chakra forming, he was about to heal them when he heard Naruto running at him with another Rasengan. Naruto yelled, "I've got you now," while grasping the whirling orb. With a curse, Kabuto grasped his kunai and, seeing no other option, waited until Naruto was almost at him. He barely escaped the boy before striking his chakra scalpel against the boy's chest, cutting off the jutsu and causing the boy to gasp in agony. Tsunade gasped in agony and exclaimed, "Naruto." Kabuto grinned at him. He raised a blade to kill the boy for good, saying, "I win, Naruto," when the boy in front of him suddenly smiled. Want to bet? As the Naruto in front vanished into a cloud of smoke, Kabuto's eyes widened as the ground behind him exploded and another Naruto appeared, holding a ball of chakra. When he turned on his knees and saw Naruto thrusting the ball at his side, he realized too late, a shadow clone. As he pushed the ball into Kabuto's chest and yelled, "Rasengan." Naruto yelled, "Try and dodge this." The jutsu then collided with Kabuto. As the jutsu started to etch itself into the sound ninja, his eyes grew wide. As the Rasengan dug into his chest, he could feel his entire body trembling, his muscles being torn, his bones rattling. Quickly thinking, he activated his hidden jutsu and focused his chakra into Naruto's abdomen before grabbing at his chest. By that point, however, his whole body had been thrown across the field before he struck a boulder with a violent impact. As Kabuto lay against the crater carved into the stone, Tsunade gazed at the scene in awe. The Rasengan broke his body, tearing and shredding his abdomen. Naruto's overuse of creating several Rasengans at once caused him to pant heavily. Even Jiraiya and Orochimaru halted their altercation to gaze at the scene. Looking at his student godson, Jiraiya said proudly, "What did I say? It's not talent that makes a ninja, it's his will to never give up." Orochimaru, however, scowled. Did he successfully master the Rasengan? A child like him shouldn't have been able to learn such a jutsu, it's impossible. Orochimaru scowled as he began to reconsider the possible threat that Naruto might pose. Even Minato took years to create and master it, he shouldn't have become this strong. Tsunade gazed at the boy and exclaimed, "He mastered the Rasengan in a week." Naruto managed to say, "Take that," before his heart began to race and blood began to pour from his mouth. Naruto collapsed to his knees as he thought back to the previous few moments. Shit, was that when I attacked Kabuto, he must have gotten me. Damn it, Naruto realized, cursing himself. In pain and strain, Kabuto managed to cough out, "Ha, ha, nice try," as he crawled out of the crater. As she looked in horror at the sound shinobi, Tsunade exclaimed, "Why, you survived." As if dismissing one of the strongest jutsu ever created. As the damage to his chest started to heal, Kabuto explained, "I didn't expect him to use a jutsu like that, but I took precaution and sent chakra into my chest to begin healing myself." Before all of the Rasengan's damage was fully repaired, Kabuto clarified, "Lord Orochimaru values me not because of the use of my jutsu, or my knowledge, but rather for my healing abilities. By using my chakra I can command my body to start creating new cells to replace my damaged ones." As he advanced to eliminate the Uzumaki, Kabuto remarked, "Sorry, Naruto, but this is as far as you go." However, he abruptly stopped and went to his knees after taking one step forward. He fell into the dirt, his body exploding with pain. Impossible. The extent of the damage exceeded my body's capacity to repair itself. That kind of power was possible with his jutsu. At this point, Kabuto was lying in the dirt, barely able to raise his head, and he was unable to move a finger. Tsunade hurried over and gazed at the boy with troubled eyes while Naruto coughed up blood. Listening for his heartbeat, she put her ear to his chest and discovered that it was irregular and waning. Shit, his heart's surrounding muscles must have been torn. When Naruto was about to attack, Kabuto must have done it. As she swiftly took off his clan chest piece, unzipped his hoodie, and sliced open his shirt, Tsunade made a quick guess. "I have to take immediate action." As she began using her medical ninjutsu to repair the damage, she thought. However, when she saw her brother and Dan by his side as they passed away before her, her hands began to shake. Kabuto jeered, taking pleasure in murdering the boy who had obstructed his master's path. He, it's too late, I damaged the muscles in such a way he won't be able to be revived, this is where he dies. Shut up, Tsunade yelled as she continued to give the boy healing chakra. Avoid dying, stay alive, stay alive, stay alive, stay alive, stay alive. As she frantically attempted to save his life, she repeated it repeatedly. Inside the seal, the nine-tailed fox observed that Naruto's life was gradually fading and that the surroundings were becoming darker. The nine tails asked, "What is this?" as he began to feel weaker and weaker. As his eyes slowly started to close, he asked, "Why is it getting so dark?" For a brief moment, he believed he saw someone he hadn't seen in a while when he noticed light starting to shine within the darkness. A man with a headband around his head and magatama around the collar of a light-colored kimono. He could have sworn he had seen that spiky hair before, even though his back was to him. However, the specter's image disappeared, leaving the fox extremely perplexed. Before returning to sleep, the fox asked the empty cell, who was that? I know you, don't I?" As she grew more desperate and sobbed over the memories of the people she lost and how her gamble had cost another life, Tsunade kept pumping chakra into the boy. She opened her eyes to see Naruto's smirking face as she felt a hand grab her necklace. He managed to utter the words, "Hey, I won, by the way," before outright fainting. Incredible, how could he have made it through that? Kabuto was taken aback, and Tsunade stared in shock before experiencing a wave of immense relief. In fact, she was so happy for the boy that she cried. She removed the necklace that was around her neck and carefully put it around his. Of course, it's your dream to become Hokage after all, she concluded. She gently lowered his head and said, "Well, you won, fair and square, so take care of this." She closed her eyes and felt the pictures of Dan and Naoki smiling at her before they vanished from her thoughts. And achieve your dream. Finally, she had rescued a life that the necklace's curse would have condemned to death. Additionally, for the first time in a long time, she was at peace. As Orochimaru watched his protege be defeated by the Uzumaki, he scowled and said, "It's unbelievable that a child like him would have mastered the Rasengan at such a young age. He's no ordinary brat." Jiraiya boastfully remarked, "Yeah, he has a real knack for surprising people." Poor Kabuto underestimated him, as Orochimaru grinned at his present state. Orochimaru remarked, "That child is not looking too good," while Jiraiya grinned. As the Toad Sage cautioned, "Tsunade is the best medical ninja there is, he'll be fine." Now stop talking and fight already, Orochimaru was preoccupied with Naruto. That kid is progressing more than I ever could have imagined for such a commoner. He might even be stronger than Sasuke right now. The best course of action is to kill him now because it will be a hassle if he encounters the Akatsuki. As he threw himself at the boy, he made up his mind. Jiraiya yelled, "Damn it! Get back here!" as he pursued, but Orochimaru spit out his tongue and wrapped it around his leg. He yelled, "What the?" before collapsing to the floor. Taking the kusanagi out of his mouth and aiming it straight at the unconscious Naruto, the snake user used the momentum to swing in his direction. But before he could get to his target, Tsunade moved out of his way and used her body to block the attack. As Tsunade coughed up blood and her body trembled from hemophobia, he warned her, "Don't get in my way. That boy is becoming too much of a nuisance. He may even cause me problems later down the line." "Tsunade, I wasn't trying to kill you." Nevertheless, she remained unmoving. Orochimaru scowled as he barely pulled the sword away from her chest. I won't let you. I'm going to protect him, no matter what," he smirked at her while she coughed blood from her lips. "Are you now, while you're trembling from the mere sight of blood? In the old days, I'd have believed that declaration. You were one of the legendary three after all. But this you, the one who's suffered the most from pain and loss, after all you've been through. Why would you risk your life for a mere brat?" she said, to protect the hidden leaf, while he scowled. She laughed at him and coughed up blood. "Protect the hidden leaf? You must be joking," she asked. With the greatest sincerity, she told him, "I'm not. It might sound stupid, but I believe this child is the future Hokage of Konoha," while the snake Sanin sneered. He declared, "Who are you kidding? Do you actually care about the Hokage title? Don't bore me with that ridiculous Hokage's dream nonsense. The Hokage is a worthless and outdated title. Anyone who wants to claim that title is a fool or a dead man." As Suan recalled all the times she had cursed the title, and those around her reminded her of the sacrifice and commitment they made to ensure that her grandfather's dream would always be protected. Then she looked him square in the eye and started to laugh. Then I guess I'm a fool too, because I'm going to bet my life on the line for the same dream, she exclaimed, drawing Tsunade out of his mouth as Orochimaru sneered. When she fell on her back, he slashed his blade across her chest, saying, "Then perish along with him." Jiraiya and Shizune had just regained consciousness when they saw Suon fall by his blade. Shizune yelled, "Lady Tsunade!" Jiraiya swore and attempted to stand up, but his body ached and the poison was still in his system. Orochimaru approached Naruto's unconscious form, his blade shiny with Tsunade's blood, and said, "A shame you gave your life for nothing. I truly did require your help to restore my arms. But I guess I'll just have to find another means." But now to deal with the boy, Orochimaru smirked as he swung his blade down, only to be shocked to see that Tsunade had once again shielded Naruto's unconscious body, the blade slicing into her right ribs. "Once this is done, I may just take the body with me. Who knows, his corpse could contain such useful data, what?" Tsunade smiled at him and said, "I told you already." Tsunade tried to kill Naruto again, but Orochimaru sneered and kicked him away, saying, "I won't let you harm him." However, he paused to laugh at Tsunade, whose body was still trembling from the blood. He sneered, "Look at you, you're nothing more than a half-dead corpse at this point. And still, you try to protect some worthless child. No matter how tough you appear to be, you can't escape the fear of blood, the curse of your past failures." As Tsunade's hand shook and they abruptly stopped, he managed to say, "What?" before taking a kick to the face, but he was able to stand up again as his eyes widened. Her trembling stopped. "That's impossible." Tsunade exhaled sharply and started to stand up on her own 2 feet. "Oh Orochimaru, for someone so focused on ninjutsu you never could understand human devotion and willpower. This kid has taught me that nothing is impossible, and so starting right now, I will protect the hidden leaf," she said, looking up and giving him a glare as the mark on her forehead started to spread. As Shizune's eyes grew wide, she declared, "As the 5th Hokage of the hidden leaf," and started to demonstrate a number of hand signals. Just as Tsunade used her trump card, she yelled, "No! Lady Tsunade, let me heal you first. Don't activate the seal." But it was too late. Ninja art. Meiotic regeneration. Steam rose from her wounds, causing the seal on her face to start to recede before closing, leaving no indication whatsoever of the actual injury. This caused Orochimaru's eyes to wind up, and then he gave a dark laugh. "So, it seems I'm not the only one that developed their ninjutsu. What have you created over the past few years, Tsunade Haim?" "Oh, this. Just a little something I've been working on for the last few years. I've been gathering and storing the chakra into the seal on my forehead for a while now. Once activated, I'm able to stimulate my body into releasing enzymes that accelerate cell reproduction at a rapid pace. I can use it to reconstruct damaged organs and parts of my body in record time. It's not a simple healing jutsu, it's cellular regeneration. Technically, with this activated, I can't be killed in battle," she clarified as Orochimaru raised his eyebrows at this little-known fact. "However, Lady Tsunade, the cells have a limited capacity for reproduction. Your lifespan will only be shortened if you continue to use it repeatedly." Shizune became extremely anxious and worried about her master. She wiped some of the blood from her lips and started learning hand signals. "Which is all I need to finish you off once and for all," she exclaimed. Kabuto recognized it right away. He yelled, "Lord Orochimaru." As Orochimaru nodded and hurried to Kabuto, Jiraiya himself made the risky decision to try another summoning jutsu. After practicing a number of hand signals, the 3 put them on the ground and yelled, "Let's just hope this works." Instead, summoning jutsu, 3 huge smoke plumes spread out over the field, and 3 enormous animals appeared in their stead. Jiraiya was standing on top of Gamabunta, the toad boss of Mount Myoboku, who was already recognizable as he stood tall in the field. The other was a big purple snake with 4 horn-like projections on its head and black rings running the length of his body. Kabuto and Orochimaru stood atop his head. The other was a large, white slug-like creature with 3 blue streaks that ran vertically from its head down the middle and side of its body, tapering off at the tail. It had 2 sensory tentacles on either side of its mouth, and its optical tentacles were slightly gray in color. Naruto was unconscious on his back as Tsunade stood on her head. They were Katsuyu from the Shikatsu Forest and Manda from the Raichi Cave. They were collectively known as the legendary Sannin summons. This was the first time they had been called together since the Second World War. Gamabunta mentioned, "Katsuyu and Tsunade, Manda and Orochimaru, it's been a while," while glancing at his old friends. "Oi Jiraiya, are you planning some sort of twisted reunion? You know I didn't bring anything for the party. This has been a long time coming. It's time we finished what we started at the exams," Jiraiya said, and Gamabunta nodded. "Now's not the time for jokes, Gamabunta." Reaching for his Tonto blade, Gamabunta said, "All right, I suppose I can serve some snake kebabs." Manda's gaze fell on Gamabunta and Katsuyu, and he hissed, "Orochimaru, what is the meaning of this? Why have you summoned me to this pitiful land?" His gaze moved to his head as he scowled at his summoner. "And with these two of all creatures? I thought you cut ties with your home decades ago," he asked. "Do you want me to eat you?" Kabuto attempted to reason. "Lord Manda, I can assure you, you will be duly rewarded for your troubles," but Manda hissed. Manda shouted, "Was I talking to you, brat? Keep your mouth shut or I'll eat you as well." Kabuto shrewdly stopped talking. Kanuto swallowed nervously as Manda commanded, "Orochimaru, I expect no more than 100 human sacrifices for summoning me here. If you don't, I will surely eat you." This is not good. Even though Orochimaru is his master, Manda is a pretty hard summon to control. He will betray us if he learns that Lord Orochimaru is unable to use his arms, but there was nothing else to do in the circumstances. But a dangerous one at that. Kabuto fretted while Orochimaru just gazed. Looking at her former allies, Katsuyu remarked, "Lady Tsunade, it's been a while since you last summoned me. I never expected to see so many familiar faces." Tsunade gave a tense laugh before refocusing, and Katsuyu said, "I hope you've been taking care of yourself and not spent the last few years drinking and gambling again." She commanded, "Katsuyu, please take this child away from here. This battle is going to be vicious." Katsuyu nodded. "Yes, my lady," she said, shattering off a fragment of herself that was exactly like her except for the drastic shrinkage. The Katsuyu clone slammed down in front of Shizune, who had just finished tending to her tendons. "Katsuyu." With a reluctant nod, Shizune removed Naruto from her back. "Shizune-sama, please take care of this child and get yourself somewhere safe. I believe this battle will become quite dangerous if you remain here," the Katsuyu clone said. As this might be the final time the legendary Sannin would engage in open combat, she looked up at the three and said, "Thank you, Naruto, now please get some rest. Be careful, Lady Tsunade," she said, wishing her master luck before escorting Naruto away from the fight. A single flower with 3 petals left swayed between the 6 as they gazed at one another, and a light wind blew between them. However, as the petals fell one by one, the tension increased until the final petal fell and the battle started. Acid slime. As Manda swiftly dodged the attack, Katsuyu threw a stream of acid from her orifice, which landed and melted the stone he had coiled around. Manda struck quickly as he coiled himself around Katsuyu, constricting himself around the slug summon. Gamabunta rushed in as his blade was aimed at the serpent's head, but Manda managed to dodge the steel and then clamp down hard, effectively trapping the weapon in his powerful jaws, all the while building around the slug. Katsuyu. When Tsunade jumped off the slug's head, she yelled, and the slug broke into several smaller versions of herself, thereby escaping Manda's hold. Manda swung his tail in Gamabunta's direction, forcing him to drop his blade and hop back to safety. Manda threw the blade at the toad, who narrowly avoided being impaled by his weapon, and it landed just in front of Katsuyu, who had reformed herself as Tsunade leapt back onto her head. "Tsunade, Katsuyu, remain back." As he made hand signals, Jiraiya yelled, "Boss, give me some oil." Exactly. As Jiraiya completed the final seal and sucked air into his lungs, the toad's throat swelled. Toad oil flamethrower. Fire style. The pair combined their fire and oil to create a massive flame that scorched the land and Manda in front of them, as they were consumed by the flames. When the flames settled, they eyed the charred corpse carefully, before noticing the body was hollow. "It's just skin." The bastard shed his skin to avoid the flames. When they saw the earth being uprooted in front of them and something emerging from the ground, their focus shifted downward. If Tsunade hadn't picked up Gamabunta's massive blade and impaled the front of his mouth to the ground, Gamabunta would have been able to stop the attack and realize it was only the tail before Manda's head appeared from behind, jaws open to devour the toad. "Fuck it." As he was pinned to the ground, Manda screamed. "And keep your mouth shut." Orochimaru swore while Tsunade glared from the top of the blade. "I just need a clean shot." We've all exhausted ourselves. Fighting two of them at once is difficult, especially without my arms. The muscles in her arm bulged slightly as she gathered as much chakra as she could and delivered a powerful blow to his jaw, slamming him back down into Manda's scales. Orochimaru stretched out his tongue as he wrapped it around Tsunade's neck, hoping to strangle the life out of her. However, this was not the best idea, as she managed to break free from his stranglehold and pulled him towards her with his tongue. Orochimaru, Lord, not good. That last attack went straight for his jaw, Kabuto screamed, seeing his master lying exhausted and broken. Manda gazed at the scene, deciding he had had enough. You have no right to humiliate me in this way. If I didn't have this hole in my head, I would kill you and devour you all. Orochimaru, I'm going out. Take care of this mess on your own. Don't keep me waiting. I still expect my offerings. And as for you all, be ready for when I see you again. As Tsunade managed to free herself from his tongue and Orochimaru slithered off in the direction of Kabuto's side, Manda made her way back to the Raichi cave. As Orochimaru nodded and felt his face begin to peel, Kabuto suggested, it would seem that this day has gone on for too long. It would be best if we call it quits. For now, Tsunade's eyes widened, and Jiraiya glared. So that's what the old man was talking about. The bastard found a way to transfer himself into a new body. As Orochimaru retreated, the ground began to engulf him. Even though Tsunade won't heal my arms, we will simply need to find another way to restore my arms, but know that I will destroy the hidden leaf, he said. Listen, my erstwhile allies, this is how I will achieve immortality. This is who I really am. I'm immortal, and while you rot in the ground, I'll accomplish my goals. Before Kabuto did the same, Orochimaru declared as he vanished. Soon, the three of them stood around an unconscious Naruto with the necklace around his neck. Jiraiya smirked as he looked at Tsunade. Well, that could have gone better, he said, gripping his ribs. But at least he didn't get what he wanted. Tsunade herself was feeling tired, as the side effects of her jutsu would undoubtedly start to manifest. He said, you still suck at bets, Tsunade, as she gazed and then grinned. Didn't he already have it down pat? He nodded as she asked. Yes, 3 days ago he managed to get it down. A small trick to speed up his jutsu training. Later, I'll tell you about it. We needed to know whose side you were on, so I told him not to tell you. He dislikes lying, though, so he didn't like it. It's fine, this is a bet I'm more than happy to lose, she said, just before her skin started to wrinkle and her jutsu's effects started to take effect. Lady Tsunade. Jiraiya's eyes widened as he watched his friend start to age in front of him, while Shizune was worried. It's alright, I should return to normal in a day. Let's return to the village so we can rest. Jiraiya just gave her a worried look as Tsunade said, I need to heal you and then get the rest of the poison out of your system before we head back to the village. Tsunade, don't refer to me that way. Please call me the 5th Hokage from now on. I never desired this role and never had the same aspirations as Dan or Nawaki. But when the time comes, I'll do everything I can to continue their dream. As they picked up the genin and made their way back to the village to rest, she said, pass it on to the next Hokage. Jiraiya nodded. The following day, they were all intent on going back to Konoha, and the necklace Naruto had won was securely fastened around his neck as the 4 shinobi stood outside the gates to Tanzaku town. That was a hell of a battle. Makes me realize I'm getting too old for this, Jiraiya said, stretching his muscles. Okay, I don't know about you much, but I am ready to leave this dump, he said. But you'll scale almost any fence to get a glimpse of women. Jiraiya sneered as Naruto accused him. Although I claim to be too old for this, I still have a bull's endurance when it comes to women. Prior to Tsunade beating him on the skull and abandoning him in a crater, he declared. Will you stop talking, you jerk? God, you haven't changed at all in all these years. As Jiraiya squirmed on the ground, Tsunade snarled, Shizune laughed uneasily, and Naruto swallowed uneasily. Before shaking his head, Naruto pondered, it's like Sakura-chan from the future. Why did that scare me for some reason? So, you're going to be the new Hokage? Tsunade nodded as Naruto posed the question. Yes, I am. Do you have an issue with that? Naruto shrugged as she asked. Well, not really. I think you're cool because you beat that Orochimaru guy and you didn't turn on the village. In addition, I intend to succeed you as Hokage. The name Naruto the Rokudaime sounds good, doesn't it? And hey, I'm sorry I didn't tell you I already won the bet, he said, and she grinned and laughed. It felt wrong, and I don't like lying to people. However, Tsunade waved her hand dismissively as Naruto remarked, "I know it's what shinobi have to do sometimes." "Well, don't worry about it. The first rule for gambling children is to never show your hand. You won the pot because you kept your cards to yourself." As Naruto tinkled with the necklace in his hands and nodded, she said, "Take good care of that necklace, it's one of a kind." He said, "I will," but then he felt his headband being pulled up, and Tsunade kissed his forehead, just like she had done with Dan and Naoki all those years ago. She said, "Become a good man, and achieve that dream," and Naruto blinked in bewilderment before grinning and nodding. Dan and Naoki may have passed away before their dream could come true, but Naruto Uzumaki's spirit and passion endured because he carried not only the dreams of those who came before him but also the dreams of everyone who aspired to become Hokage. The four of them then set out on their journey home as Naruto grinned broadly. "Omake. Grab your wallet immediately." A few days after the battle of the three, Tsunade, Shizune, Jiraiya, Tun, and Naruto were returning to Konoha with high spirits, their bodies healed, and the intention of formally announcing the arrival of the fifth Hokage, Tsunade Senju. In addition to being the Hokage, Tsunade was a very gifted medical ninjutsu expert, and her expertise would be crucial in healing the more seriously wounded shinobi. "So, Pervy Sage, do you think anyone will get promoted now that Tsunade will be the Hokage?" Naruto walked beside him and asked. "I told you not to call me that anymore." As Tsunade laughed, he shouted, "Anyway, the promotions can start up again after Tsunade returns." In order to decide whether a candidate is prepared for promotion, the Shinobi Council and the Hokage assess each one. If you demonstrated the skill required for a Chunin, you would be promoted even if you lost a battle in the final round. While Naruto nodded, Jiraiya clarified, "You could use brute force to win every match, but it's unlikely that you'll be promoted if you don't demonstrate your tactical skills. So, do you think I have a chance of getting promoted?" "I mean, at the time, I was being more strategic. But I should have quit like Shikamaru did and let the Jonin in the stand handle him during Gaara's attack. I just couldn't and it was reckless. I'm sorry if I don't get promoted," Naruto said, hanging his head in concern for his promotion prospects. "Don't worry, kid, the old man has probably given you a promotion. Since the academy, you've changed. You're taking a little more time to consider things and aren't hurrying in like you used to. Yes, strategy and intelligence are crucial. However, it's a moot point if a shinobi lacks the bravery or guts necessary to complete the task," he said, grinning as Naruto gazed. He growled, "Thanks, Pervy Sage," as a blood vessel appeared on his head. "Oh, you little brat, I hope you don't get promoted." Tsunade grinned as Naruto laughed at this. "Gives me hope for the future," Shizune said, grinning at her master. "He's a lot like Naoki was at his age," Tsunade remarked, gazing at the boy. "Lady Tsunade, I'm happy to see you smiling more," she said. "You're much happier than you used to be," and Tsunade smiled after blinking. As she walked down the street, she said, "Yeah, I suppose I am," feeling happier than she had in a long time. Although the deaths of Dan and Naoki still weighed heavily on her, she was thankful for the young man who had reignited her passion and vowed to fulfill their dream as the Godime Hokage. Until her compulsion overcame her and she was drawn to the sign up ahead, remembering that there was a gambling town nearby. "Hey, as you are aware, we have been walking for some time. How about we make a stop at the town ahead?" Shizune sighed as she spoke. As Naruto arched a brow, she moaned, "I knew this would happen. Unosuto is a hot spring town that's known for its revitalizing hot springs and gambling spots. What makes stopping necessary?" Naruto grumbled, "We ought to be returning to the village," and Jiraiya nodded. "I must concur with Naruto." As Tsunade waved her hand dismissively, Jiraiya concurred, "We can't afford to put things off because the village is in a state of emergency. It won't matter if we're a day or two late, it's okay." When they both shook their heads, she used her trump card to argue, "Besides, we could use the little break after that whole deal with Orochimaru. I hear they allow mixed bathing," she whispered into Jiraiya's ear as his eyes bulged and he started for the town. "You understand that it's critical to occasionally take a break." As Nato slapped his forehead, he yelled, "Where did my life go wrong? A compulsive gambler and a pervert?" Shizune nodded in agreement as he asked. Along the way, Tsunade passed some pachinko parlors, but the oddest thing was that most of them were staring at them strangely. The four of them veered off the path until they arrived at the hot spring town. "Is everyone staring at us, or is it just me?" Naruto inquired, observing that each gambler's den they passed was staring at them oddly. Jiraiya, who was more interested in the mixed bathing hot springs, remarked, "It's bound to happen when the legendary sucker walks into town," while Tsunade scowled at her old teammate. Shizune looked around and said, "I don't know. They see us as an easy target every time. These expressions are more frightened." Tsunade blinked and glanced around as she spoke. As she approached the gambler's den, she remarked, "Now that you mention it, yeah, that is odd." As he looked at the boy, the man said, "Ah, welcome to Silverfish Casino Bar. How might I?" Wait a minute, that child, blonde hair, blue eyes, whisker marks on his cheeks, as Naruto arched a brow at him. "What about me, huh?" Naruto inquired. "And nothing. There is a rumor circulating that someone who fits those descriptions wins every game he plays, regardless of the game. It is said that he has extraordinary luck." As Tsunade's eyebrow arched and Naruto shrugged, the man remarked, "They say he is the antithesis of the legendary sucker." Well, strange. The slot machine spun before they all landed on 7 and spat out a ton of coins as Tsunade and casino owners' eyes bulged out of their heads. "But I don't think it's me," Naruto said as he leaned back on one of the machines. He then unintentionally pulled down the lever and somehow started the game. Naruto remarked, "Huh, that's odd," while the owner trembled in alarm. "Oh, Kami, it's him, the fabled golden fox of fortune. Everyone, run," he yelled as he turned to face the streets. "It's the fabled golden fox of fortune." The other gambling parlors panicked and fled like headless chickens, closing their doors and yanking their roller down forcefully as he screamed into the streets, stopping everyone in their tracks. Please take these winnings and go now." As he shoved a suitcase into Naruto's arms and closed the door in their faces, he yelled, and soon the whole gambling street was deserted, leaving the four staring in confusion. What was the purpose of that? As he opened the briefcase to reveal his recent slot machine winnings, Naruto questioned, "Huh, why does that keep happening?" He inquired as Tsunade's eyes widened as she gazed at the substantial sum of money before collapsing to her knees and repeatedly hitting her fist against the floor. "Fuck it, it's unfair. I should have been the one. Not him. What gives him all the luck? When it came to gambling, at least, she was cursed with bad luck, while someone else was born with an insane amount of good luck," she sobbed, turning back to the other stunned people. Naruto was perplexed. "Have I done anything?" he inquired as Jiraiya and Shizune gazed at the boy before collapsing to the floor. "This child lacks natural abilities." They all pondered this while Naruto was bewildered and wealthy, unaware that his reputation for winning at gambling was gaining ground every day, whether he liked it or not. The Senju and Uchiha clans established the village of Konohagakure a long time ago. Among all the elemental nations, it is regarded as the strongest. Because of their fame and skill, other countries were eager to hire the shinobi from this land for risky missions. They were led by the Hokage, the Fire's Shadow, who guarded the village against all threats, both foreign and domestic. As the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi ruled his people for a while, exercising as much patience and wisdom as possible. He occasionally felt regret for his decisions, but he had long since learned to accept them rather than obsess over them. However, he was unable to carry on as the third Hokage following his conflict with Orochimaru. This is where Tsunade Senju entered the picture. She was the first Hokage's granddaughter, a famous medical expert, and once his pupil. She had the strength and experience to support her claim that she was the only person qualified to be the Hokage. She was qualified to take charge of the village while he was away. "Come on, please." However, as he gazed at the incoming forms that were making their way up the stairs to the Hokage Manor's roof, Sarutobi began to rethink this. To see his lost student in a much brighter setting than the Hokage's office for this reunion, he had been told of their arrival and told them to meet him on the rooftop. But Tsunade appeared to be pleading with a displeased Naruto Uzumaki about something. "Just go on one little trip to the casinos with me. I can make it worth your while. And I told you I don't care. If you want to gamble, go do it yourself. I don't like it. But I don't have your luck. You're so lucky that you bankrupted an entire casino. Just transform into me, win a few games and I'd be able to pay off all my debts in an hour. You wouldn't have debts if you stopped gambling. Have you thought about that? I am your Hokage. I can order you to gamble for me. That is highly irresponsible and a blatant misuse of your power. I won't take orders from a compulsive gambler. Give me your luck. I don't want it." Ahem. Sarutobi raised his voice to get their attention, coughing loudly. Suan managed to gather herself as she approached the elderly man, who was now confined to a wheelchair. "As entertaining as this had been, I must say welcome back to the village. I'm glad to see you accomplished your mission, she said. His voice was kind and inviting as he said, "Hello Tsunade," and she gave him a gentle smile. She began, "Hey Sarutobi-sensei," as they looked at one another. Sarutobi laughed at that. "You look like crap. Should have retired long ago," he said. She grinned and gave him a hug. "Yes, I probably should have," he said, "but the village needed me, and I will never turn my back on her. Besides, at least I get to see one of my favorite students again. I'm glad you're back." As he gazed out over the village, Sarutobi nodded and sighed. It wasn't exactly easy. "We had a little trouble with Orochimaru, but we handled it. He is bent on destroying Konoha, isn't he?" He bemoaned as she gave him a shoulder pat. "I still wonder if I could have pulled him back from the darkness before it was too late. But I suppose that chance has long slipped by." The man shook his head and she said, "It's not your fault, things just happen. But I'm glad to see you're still alive and kicking. Do you want me to check over your legs?" "It's all right, this is something not even your medical ninjutsu can heal. It's the price I had to pay for keeping Konoha safe, and I don't regret a moment of it," he said as she nodded. One of the advisors, Homura, said, "Tsunade Senju," and he and Kaharu bowed slightly to Tsunade. "We are pleased to know you have decided to return to active duty. You've been absent for quite some time. And I see you two are still kicking around." "Yes, I am back. It wasn't exactly my choice. But I lost a bet and now I have to fulfill my role as the Godime Hokage," Tsunade said while glaring at Kaharu. As Tsunade shook her head, she questioned, "Your gambling habit is not going to become an issue for the Leaf, is it?" "Don't worry, I have a few items from the clan I can sell to pay off my debt. Nothing that won't compromise the secrets of the village. And debt collectors will think twice about demanding anything from the village," she assured them with a nod. She put her hands in a pleading position and smiled warmly at him, saying, "Although it would help if the brat there would do a small favor for me and win a few rounds for me. I told you I'm not gambling for you. It's a boring game. You are wasting your gift. It's a stupid gift." The two argued once more while Homura, Kaharu, and Sarutobi shook their heads and sighed. "In any case, we should formally announce the retirement of Sarutobi, and begin the coronation of the 5th Hokage. Gather the local lords and begin the inauguration proceedings. Genma, Aoba, go out and inform the public," Kaharu said with a nod. Kaharu was about to chastise the boy when Tsunade nodded, and Naruto interrupted, saying, "Hold up. Before anything, Tsunade needs to heal some people. For example." As Jiraiya rolled his eyes, she said, "Fair enough, that is part of the reason why you dragged me back here after all. Now who are the patients?" Jiraiya explained, "We told you about them on the way back. Kakashi Hatake, Sasuke Uchiha, and Rock Lee. They require the most attention," as they began to head to the hospital. Following their departure, the remaining members of Team Tobirama started talking among themselves. With Kaharu nodding, Homaru remarked, "Finally, we have a new Hokage. Hopefully, this will make the other countries think twice about messing with us. Having not one but two of the Sannin in the village should be enough to dissuade the neighboring villages." Tsunade was feared and respected for her strength and medical prowess. Not wanting to turn down their old friend's final request as Hokage, the two advisors raised an eyebrow before nodding. "In any case, it's time I officially retired. But before then, there is one last matter I wish to attend to. The Chunin promotions. I would like to weigh my opinions before we make the final decisions," Sarutobi said. He was heading down the stairs with Naruto, Tsunade, Shizune, and Jiraiya when he unexpectedly saw Shikamaru and his father, Shikaku Nara. "Hey, Naruto, when did you get back?" Shikamaru simply shrugged when he said, "Hey, Shikamaru. I just got back in today. And what are you doing here?" "No clue. My dad told me to come along. I think he's trying to make me more active with shinobi politics or whatever. It's such a drag," he grumbled as Naruto laughed. "What don't you find a drag?" He glared at Naruto, who smiled. "Not much. A major drag I have is when someone shoves me off a railing into a fight I wanted to quit," he said. "Yeah, but it worked out, didn't it?" he complained. "I hate you so much," while Naruto chuckled. However, he raised an eyebrow when he witnessed his father bowing to Jiraiya and Tsunade. Shikaku bowed to the 5th Hokage and said, "It's good to see you again, Lady Tsunade, Jiraiya-sama. I recognize you. You're that kid from the Nara clan, right? I remember dealing with your father ages back. The resemblance is uncanny. How are the deer doing?" Their antlers are useful ingredients for medicine, Suan said with a nod. Yes, they're doing well. We didn't lose much during the invasion, and we've been supplying the hospital with as much as we could spare, he told her with a nod. Shikamaru questioned, Hey Naruto, who's the lady and why is my old man bowing to her? Since he had never witnessed him treat anyone other than the Hokage and his advisors with such deference. He told him, that's the new Hokage Suan, as he winced. He whispered into Shikamaru's ear, I know, she doesn't look it but she's 50 years old, as Shikamaru gasped in shock. Tsunade exclaimed, Oi come on, you wanted me to heal your friends. As Naruto hurried by with a nod. Naruto yelled, we'll catch up later, Shikamaru. While the Nara boy gazed. Shikamaru said, she's the new Hokage. Doesn't look all that special, while his father smiled. Looks can be deceiving. That is Tsunade Senju, one of the strongest and most beautiful shinobi the village has ever produced. She's granddaughter to the first Hokage and was a member of the Sannin under the old man, he told his son as he raised his forehead. Shikamaru grumbled, what a drag, I just wanted to lay back and watch clouds, now there's a woman in charge of the village. Women are such a hassle, while his father laughed. Shikamaru raised a brow as he lectured, son, you'll learn that men are no good without women. Even the toughest is tender to the one they love, you'll understand that someday. Well, let's get going, we need to get these jobs done before your mother chews us out if we're late. He's been whipped. Konoha Hospital. The room of Sasuke. Concerned for Sasuke, Sakura gazed at his unconscious body. He had been in a coma for weeks and had yet to awaken. Kakashi was still as unconscious as Sasuke, and not even he had woken up. Even though she knew there was nothing she could do, sitting next to him made her feel so worthless. Since Naruto left on his secret mission, she had yet to hear from him. She felt nervous about it all and wished she could help them, but what could she do? How could she? Sasuke, she said, gazing at his face with concern. Coming in, she heard abruptly as she turned to see a rather attractive and svelte woman instead of the usual doctor or nurse. Sakura was perplexed, so she inquired, so this is the patient. Who is she? Before her gaze met Naruto's as he entered the room and grinned broadly upon seeing her, she thought, she's so beautiful. Naruto, when did you get back? Hey Sakura-chan, yeah sorry for not coming by sooner, but guess what? Sasuke is going to be just fine now. This is Tsunade, she's the world's best medical ninjutsu specialist. She'll heal Sasuke up in no time, he said while Sakura was blinking. She turned to face Tsunade and asked, medical ninjutsu? Yes. Is this the medical expert that Guy-sensei mentioned they were bringing back? As Tsunade looked around the room and took in the fresh flowers in the vase, she asked herself, letting her know that she came here frequently. She smiled and gave Sasuke-kun a pat on the head before asking, can you really help Sasuke-kun? As he glowed with green chakra, she reassured her, don't worry, leave it to me, and put her hand on his forehead. Sakura gazed for a moment before her eyes grew wide as Sasuke's eyes opened and he started to slowly sit up. As she clung to the Uchiha, who still seemed stunned and perplexed, tears began to fall down her cheeks. She exclaimed, Sasuke-kun, and gave the boy a life-saving embrace, overflowing with joy and relief that her long-awaited crush was back to life. Naruto gazed at the scene in front of him, observing Sakura's intense tears for Sasuke. He was aware that throughout the academy, Sakura had frequently declared her love for Sasuke. That was what almost every girl in their grade was saying. However, it was obvious that she genuinely cared about him. It was odd, though, because he had expected to feel depressed upon seeing this. Oddly, he didn't know that his crush was in love with someone else. He was glad for them. He glanced at the two and grinned gently. Naruto turned to leave the room, saying, it's about time you woke up, Sasuke. You were making Sakura worried sick about you. Glad to see you're okay now, come on let's go. We still got Kakashi-sensei to see. Tsunade grinned somewhat knowingly as she gazed at the scene. It was similar to seeing Jiraiya have a soft spot for her from their early years and vaguely recalling how offended he had been when she began seeing Dan. Just as they were leaving the room, Sakura burst through the door. Sakura yelled, wait, Naruto. As he paused and furrowed his brow. And he blinked at her. I know I don't say this often but, thank you, she said. I can't begin to tell you how much this means to me. I know I call you annoying and an idiot, and I apologize for not appreciating you more as a member of Team 7. It's clear you're not the same as you were during the academy, and I just wanted to let you know that I do care about you as well. Even if I don't seem to, she said and then sighed. It's fine, you guys are my friends and there's nothing I won't do for my friends. And thanks, I appreciate you too. We're Team 7 after all, we gotta stick together. Now take care of Sasuke, can't have my rival hurting himself again, he said as he headed out the door. When she waved back, he said, catch you later, Sakura-chan. Tsunade arched an eyebrow and then trailed behind him. Tsunade smirked and said, she seems nice, you want her to be your girlfriend. While Naruto shook his head. He shook his head and thought of the hug she gave Sasuke. Nah, she's my teammate and a friend, I mean, I like her but, he said. She likes Sasuke more than me, and strangely I'm okay with that, he said as he shrugged at this. Don't know why though, as she arched a brow at him, he said. However, on their way to Kakashi's room, his gaze briefly caught a familiar dark blue hair color as it was leaving a hospital room. As that, it is. Hinata. Hello, he yelled abruptly, causing Hinata to yelp a little before turning around and beaming. Kun Naruto, when did you return? You're here. As Naruto rushed toward her, she uttered those words. Jiraiya grinned as Tsunade and Shizune gazed at the two. That was only today, but why are you in the hospital? Are you okay with your injuries? I assumed that by now you would be cleared. He looked her over and asked, his voice tinged with concern. Oh no, I'm all right. I was cleared for active duty by my doctors a few weeks ago. I'm here because, well, Kiba fell into some poison ivy after slamming into a tree while attempting to convince Sensei that he would become a Chunin before you. As Naruto stared and then started laughing, she said, it's not funny, Naruto-kun. He's being treated for rashes in a rather uncomfortable place. She defended with a gentle scowl. Yes, it is. Haha, how I wish I could have seen that. He remarked as Hinata maintained a gentle scowl before her lips quirked and she burst out laughing. She remembered Kiba dragging his butt across the floor. Oh okay, it was a little funny, anyway, how did your mission go? Naruto nodded as she asked. It wasn't too horrible, we needed to locate the new Hokage, who is also an expert in medical ninjutsu. He gestured to Tsunade, who gave a small wave, and said, that's her over there, her name is Tsunade. She just helped heal Sasuke, and now we're off to see Kakashi-sensei. The new Hokage, that's incredible, hold on, did you mention Tsunade? Like in the Sannin Tsunade. I once heard about her from Kurenai-sensei. She is regarded as one of the most powerful kunoichi in history. As Naruto turned to face Tsunade and nodded, she said, it's a pleasure to meet you, Lady Tsunade, or, perhaps more accurately, Lady Hokage. She bowed as Suan waved her hand, saying, my sensei has told me a lot about you. I'm not a huge deal, so it's okay. A Hyuga, in order to let some Hyuga clan members join the medical corps, I once divided the group. Medical ninjutsu and surgery would greatly benefit from the Byakugan. Of course, I was rejected by the main branch family elders. Hinata nodded as she remarked, I think they were bunch prudes, saying such arts were beneath them. Yes, I do recall hearing that from my father. She apologized for my clan elders, saying, they're very traditional. Tsunade shrugged. With a hint of sparkle in Hinata's eyes, she said, I can teach you some medical ninjutsu, if you want to. That would be a tremendous honor, really. Hinata remarked, I'll have to ask my father and sensei first, while Naruto smiled. Yes, she is incredible. My wounds were completely healed by this salve she made for me. As a medical ninja, she would be fantastic. As Hinata grinned and flushed red, he said, but I have to warn you, Hinata. Be ready to be dragged to casinos whenever she gets the chance if you train with her. In addition, she swears like a drunken sailor and drinks sake like one. Hinata gave him a gentle glare as he said, and don't let the looks fool you, she's older than she looks, she's really an old lady. That's not how you treat the Hokage, Naruto-kun. As Naruto raised his hands in surrender, she reprimanded him. I apologize. Geez, you would think that after your last reprimand, I would have learned my lesson. I am merely alerting you. I don't want you to adopt her bad habits after dealing with her for the past few days. Hinata emphasized, Naruto-kun, as Naruto apologized and carried on talking without acknowledging the aura surrounding them. The two were unconsciously releasing a very lovey-dovey kind of energy from them, and Tsunade watched them as she turned to Jiraiya and gave her a thumbs up. Jiraiya nodded and made covert hand gestures that told her the entire story. The girl is really crushing on him. Is he aware of it? It's practically written on her face. Nope, he doesn't even realize it. After all, he does inherit his mother's traits. It makes sense, huh? Tsunade watched the pair and for a moment saw herself and Dan in that position long ago as she smiled softly. It was obvious to her even in the brief time she had met Hinata that she had a huge crush on the boy, and the previous interaction with Naruto and Sakura had made her a little concerned that Naruto would follow the same path Jiraiya had taken when she rejected his feelings long ago, a life of perversion and one-night stands, never really filling the hole in his heart. However, she found hope in the way he smiled more sincerely with her and the way they seemed to make each other happy. Hinata blushed deeply, and Naruto blushed too, but glared at Tsunade a little. Okay, as adorable as this is, she interrupted, or do you not want your sensei to wake up? We need to see the other patients. Then let's get going, she said, and Naruto shook his head. It was a pleasure to meet you, Hinata. She said, come on, brat, and Naruto followed after prodding her with his tongue. Hey Hinata, how about we have some ramen later? She blushed but nodded quickly as he offered her his treat. Absolutely, she replied, and Naruto grinned before turning to return to the group of people who were grinning broadly at him. What? Nothing, they said in unison, and Naruto raised an eyebrow but dismissed it. Adults were strange. The Shinobi Council room 2 days later. 2 days following the 5th Hokage's coronation, the Shinobi Council, the Anbu leaders, the clan leaders, Ibiki and Anko, the 3 elders of Homura, Kaharu, and Danzo, the former 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the acting 5th Hokage Tsunade convened to discuss the promotion procedure. I believe that everyone agrees that Shikamaru Nara satisfies the requirements to be promoted to Chunin. He demonstrated a sharp mind and understands the importance of determining when a fight can be won or lost, Homura proposed. However, unless forced to do so, he has a tendency to lazily do nothing. Ibiki argued that he needed to improve on something after observing his demeanor during the tests. If he does get promoted, he will need to start showing more effort, Anko, who was one of the examiners, added. As she reviewed Shikamaru's exam results, Tsunade said, agreed, adding that he is unquestionably a genius who will make a fine Chunin. We will also require as many intelligent fighters as strong ones, considering our current manpower situation. He might be compelled to alter his mindset if we assign him responsibility. As everyone nodded, she said, I second his promotion. Well, assuming everyone agrees. As she and the others prepared to stand, Kaharu began, this meeting is now adjourned. Hold it, Sarutobi said, I think we're overlooking another participant who is now eligible for a promotion. Naruto Uzumaki, he proposed, sparking arguments among the council members right away. Definitely not, that boy is not prepared for such a level of accountability. As her fellow advisor nodded, Kaharu argued. As Kaharu nodded, Homaru countered, his prior results demonstrate he lacks the skills to conduct proper surveillance to be effective on missions. And yet we're willing to give a promotion to someone who was already preparing to quit. The 2 advisors scowled as Sarutobi argued. Shikaku looked around the room and said, look, I don't want to be harsh on my son, but Shikamaru lacks motivation for being a shinobi. Despite having a sharp mind, he avoids conflict. Heck, I'm not making that up. His first words were, what a drag. My point is that sometimes giving up is not an option in a real battle. There are times when you need someone who will stick with something until the very end, even if it means losing their life. My son's entire body lacks the drive that Naruto Uzumaki's pinky toe possesses. It is unfair to promote someone who lacks motivation over someone who is full of it, even though my son's attitude might change in the future. It's not to say that Naruto Uzumaki doesn't have the motivation to be a Chunin, but rather his level of maturity, Homaru contended, adding that during his youth, he consistently caused trouble for the Shinobi Corps and the residents of the Leaf, playing many practical jokes and displaying a direct lack of regard for his superiors or fellow shinobi. The Hokage monument was even painted by him. Well, is the child to blame? He acted out like any other child, which is understandable given that he had no one to raise him. Anko, who was familiar with Naruto's early years, countered, plus he's got spirit, I think that's a major requirement for a Chunin. Kiba's mother, Sume Inuzuka of the Inuzuka clan, nodded while crossing her arms. To be honest, it is quite an accomplishment that he painted the Hokage monument during the day. It was painted before any of the shinobi in the village noticed. I didn't even notice, really. In addition, I've heard that he's gotten better since the second half of the exams. Sum said, smiling slightly, that's what my son has said, at least, and he's not one to give praise lightly. Additionally, there are numerous reports of his dedication to ensuring the safety of civilians throughout the invasion. Inochi Yamanaka noted, using his clones to help protect those at the stadium caught in the genjutsu trap, while Chuza, the leader of the Akamaki clan, nodded in agreement. There is no doubt that he is dedicated to the village. Since he and Anko were aware of Naruto's exploits, Ibiki said, it would be a waste not to promote him. In any case, he is still not qualified for a promotion. The Shinobi Corps would suffer greatly if he were elevated to the rank of Chunin. Kaharu contended that his disrespect for authority is risky and that sound strategy is essential to the accomplishment of any mission, both domestically and internationally. I disagree, said Anbu Captain Zo, because my men had to watch Lord Third get trapped behind the 4-violet flame barrier during the invasion. A jutsu that is difficult to break. There was nothing we could do to help Lord Third in his conflict with Orochimaru. We weren't able to help until Uzumaki Naruto identified a mistake in the jutsu's placement, which neither my men nor I had thought of. As the other Anbu nodded, he said, there is a high chance that Lord Third would not have survived that day if it weren't for his unconventional thinking. That isn't important. As Tsunade shook her head, Homura countered, Sarutobi feels that he owes the boy a debt of gratitude, so just because he saved the Hokage doesn't mean he should be promoted. Everyone fell silent as Tsunade interrupted, tying her fingers together. Let's get right to the real reason you don't want him to be promoted, she said. You're worried about what would happen if Naruto was sent on a higher risk mission and was captured by enemy shinobi, or worse, what could happen if pushed too far. You don't want the possibility of losing control of the Nine Tails. Kaharu countered, that is not what this is about. Isn't it? Let's be honest. Ever since the 4th Hokage encased that beast in Naruto, the Nine Tails have been a significant source of satisfaction. During his early years, he was never adopted because of this. Shikaku countered, your points would have been valid prior to the exams, but his recent accomplishments and new signs of maturity have rendered them invalid. That's why the majority of adults in the village give him hard glares and treat him like a walking pariah. You will only not promote him at this time because you believe that by keeping him in the village, he will be inaccessible to those who would seek the Nine Tails' power. In the village, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki is safer. Homaru said, we can keep him under control, and out of enemy hands, while Shikaku gave a mocking laugh. That is untrue. It was only recently that 2 enemy shinobi broke through our defenses and were searching for Naruto in the center of Konoha. We were recuperating from the invasion, of course. However, they resisted, defeated our best fighters, and escaped the Anbu squads that were sent to pursue them. The ease with which they entered indicates that the village itself is not secure. No matter where he is or whether he is at the rank of Genin or Chunin, Naruto Uzumaki will be targeted. The boy must be ready, said Shikaku. And you think he will be protected just because you give him the rank of Chunin? Kaharu made a rhetorical statement. No, but that doesn't mean we should deny him the opportunity to advance in his career. He is still a member of the Leaf Village's Shinobi Corps, even though he is a Jinchuriki. Tsunade said, I think he's ready to be promoted, recalling briefly Naruto's near-death experience but shrugging it off. He proved himself during the exams, the invasion, and my retrieval when he faced the sound spy Kabuto and won. This is ridiculous. Promoting the Nine Tails Jinchuriki is too risky. Imagine how the other shinobi would respond if we gave him a promotion. They would rebel and raise their hands in disapproval. A small clan member quarreled. Naruto Uzumaki and the Nine Tails are two different things. The notion that they are identical must be abandoned. In addition to being untrue, it is not what the 4th Hokage desired. Looking around the room, Sarutobi defended himself, saying, besides, everyone saw him take on the one-tailed Tanuki from Sunagaku. If it weren't for him, the Nine Tails would have destroyed this village long ago. He demonstrated his willingness to defend Konoha despite having spent his entire life alone and shunned. It demonstrates his willingness to defend his home even in the face of hatred. Additionally, I recently discovered that he exhibits a level of maturity I didn't believe was possible of him when faced with certain realities. This demonstrates that he will step up and demonstrate his worth to the Leaf if we grant him the rank of Chunin. He looked around the room as the Aburame clans, Nara, Hyuga, Yamanaka, Akamichi, and Inuzuka nodded in agreement, while the elders and a few lesser clans were more wary. So I think we should give him the chance, he said. As everyone turned to face Danzo, he abruptly said, I agree with Sarutobi. I think we should allow Naruto Uzumaki to be promoted to the rank of Chunin. Danzo, what's this supposed to mean? As she and Homura were shocked by the man, Koharu screamed. We can no longer ignore the boy's maturity and abundance of new potential. Didn't he just discover the truth about his ancestry? Some of the lower clan leaders were perplexed, with the exception of those who had served with Minato or the advisors who were aware of his true ancestry. I have for years stated that Naruto Uzumaki should be given additional training to harness the potential that dwells within him, he asked, as Sarutobi and Suon narrowed their eyes. However, since he was to be treated like a child, I was turned down. Shikaku said, better than being turned into one of your rude lackeys, but Danzo chose to ignore him. My point is that it's stupid to let small grievances keep him from realizing his full potential. I'm more than happy to provide him with the necessary training now, but I fear I'll encounter resistance. As I figured as much, but anyway, I second the notion to promote Uzumaki Naruto to the rank of Chunin, he said, while Tsunade and Sarutobi scowled. All of your points are well founded, but he still acts recklessly and needs to do a lot better. As Homura nodded, Koharu said, we cannot approve of this promotion unless we have some sort of guarantee that he will not compromise active missions once given the rank. Commander Zo turned to the Anbu captain and said, if I may make a suggestion, we all agree that Naruto Uzumaki has changed, showing great improvement, and was crucial in the sound invasion. He still needs to work on his ability to conduct strategy, even though it has improved. Shikamaru Nara lacks the drive and physical stamina to succeed on missions, despite having excellent strategic skills. As the advisors furrowed their brows, he proposed, I think we should promote both of them and send them on missions together. Why would we always pair these together when they would perform better on separate missions? We already lack enough manpower. As Zo shook his head, Homaru countered, not that we're considering Uzumaki as a Chunin just yet. Uzumaki Naruto will learn more tactical skills from Shikamaru, and Shikamaru could be inspired by his motivation and maybe improve his physical strength, Zo said as they discussed this. It would make sense, but how can we be sure that this will work? Zo nodded as Koharu asked. Not one. For this reason, I also recommend that Naruto Uzumaki continue his Anbu training. He is still not prepared to become an official member of Anbu. However, he might be more likely to obey orders and show greater respect for his superiors after completing the Anbu training regiment. As the two looked at one another and then nodded, he proposed, I think he is the type to learn from practical experience rather than theoretical. There is merit to your suggestions. Homura said, very well, we approve of those conditions, and Koharu nodded. Koharu stated, seconded, and Tsunade nodded. Great, Naruto Uzumaki will get a promotion to Chunin. Together, Naruto Uzumaki and Shikamaru Nara will be given missions so they can learn from one another. In order to strengthen his disciplinary abilities, he will also go through Anbu training. They all bowed as they were dismissed, but Sarutobi wheeled his way to Danzo and stopped the man from leaving. If there is nothing else to discuss, then this meeting is hereby adjourned, Tsunade said. Danzo, what game are you playing? As the man in the bandage stared, he asked. No game, I just want to see Naruto Uzumaki's potential reach its full potential. By letting him live as a human, you sufficiently stagnated him. As Sarutobi scowled, he said, when we both know he would be more valuable as a weapon. You are aware that the Nine Tails have not been in the village for that reason. His wife was never made into a weapon by Hashirama-sensei. It is our duty to prevent the Nine Tails from causing chaos all around the world. Any interference with that power could have disastrous consequences. Furthermore, you and I are both aware that you are not genuinely interested in Naruto's potential. All you want is the tools to manage the Nine Tails. Sarutobi, I take precautions to guarantee Konoha's strength, safety, and ongoing existence. I think Tobirama-sensei would have concurred. Additionally, Tobirama-sensei respected his brother's request that Mito-san not be used as a weapon. As Danzo sighed, Sarutobi scowled and said, do not change his words and principles to fit your own. Saru, we couldn't possibly agree, could we? It makes no difference. We can agree that the boy, at the very least, continues to contribute to the village's ongoing security. At least he can now receive the appropriate direction he requires. Even though I let Naruto down when he was younger, I won't let him down now. You won't turn him into a soulless weapon as long as I'm still breathing. As Danzo sighed and turned to face the Konoha symbol, Sarutobi threatened, now shut down root, or else. Saru, do you recall our early years? The times we dreamed of becoming shinobi while sprinting through the woods. We are no longer children, and times have changed. Notwithstanding our differences, we both wish to preserve Konoha, the great tree. As he passed the man in a wheelchair, Danzo patted his old friend on the shoulder and said, "I will protect Konoha using everything at my disposal, and my time to be Hokage will come. You chose to protect it as the leaves that flourish above in the sun. I chose to protect it like the roots in the darkest depths of the earth," he said. Sarutobi got the final word in as Danzo hesitated at the door before waking up, leaving the elderly man wondering what Danzo would do after he was gone. "Not unless Naruto beats you to it," he said. Ramen Ichiraku. Naruto Uzumaki and Hinata Hyuga are seen eating at Ichiraku Ramen after a tiring day. The genin teams had to assist with the preparations for the coronation of the 5th Hokage, which had been a significant event for the village. Following the coronation, Hidden Leaf's life resumed its usual routine. However, Naruto and Hinata started spending more time together during that period, frequently getting together at Ichiraku Ramen, exchanging tales and discussing the day. Naruto concluded his regaling of Hinata by narrating how he, Sasuke, and Sakura attempted to discover what was beneath Kakashi's mask prior to the Chunin Exams. And then after all that, Kakashi-sensei pulls down his mask, only to reveal another mask. It was so lame. We wasted the whole day just so he could pull a dumb joke. Hinata chuckled and said, "Oh dear, that must have been annoying. Tell me about it." He even flipped a table full of really delicious looking food to keep his mask on. Looking back, I think Kakashi-sensei enjoyed messing with us. Course I still don't know who those other ninjas were. They kind of seemed lame, and I don't think they were real shinobi though. They were pretty weird, he said with a grin. As Naruto sighed, she reassured him, "Well, I'm sure one day you'll find out what he looks like." As she nodded, he said, "Yeah, you're probably right. How's Kiba? Is his butt still sore from the poison ivy?" "A little," he complained the whole time, and his mother kept laughing at him. "But the salve I gave should be effective," she said with a nod. "I still got that salve you made, it's really good. Have you thought about training under Tsunade?" She acknowledged, "I've thought about it. But I'm scared to ask my father," as Naruto furrowed his brow. "Even though he entrusted my education to Kurenai-sensei, I'm scared that he'll see me learning medical ninjutsu as a waste of time. The elders are adamant that the Hyuga do not need to participate in other divisions of the shinobi arts. We made ourselves famous for our taijutsu arts, sensory skills, and our prowess with the Byakugan. They find the medical field beneath them," she said while Naruto was grumbling. As Hinata shook her head, he said, "No offense, but your elders sound like a bunch of dumbasses." She argued, but still thought their logic was flawed. "I know they seem strict, but they are just trying to protect the secrets of the Hyuga clan. Our Byakugan is what made us valuable to the Leaf. It's a source of pride for the clan." "Yeah, but if what Tsunade said is true, then having someone that can see through solid objects would be really useful. You guys would be amazing medics and save countless lives. It's stupid to focus on one aspect of being a shinobi. I've recently learned the benefits of branching out, why can't they?" he asked with a sigh. She spat out, "Complicated clan politics, stubbornness or pride. Take your pick," while she was eating noodles. "Despite the way they are, I still want to protect the Hyuga clan and prove to them I can be a worthy heiress to the clan and a shinobi of the Hidden Leaf. But with father disinheriting me as heiress, that role will go to my sister." She turned to face him. "Well, I reckon you can," he said. As she blushed and smiled, he said, "You think I can become Hokage, so I think you can prove them wrong. One day everyone will see they were wrong about us, and we can hold our heads high knowing we were right." She said, "Thank you Naruto-kun, that means a lot," and Naruto accepted her nod. As Naruto shook his head, she inquired, "So, how's Sasuke? Is he able to return to active duty?" Naruto stumbled a little when he said, "Not yet, apparently they want to keep him under observation for a while longer. To make sure he hasn't suffered any long-term psycho cycle." She asked, "Psychological damage?" While Naruto nodded. "Yeah, that, so they're keeping an eye on him just in case. Kakashi-sensei was released yesterday, but he's not fully back to 100% yet. Until then, Sakura and I are stuck doing small missions around the village. Other than that it's just training and working on seals," he said before returning to his noodles. "Seals," he told her with a bright, enthusiastic smile. "Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you. I'm starting to learn Fuinjutsu. It's complicated and hard to understand, but I think I could be really interested in it. As Naruto paused and glanced down at his armor piece and the symbol of his ancestors, she asked, "What made you want to start learning Fuinjutsu?" He said, "Let's just say it's something I want to aspire to," and Hinata nodded in confusion. She sensed that Naruto would provide an explanation when he was ready, regardless of the reason. He took a slurp of his noodles and exclaimed, "Now, let's get back to the meals. I am starving." He paused when he noticed Iruka standing behind him and said, "Naruto." He shook his head and said, "Oh, hey Iruka-sensei, what's up? Want some ramen?" He was told by Iruka, "Maybe later. You're ordered to report to the ninja administration building immediately," as Naruto arched a wrinkle. "Do I have another mission?" Naruto shook his head when Iruka said, "I can't say. You've merely been ordered to report to the administration building. You haven't done anything mischievous lately, have you?" Naruto saw Hinata's glare and corrected himself, finishing his ramen in a single gulp. "Nope, I've been on my best behavior." "Well, better get going before the Hokage starts getting annoyed," he advised himself. She nodded, and he said, "Sorry about this Hinata, rain check." She said, "Of course," and he nodded. After saying, "Thanks, you're the best. See ya, Iruka-sensei." He stood up and began to walk in the direction of the administration building. After giving his former pupil a knowing smirk, Iruka turned to face Hinata, who blushed and resumed eating. Teenagers, he thought as he walked out to complete his class's grades. As he traveled to the administration building, where shinobi leaders and the Hokage gave the shinobi squad's missions, Naruto questioned, "I wonder what kind of mission I've got." Given that they were still down Kakashi-sensei and Sasuke, he questioned whether he and Sakura would be given a legitimate mission. Therefore, it was most likely going to be a mission with a low D ranking. He muttered under his breath, "Unless this is another attempt to get me to gamble again, Before his eyebrows shot up at the sight of a well-known pineapple-shaped hairstyle. "Shikamaru, what are you doing here?" He groaned in frustration as Naruto arched a brow. "Something annoying, no doubt. I was enjoying a nice relaxing nap in the sun when my dad told me I had to report to the administration building." "What a drag," he said. "Dude, you've got to get a better hobby." Shikamaru said, "Whatever it is, we might as well just get it over with," and Naruto nodded before they went into the room. The Anbu commander Zo, Genma, Ibiki, Enko, the 3rd and 5th Hokages, and others were in front of them. Naruto Uzumaki and Shikamaru Nara, reporting for duty. Naruto nodded, and Shikamaru yawned. Tsunade said, "Greetings you two, let's get down to business. It's regarding the results of the Chunin Exams," as Naruto and Shikamaru exchanged a look. Now, given all that had happened during the invasion and with the exams suspended, initially it was suggested that no one would be promoted this time around. However, both of you performed admirably both during the exams and during the invasion. Your exploits did not go unnoticed, Sarutobi said in a note to Tsunade. It has been agreed upon that you two would be recommended to be promoted to Chunin. The examiners, myself and those of your fellow shinobi have taken into account your skills, strategy, accomplishments and commitment to the Hidden Leaf, Tsunade said while staring at the two of them as Naruto and Shikamaru's eyes widened. Tsunade formally announced, "Thus we have decided that as of this moment, Shikamaru Nara and Naruto Uzumaki will immediately be promoted to the rank of Chunin." Sarutobi said, "Congratulations both of you," as the pair received applause from some of the examiners and Anbu members. "Ah, man, I got promoted. Seriously, what a drag." Shikamaru slapped his forehead in complaint. When Shikamaru saw that Naruto was not bouncing off the walls as he had thought, he paused and said, "This means I have to do a whole lot more work. No wonder the old man was smirking at me when I left. This is a real pain in the ass, He was oddly silent. He said, "Hey, you okay Naruto?" As Naruto cast a sidelong glance. "You know you just got promoted, right? Shouldn't you be, I don't know, jumping for joy and declaring you're one step closer to becoming Hokage?" Everyone in the room raised an eyebrow at Naruto when he said, "It doesn't feel right." "What do you mean?" Shikamaru was perplexed as he said, "It doesn't feel right. I feel like I don't deserve this promotion." Sarutobi narrowed his eyes and looked at Tsunade. "What are you talking about, man? You won against Neji, you fought against Gaara and saved the 3rd Hokage's life. If anything, you were a slam dunk for a promotion. Heck, I thought you'd be smugly saying you beat Sasuke at getting promoted before him." He asked with a sigh. He told him, but I feel like I don't deserve it, and Shikamaru furrowed his brow. I've been going over everything I did before the exams and I keep thinking, I'm not ready. During the Wave mission, I was arrogant and stubborn and nearly got my teammate killed. During the first part of the exams I didn't write anything on the test paper and lucked my way through it. Ibiki laughed as he remembered that moment. And during the Forest of Death, I got knocked out while I left Sakura to survive on her own. I could have died then and there and I acted like a stupid kid. It was only during the month of training did I felt like I was getting better, but now that I've been told I've been promoted, it doesn't feel right, it feels like I don't deserve it, he said as he raised his head and looked at him. Sarutobi looked up at the elderly man and said, Naruto. In response, Naruto hung his head. We had considered all of this before suggesting your name for promotion. And arguably some believed you were not ready to be promoted, Sarutobi said. He remarked, but the truth is, no one ever truly is, as Naruto raised his head. Do you believe I was ready to become Hokage of the Hidden Leaf? No, I was no more than a jonin when Lord Tobirama entrusted the title to me. But the thing about being promoted is that it's not an entitlement, but rather a challenge to overcome, he said while staring at Naruto. Tsunade continued, glancing at her, being promoted to Chunin comes with not only a raise in rank but a demand to take the responsibilities that come with it. You will be in charge of not only the mission but the lives of your comrades and the safety of the Leaf. There have been those before you who took their promotion with pride and arrogance, only to come to the daunting realization all too late, costing the success of the mission and the lives of their comrades. You however have seen that you still have room to improve. You've seen your mistakes and realized how you could have done things differently. This is a good sign that you are now cautious of your actions, aware of the consequences that can come from them, and are determined not to repeat them. We would not have chosen you lightly if not for this act. So do not be weighed down by doubt, fight through it and prove yourself worthy, Tsunade explained to Naruto. You have grown remarkably in a short amount of time, Naruto. You are no longer the same child that ran around the village, painting monuments, pulling pranks and proclaiming you'll become Hokage out of a need for attention. You have seen the grand scale of the village and like those before you, have committed yourself to the protection of the Hidden Leaf. And with this promotion, you are one step closer to ensuring its continued existence, Sarutobi said. Naruto nodded in agreement. He concluded by saying, I see, thank you, Lord 5th and Lord 3rd, I promise I won't let you down, to the applause of the entire audience. Tsunade stated, we know you won't. However, your particular promotion doesn't come without strings, as Shikamaru and Naruto frowned. We all agree that you have been deemed worthy of the rank of Chunin. But there are still facets of your abilities that need improvement. Naruto, you've improved with your strategic skills, but there is still much to be desired. Shikamaru, you have the best mind out of both of you. But you lack motivation and physical strength. This is why starting today, whenever there is a mission you two will serve together. This way you can both learn from each other and improve your lacking skills. Naruto with strategies and Shikamaru with his motivation and physical strength, she said as Shikamaru sighed and pushed down his face with a hand. But Naruto nodded, taking the news in stride. I understand, it makes sense when I think about it. Shikamaru's always been the smarter of us during the academy, but hard to motivate. Maybe teaming up with him for a while will help with stuff I still find hard to understand. And maybe he can learn to be a bit more active from me. Naruto nodded his head. After muttering, don't encourage them Naruto, Shikamaru let out a sigh. What a drag. Tsunade remarked, that's not all that comes with this promotion, while Naruto furrowed his brow. The Anbu believe that you still have areas that need improvement, Naruto, and have offered to provide you with additional training. You will report to the Anbu headquarters every weekend and run through a crash course of their training regiment. You will be taught additional strategies, weapons styles, stealth techniques and martial arts to improve your arsenal. He questioned, not that I am ungrateful, but why? As Zo moved forward, he told the boy, officially it's to assure the Shinobi Council that you will gain the necessary disciplinary skills to be trusted with higher rank missions, before he gave him a direct look. The Anbu forces owe you a debt of gratitude, Zo said, raising his hand forward as Naruto stared, nodded, and shook the man's hand. But personally, the Anbu forces owe you a debt of gratitude. If it wasn't for your idea to bring down the barrier, we would have failed in our duty to protect the Hokage and our honor would have been stained. Naruto said, thank you, I won't let you down, and Zo gave a nod. He said, I know you won't, as they released their grip. Shikamaru sighed as Genma and Aoba handed the pair their new flak jackets. Well, now that is over. Here are your official documents and your standard-issued Chunin vests, she said. It's official then. This is the worst day of my life. Shikamaru arched a brow as Naruto remarked, oh, it's not so bad, we made it to Chunin. Imagine how shocked everyone will be when they see we made it. At Yakiniku Q later, as Naruto and Shikamaru put on their new Chunin vests, Kiba exclaimed, I don't believe this. While he, Team Kurenai, Team Asuma, Team Kakashi minus Sasuke and Iruka sat at the Yakiniku Q restaurant. Naruto had attached the Uzumaki clan symbol to his shoulder and sealed his Uzumaki chest piece into a scroll. Kiba slammed his head against the table and grumbled, I can't believe I didn't get promoted while you two got ahead of me. I'm never going to hear the end of this from Mum. Shino glared at the Aburame and said, Kiba, stop complaining. It's a little surprising that Naruto and Shikamaru got promoted, but given all they achieved in the exams it's not that hard to comprehend. Yeah, but I at least thought I'd beat Naruto to Chunin. Shikamaru, I'm fine with it. But Naruto, it's so unfair, Kiba yelled. Kurenai, who was sitting next to Asuma, remarked, well, perhaps this will motivate you to work harder on your training. You were arrogant during the exams that you could beat Naruto and ended up losing to him. And Kurenai rolled her eyes. Only because he farted in my face, he muttered. Choji remarked, but unlike you, Naruto has been pushing himself every day. Working on his strengths and improving his flaws. It's no surprise that he made it to Chunin, while Kiba continued to scoff and eat his pork. Similar to Kiba, Ino was amused and irritated as she observed the two. Shikamaru scowled as Ino laughed and remarked, even so, I never would have thought I'd see Shikamaru being promoted. It's hard to believe that the laziest person I know would ever be given a rank of authority. He put his head on his palm and moaned, laugh it up Ino, this is such a drag, he said, and to top it all off, I have to be teamed up with Naruto for the next while so we can learn from each other. I swear this whole thing is a headache, to which Ino laughed before turning to face Naruto. And then there's the fact that Naruto, who was the dead last at the academy, is outpacing all of us. It means I have slacked off since the academy, she said with a nod. Sakura and Ino moaned in shame as he said, I told you to focus on your training. You don't commit to your efforts and you end up losing in the end. If you had, maybe you would have been promoted instead of being knocked out at the same time. Asuma exclaimed, but, today is a day to celebrate. To Naruto and Shikamaru's promotion. While the others looked on in agreement. Choji shouted, Itadakimasu, and snatched all of the meat off the grill. Kiba yelled, hey, don't eat all the meat. While the Akamichi snarled and stuffed it in his mouth. You bastard. The two of them fought together. As their students engaged in combat, Kurenai and Asuma sighed. As Naruto sat with Sakura on his left and Hinata on his right, Iruka turned to face him. As Naruto thumbed the vest, he questioned, you're being awfully quiet. I thought you'd be celebrating the loudest. Naruto said, oh sorry Iruka-sensei. I would be, it's just, still feels unreal. I didn't expect to get promoted, least of all before Sasuke. Still doesn't seem right, he didn't get a chance, while Iruka and Kakashi shook their heads. Iruka described his feelings that day, saying, it's perfectly natural to feel that way. I remember feeling the same way when I got promoted, I was so nervous. But eventually it goes away, once you get used to it. Kakashi remarked, and besides you earned that promotion, Naruto, as Naruto turned to face him. You faced the challenges and came out on top. So take a little pride in your accomplishment and celebrate it with your friends. As for Sasuke, he didn't show up in time and was disqualified. Shinobi cannot afford to be late on actual missions, Kakashi said with a scowl. As Kakashi chuckled a little, she accused, that's a little rich coming from you, sensei. Aren't you partly the reason Sasuke was late in the first place? Well maybe, but he did push himself too much during the last training session. Besides, given Sasuke's mental state, I think it's best that he wasn't promoted. To be honest with you two, I wasn't exactly planning on any of you to be promoted. I was hoping to use the exams as a means to teach valuable lessons about improving and knowing that not every battle can be won. But, as it turns out, I underestimated you Naruto. Something I've done a lot recently and I want to say sorry. And congratulations on your promotion, I am honestly proud of you, he said with a nod. Naruto took a seat and shifted around to feel the vest. Thanks, Kakashi-sensei, and it's okay. Like I said, I'm not one to hold grudges. It's just going to take a bit to get used to, he said. Well, it's definitely something I'm going to have to get used to, Sakura replied. Not to say I'm against your promotion. But it's going to be odd knowing I have to take orders from you, she said with a sigh. I need to train more, she remarked while taking a sip of her beverage. Hinata smiled at the boy, who blushed slightly and grinned back at her. Well, I for one am proud of you, Naruto-kun. I knew you could do it, and congratulations on your promotion. You look cool, Hinata said. Both of them grinned at him. Thanks, Hinata, that means a lot, he said. The pair was surrounded by a sickeningly sweet field of love that made the single people gag, while the others stared. Hiba complained to Choji, "Gah, it just got really sweet here, I feel like I'm going to get a toothache." Shikamaru nodded, and Ino gave him a shoulder slap. She sighed in pleasure and hissed at him, "I think it's cute," imagining that it was her and Sasuke rather than Naruto and Hinata. Iruka grinned and watched, relieved that Naruto was gaining so many new acquaintances. And it was clear from his interactions with Hinata that a lovely relationship was developing between them, and he was overjoyed. Under the table and out of sight, Asuma and Kurenai silently interlaced their fingers while grinning at the couple. Kakashi smirked at the two, who turned their heads away and flushed, but it didn't pass him by. Then, with a nostalgic smile, he turned his head and thought of Minato and Kushina, then Obito and Rin. Sakura, on the other hand, was observing the conflicting scene. Naturally, she supported Hinata because her crush was giving her more attention than Sasuke ever had. She was a little jealous, though, that Naruto was paying more attention to her. However, it's not as though she shared Hinata's admiration for Naruto, sir. He was a friend she liked, a fellow soldier. However, perhaps she ought to show him more respect than she previously did. Naruto shrugged and Ino said, "So, Naruto, how's it feel knowing you have to be stuck working alongside Shikamaru?" The genin stopped what they were doing and looked at him. It won't be that hard. Honestly, I think the hardest part will be the Anbu training I have to do, he said. What? Oh, right, I forgot to mention that. The Anbu captain during the invasion wants me to take on a crash course of the Anbu training regiment. Sort of a thank you for helping them save the third, but also so I can improve my disciplinary skills or whatever, he said as he removed the meat and consumed it. Ignorant of the looks he was receiving from the others, until Kiba at last managed to find the right words to say. "Oh, you son of a..." The following day, Anbu headquarters. Just before the start of his training regiment's first day, Naruto was standing outside the Anbu headquarters. Just behind a sizable forest, on top of the Hokage monument, stood the Anbu headquarters. When he was younger, the third Hokage had warned him to avoid the big dome-shaped structures, mostly due to the fact that the area was wired with traps to discourage intruders and that the only way to get through was to be led by an envoy or someone who knew the layout. Fortunately, the Anbu positioned around the perimeter guided Naruto through as he entered. He gazed at the enormous dome-like structure and said, "Whoa, so this is the Anbu headquarters." He said, "Neat," as the Anbu member gestured. The Anbu member said, "Head inside, Captain Zo is waiting," and Naruto nodded before entering. He was greeted inside by Captain Zo, who was wearing his cat mask, and a woman with long purple hair, dressed in the traditional Anbu uniform, standing next to him. Naruto Uzumaki reporting for duty, Naruto said, uncertain of what to do. Should he have saluted? After exchanging glances with the other Anbu, Zo turned back to Naruto. "Uzumaki Naruto, welcome to the Anbu. As per instructions by the Godime Hokage and the former Sandyame Hokage, you will receive additional training from the Anbu Black Ops. This does not make you a member of the Anbu, your rank of Chunin holds no weight here, and you are not to divulge any sensitive information outside this dome. Is that understood?" he asked with a nod. "Your training will consist of kenjutsu, martial arts, the study of human anatomy, stealth and recon, code breaking and potentially assassination. This member is codenamed Neko, and she will be your kenjutsu instructor during your time here. I expect you to obey her every command as if it was from the Hokage herself, is that understood?" Naruto gave a nod. As they arrived at a requisitions office, Neko gave the Anbu member behind the desk a box containing the standard Anbu uniform, sword, and mask. "Good, come this way. You're going to be here, you need to wear the appropriate training attire," Neko said. Naturally, Naruto received a fox mask. He gazed up at the man and thought, figures. Neko turned and saw that she had her arms crossed. Let's make one thing clear here, he said. That mask does not make you a member of the Anbu. You are not joining the Anbu, you are not here to become one of us, you are here to train because we owe you a debt of gratitude. You will not participate in any of our missions, nor divulge any secrets you learn here. We don't care for what you are, who you are or what you have inside you. Only that you do as we tell you and learn. Once this training is done, you might one day join us. But until then, you obey my orders, are we clear? Naruto looked at the mask in his hand and then nodded. Good, let's see if you have what it takes to make it through this training. Yugao arched a brow as Naruto put on the fox mask. Something you should know about me, he said. I never give up. Omake. The Uzumaki's luck. While the others continued to enjoy the celebration party, Kiba continued to complain about all that Naruto had accomplished. As he reflected on his own experience in the Anbu, Kakashi told his pupil, I have to congratulate you on receiving Anbu training, Naruto. But I have to warn you it's not for the faint of heart. Anbu training is intense, unforgiving, and demanding. I hope you're up to the challenge. Thanks for the advice, Kakashi-sensei. But you know me, I'm not one to give up. Plus I'm not officially joining the Anbu. I'm just learning a few things from them. Help make up for what I lacked back at the academy and learn to be a bit more respectful to my superiors, Naruto said as Kakashi nodded. He said, I understand, but feel free to ask me anything. I am here for you, and Naruto grinned and nodded. I will, Kakashi-sensei. Well, Kakashi, you have one heck of a student. Promoted to Chunin and about to receive Anbu training, he is full of surprises. Asuma said while Kakashi nodded. He made a small joke, but he secretly questioned whether he could actually reach Hokage before turning 20. That he is, just when you think you have him figured out, he surprises you again. Asuma poured himself another drink and remarked, let's not get too ahead, he only just made it to Chunin. He's still got a long way to go. Heck, I was still surprised he mastered wind chakra so quickly. Asuma winced. Shikamaru said, hey, that reminds me. Asuma-sensei, didn't you have a bet that if Naruto made it to Chunin you'd pay for his victory dinner? Kurenai glared at Asuma, who was now perspiring, asking, seriously. In front of his girlfriend, he nervously explained, well, to be fair, I didn't think he'd pass this time around. And besides, the bet was also if Shikamaru won, Naruto would pay. A lover, I wasn't yet certain on that front. Shikamaru shook his head and remarked, typical Asuma-sensei, always trying to weasel out of a losing bet. Choji nodded and remarked, yep, typical sensei. So shameful, Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji jokingly said, as Asuma's pride took a few hits. Kurenai sighed as the others concurred, warning Asuma that a severe blow to his finances was imminent. I think he should just pay for it all and teach him a lesson not to gamble on stupid bets, Kurenai said. Naruto abruptly said, it's okay, as everyone turned to face him. Everyone grinned at Naruto's mature response. Given everything we've been through, I'm just happy everyone made it out in one piece. Besides, I don't care about the bet. I valued Asuma-sensei's guidance with wind chakra and I'm grateful it helped me when I needed it most, he said. Asuma was relieved that his wallet wouldn't empty this week and felt a little proud of himself. Naruto said, besides, I'll pick up the tab, it's the least I can do, as he opened one of the briefcases and took out the large sums of money he had won. They gazed at the money, eyes bulging out of their heads. Sakura questioned in confusion, and Naruto, where did you get this? As Naruto shrugged. As everyone looked at him as though he had grown a second head, he said, well, during the mission to find Tsunade, it turns out I'm kind of super lucky at gambling. This is just one of the cases I won, I've got like, 2 others that have a bit more than this. Honestly, I don't care for it. Naruto nodded, and Ino said, you gambled. Naruto, what the heck were you thinking? You can't be gambling, you're still a minor. Iruka scolded Naruto, who raised his hands in defense, as he went into parental mode. As Iruka scowled, Naruto attempted to defend himself by saying, it's not my fault. Honest, Iruka-sensei, it just kind of happened while I was off with Pervy Sage, a Jiraiya, and the next thing I know, bam. I've won a lot of money. He was going to confront Jiraiya about allowing Naruto to gamble. As Naruto nodded, Shino continued, it still seems very unethical and even illegal that they let a minor gamble. He said, yeah, but these guys I played said they would tell me where Tsunade was if I played their games, and I was trying to help find her. Not my fault they all lost. when he reached for one of the stacks to cover the cost. "This should cover it." As Naruto furrowed his brows, Kakashi remarked, "Naruto, not to call you a liar, but I highly doubt you won all that." "But I did. Seriously, every gambling den I went to I won. Poker, pachinko, dice, those weird slot machines that just kept spilling out coins every time I pulled the levers. Not to mention anytime a gambler sees me now they scream, 'The golden fox of luck,' and then shut down the place out of fear. It's honestly getting a little creepy," he admitted as they all looked at him skeptically. Everyone. Kiba yelled, "Prove it," as Naruto arched an eyebrow before shrugging. Then, before Iruka could stop him, he stood up and went to the gambling den next door. He entered and headed directly for the slot machines, with everyone following. Before Naruto inserted a coin, pulled the lever, and the 777 flashed across the board, the bouncer attempted to stop him, saying, "Hey, you can't." Coins began to pour out as he turned back to face the others, who were staring at the coins with a raised eyebrow. Then, as they all began spitting out coins, he pulled a few more levers to demonstrate his point. As the owner's eyes widened in recognition and terror, he said, "See what I mean?" The owner kicked Naruto, tossed a fresh case of money, and said, "Oh, crap. The golden fox of luck. Take this and get out of here," before quickly closing the doors. Naruto asked, "See?" While everyone gaped, he pointed to the roof and said, "The worst thing is I've got to deal with her," as everyone turned to see Tsunade peeking over the edge. An aura of jealousy radiated from her as her hands gripped the cracked ledge. As Naruto sighed, she muttered jealously, "Give me your luck." He remarked, "Seriously, it's all too weird, I don't even like gambling," as Kiba collapsed to the ground and began spitting curses at his bad luck on the ground. Iruka wanted to talk seriously with Tsunade and Jiraiya about allowing Naruto to gamble, but he felt a migraine coming on. Asuma dropped his cigarette, and Kurenai gaped at the boy who had just won more than they had made in a month. Asuma remarked, "Son of a," while feeling both grateful that he was spared the expense and jealous of Naruto's extraordinary good fortune. Kurenai inquired, That's impossible, how can someone have that much luck?" As Kakashi remembered a previous statement made by his sensei. He didn't know why at the time, but he never wagered against an Uzumaki. Flashback. The home of Minato and Kushina 16 years ago. Just a few days had passed since their covert marriage, and the couple was taking some time to relax. Since they were recently married, Kushina proposed that they play a friendly game of strip poker. Although Minato wasn't a big gambler, he couldn't help but smile at his wife, especially when she smiled innocently and purely. Ultimately, he was only wearing his pants, and Kushina, who was still completely dressed, relished the opportunity to watch her husband undress for her. He asked shyly, "Honey, don't you think this is a bit unfair?" As she shook her head. With a huge perverted smile, she said, "All's fair in love and war, my love." "Oh, look at that, a full house, now strip," while Kushina relished every second in Minato's side and began unbuckling his belt. She blushed completely and smiled as he did. If she had survived and served as Tsunade's apprentice in a previous life, her name would have been the Crimson Goddess of Fortune. The takeaway from this is to never wager against an Uzumaki. As Naruto and Neiko clashed their practice blades, the sound of metal hitting metal reverberated throughout the spacious room. Wearing his fox mask and Anbu training uniform, Naruto was worn out and ragged as he tried his best to block and counter the enemy's blade while holding his blade in a defensive stance. His training instructor Neiko, also known as Yugao Azuki, is the adversary. Neiko yelled, "Block," as Naruto stopped her blade. She shouted, "Thrust," as Naruto swung his blade, but she deflected the blunt weapon away from her, missing. "Counter," she screamed, slapping Naruto's head. The boy deflected the blade off his own and went in for a gut swipe, but he barely managed a block and counter. She dodged his blade and used her own blunted weapon to stab him in the back, but she missed. He gasped in pain and was forced back. She yelled, "You're not reacting quick enough." Again, as Naruto nodded and repeated the motions. She repeatedly yelled, "Block, thrust, counter," as Naruto made the same motions before she knocked him to the ground and knocked his blade out of his hand and into hers. Before both blades were aimed at his face, he attempted to get to his feet. She exclaimed, "Enough," and then lowered her blade. Naruto moaned but nodded as she gave him instructions. "You're still not reacting quickly enough. Do not give your opponent a chance to retaliate. Strike true and strike fast, do not waste unnecessary movements," she said. "You guys don't go easy, do you?" As she recalled Hayate, she said, "If we are not ready, we could lose our lives or the lives of our comrades at any time." She said, "So no, we do not go easy on anyone. Even if you are a child," as Naruto got to his feet and gave him his blade. Naruto nodded and lifted his blade as she said, "Now, let's move on. After this you will report to Zou for remedial lessons." Naruto had begun his extra training with the Anbu about 2 weeks prior. Compared to his time at the academy, the training regiment was far more rigorous and demanding. Every day, Anbu shinobi were supposed to engage in risky, almost suicide missions. Scouting enemy territory, killing important individuals, and tracking down renegade shinobi who were ranked highly in the bingo books are just a few examples. Wearing complete Anbu gear, he had to run through a rather difficult obstacle course as part of an intense physical workout on his first day of training. Along the path, other Anbu agents were hiding and occasionally threw shurikens and kunai at the boy. In order to mimic dodging pursuing shinobi, he had to avoid or deflect the attacks rather than retaliate. He had to start over if the pursuers managed to capture him. After being captured multiple times, he realized how different he was from the Anbu. He was supposed to hide from the Anbu for as long as possible during the next round of training, which included more stealth-based exercises. He was also supposed to observe and gather intelligence on his fellow Anbu instructors from all over the base in order to teach reconnaissance. He had to start over after being repeatedly spotted and apprehended, realizing that he needed to work on his stealth more. Neko then taught him the fundamentals of sword techniques during his kenjutsu classes. When he was younger, Naruto thought swords were cool and always wanted to learn how to wield one. Now, though, he saw it as just another weapon to add to his collection. Yugao wasn't forgiving. She pointed out his mistakes quickly, made him practice until he lost the ability to lift his arms, and made him repeat the lessons until he understood them. She would ruthlessly defeat him, reminding him of the disparity in strength and skill just when he thought he had the upper hand. Even as a youngster, the Anbu did not indulge anyone. When Itachi joined, nothing changed, and Naruto would experience the same thing. Attending classes on human anatomy and biology was the day's last activity. Figuring out which parts of a person were more susceptible and where to apply pressure points, like the ones Haku was able to use, to render someone incapable. To realize that he needed to go to autopsies, where the Anbu would dissect the body of an enemy shinobi in order to extract important information, particularly probing their organs and internal organs. For the first time, Naruto did, in fact, throw up like everyone else. However, he endured it and carried on with the lessons. He had never thought about many aspects of being a shinobi before. However, if he wanted to become Hokage of the Hidden Leaf in the future, he was determined to outdo them. "Enough," she exclaimed as she concluded the lesson, leaving Naruto gasping for air and unable to stand. "Here," she said, passing a canteen to him. Naruto nodded, raised his mask to his head, and took a sip of the drink. "Drink, you need to keep your hydration up," she said. She shook her head and he said, "Thanks, you're good at kenjutsu. Are you a prodigy or something?" She hung her head as Naruto raised a brow from behind his mask. "I was skilled with a sword, but I trained, practiced, and learned to improve. However, there was one who mastered the crescent moon dance earlier than I did. I considered him a great teacher, and so much more," she said. As Yugao sighed, he said, "He must have been a great guy. Who was he?" She said, He was, you met him during the second half of the exams. He was the examiner, Hayate Gecko," as Naruto's forehead furrowed as he struggled to remember the man before a sickly-looking man's image flashed into his head. He said, "Oh yeah, I remember him. What happened to him?" He kind of dropped off after the second half, while Yugao clutched her fist and hung her head. As his eyes grew wide, she said, "He was killed, during the month break. We believe he learned about the Sound's invasion plan and tried to warn us. But the enemy silenced him before he could. He died thinking he failed the leaf," she said as Naruto raised his head. I'm sorry, I didn't know," she said, shaking her head while holding Hayate's blade. Despite the tear that threatened to fall down her cheek, she told him, "It's okay," he knew the risks that came with being a shinobi. His death wasn't in vain either. We repelled the invaders and saved the Hokage's life. He would have been proud to know that the leaf wasn't doomed with his death. But as she turned back to the Uzumaki, she suppressed her feelings. This is the reality of being a shinobi. The children have idolized the jutsu, the spectacle and the glamour of the shinobi lifestyle. But underneath that glory is death, misery and loss. We do not fight to make names for ourselves. We fight to maintain the order and security of the hidden leaf. Never get distracted by glory, or let personal agendas or pride cloud your judgment. Complete the mission and get your team home, understand me? She asked as Naruto replied. He said, I understand, and she nodded. As she hurried forward and their blades clashed, Naruto nodded and held his blade. Good, let us resume your training. You still have those lessons next, and I intend for you to have gotten the basics down, she said. The following day, Nara clan house. Naruto and Shikamaru sat on the Nara clan house's porch. They had to become acquainted with the current rosters, so scrolls with mission debriefings and team registers were placed all around them. He had missions with Shikamaru when he wasn't receiving Anbu training. He was paired with him for a while so that they could both gain knowledge from one another. Up until now, the majority of the missions had been either escort missions for dignitaries in the Land of Fire or border patrol missions. Shikamaru was usually put in charge of the missions when there was no Jonin present because he was the more mature and tactically sound of the two. On other occasions, though, Naruto was put in charge so he could hone his leadership and tactical analysis abilities. He was a little more patient and less impatient with dignitaries as a result of the Anbu training. He naturally started to grit his teeth at the more cocky ones. However, it also came with reports, as Naruto and Shikamaru discovered the hard way. They would have to write down everything that happened and submit mission reports. Naruto's head almost exploded from all the paperwork they had to complete, so fortunately Shikamaru was better at this than Naruto. But slowly, he was making progress. After that, the two would go to meetings with other Chunins or Jonins to talk about new developments or mission debriefings. Naturally, because of who he was, Naruto got some glares from the other shinobi. It would be difficult to eradicate some prejudices. Surprisingly, though, he was accepted by some. Those who had been present during the exams and saw his courage against Gaara and his readiness to defend the civilians during the Konoha crush were the most important. Naruto found comfort in the knowledge that the more he demonstrated his worth to the village, the fewer glares he would encounter. In order to kill time and improve Naruto's strategic abilities, Shikamaru and Naruto were playing a game of shogi when he asked, "So, how's the Anbu training going?" Naruto said, "Not easy, I can tell you that much," as he advanced a bit. Neko-sensei is one strict instructor. But she's cool and a strong kunoichi. I think I'm going to go well with her. Shikamaru nodded and pointed to the wooden sword next to them, asking, "So that's why you're carrying around that practice sword?" He moved the shogi piece forward, but Shikamaru took it. "Yep, she wants me to keep practicing kenjutsu when I'm not training with her, or when I have a day off. Like I said, she is one strict instructor, but honestly, I'm learning a lot from them," he said. He cursed, "Damn, thought I had you that time." While Shikamaru grinned. He suggested, "Going to have to try harder than that," while Naruto rolled his eyes. Naruto muttered, yeah, as he examined the board and then moved a piece. He gestured to clones who were lounging around with brushes and scrolls and asked, "By the way, what are you clones doing? What are you learning this time?" "Oh, that, I'm learning Fuinjutsu. It's a lot harder than I expected, but I'm making progress. I reckon with the clones' help I should be able to use a simple binding jutsu to hold down a high-level genin, maybe a low-level chunin in a week. But any higher and they can break out of the seal," Naruto said with a brow raised. "Huh, and what made you want to suddenly learn Fuinjutsu?" Shikamaru sighed skeptically but said, "Oh, it's something I've been meaning to study for a while. Plus the Anbu use Fuinjutsu for capturing and sealing targets. I figure it might be something handy to know in the future." He thought, "Whatever, it will be a drag either way," while Naruto laughed. As Shikamaru remembered Rock Lee's wounds, Naruto inquired, "So, have you heard anything about Lee yet? I heard Tsunade saw him. Is she going to be able to heal him?" "From what I heard, the damage Gaara did was pretty bad. The operation would be extensive, painful and require intensive physical therapy. She's advised that he quit being a shinobi," Shikamaru said as he moved a component. "Honestly, I think he should quit. The chance he has of ever returning to active duty is less than 50%, even with the Hokage's medical ninjutsu. It wouldn't be worth the pain," he said with a scowl. He remarked, "He won't quit," as Shikamaru furrowed his brow. "Lee's like me, he doesn't know when to give up. He works hard, pushes himself and tries harder than anyone else. Even when everyone else will tell him to give up. So I know that he won't quit, he'll take the surgery if it even gives him a chance at recovering. Because guys like us don't know how, Naruto reasoned as Shikamaru stared at him a bit. As he positioned his last piece, he remarked, "Yeah, I guess stubborn people have ways of beating the odds, and I win," he said, while Naruto scratched at his head after blinking. "Ah, man, and I thought I had you that time. Almost, but you're a long way off from beating me. Anyway, we've got a mission tomorrow, so we might as well call it quits for today." As he dispelled his clones and collected his supplies, Naruto smiled and said, "Fine, but I will beat you one of these days. This game is pretty fun." As Shikamaru moaned, he yelled, "See you tomorrow, Shikamaru. And don't forget, we've still got your physical training to work on." He yelled, "Hard pass." But Naruto ignored him and ran away. "He is going to be the death of me one day. Ha ha ha." Shikaku laughed from the doorframe as he turned to face his father. Shikamaru sighed and he said, "He's a handful, isn't he? You have no idea, why did they have to promote me? I didn't even want this," he said. "I just want a peaceful, non-stressed filled life. Preferably one without a woman to nag me," to Shikaku's laughter. "What? Karma has a way of biting back," he told his son, who moaned in frustration. "You've more than likely just jinxed yourself, son." He gestured to the board and asked, "So, how's his game going? Is he getting any better?" "Well, he keeps losing, but that's no surprise. The only person I can't beat is you. But honestly, he's making the game challenging. Whenever I face someone like Asuma-sensei or Choji, I can predict what moves they'll make and counter them effectively and efficiently, but Naruto, he's unpredictable. Just when I think he'll do one thing, he'll change it up and try something else. If I'm honest, he's almost beaten me a couple of times. It's kind of fun," he said with a smirk. Yeah, that's no surprise. He recalled playing the same game with Minato a long time ago. He always made the game enjoyable, but Minato was never able to defeat him. With a gentle smile, he thought, "I suppose it runs in the family." One day, the Uzumaki and Nara clans would emerge as a formidable force in the Hidden Leaf, helping to bring about a period of peace and prosperity that would live on in the memories of future generations. "Hey, Shikamaru," Naruto reappeared out of nowhere. "The mission has been postponed. Which means we can start your morning jog tomorrow. Damn it, at least if the lazy Nara can make it through." Village gates 2 days later. Before setting out on a mission, Kakashi, Naruto, Shikamaru, and Sakura were gathered at the gate. The Hokage had called them in to help drive out bandits who had been spotted close to the border. Tsunade offered to take part in a joint mission to reinforce their alliance because the bandits were active close to the Land of Wind and Fire border. Since no one in the village was as powerful as the fourth cage, Suna was currently without a cage. Thus, the Suna Council served as the village's temporary administration until a new cage was chosen. Naruto, a little perplexed as to why the Sand and Leaf had consented to this, questioned, "I still can't believe we have to work with the Sand Village, weren't we fighting them before?" Tsunade had been deceived by Orochimaru into invading us. This alliance is essential right now, as both the Leaf and Sand have lost a significant amount of shinobi. The bandits are harassing both sides at the moment, so it's better if we work together to take them down. This way we assure both sides that we can work together without hostility, Kakashi clarified with Naruto nodding in agreement. "Oh, I get it, because right now neither village doesn't have much manpower. It's better that two weakened villages team up instead of going at it by themselves," Naruto said with a nod. Naruto chuckled as Shikamaru jokingly said, "Exactly, man, the Anbu must be drilling your head with all this stuff. You have no idea. We need this alliance in case the lands of Earth, Water or Lightning try to take advantage of our weakened state and attack either of us. We have a Hokage again, but that won't deter everyone forever. Some might get bold and attack either of us. So an alliance is the best solution for the two villages," Kakashi clarified as Naruto, Sakura, and Sakura said, "But, won't there be some bad blood between us? We lost many comrades on our side because of them," and Shikamaru nodded. "So did they in their cage because of Orochimaru's scheme. Right now no one is in a position to argue if we want to stand a chance of recovering our strength. This alliance is the best chance we have. The rendezvous should be up ahead. Sakura, since Naruto and Shikamaru are Chunin now, they have a higher rank than you. This is a chance to test Naruto's leadership skills, so I expect you to obey their orders, even if they come from Naruto." "Understand," Kakashi said with a nod. Sakura remarked, Yes, sensei. It's still odd that I have to take orders from Naruto now, recalling how, just a few months prior, they had been assigned to a team and Naruto had pulled a stupid practical joke on Kakashi. It was challenging to imagine Naruto from the past and present as one and the same. Made her question whether Naruto had this potential from the beginning and no one had recognized it. With the three nodding, Kakashi said, "Let's get a move in, the rendezvous is just up ahead," and they all followed. As they awaited the sand forces, they soon came to a bridge that had been destroyed. Naruto questioned, "So, do we know who they're sending?" Shikamaru shrugged. The thought of Temari made Shikamaru shudder. They didn't say. Could be any number of them. I just hope she isn't part of the team, that woman, she said. Before he heard a rustle and turned to see the sand shinobi arrive, Naruto remarked, "Dude, she got under your skin, didn't she?" But when he saw the last person he had anticipated, his eyes did enlarge. As Naruto gazed at the only other Jinchuriki he had encountered, he managed to utter, "Ji-Gara." Shikamaru's hand went to his kunai holster, and Sakura recoiled in horror as she recalled the hideous shape he had assumed. To be honest, they had no idea how to feel. They had been enemies the last time they had met. The nagging suspicion that Naruto had reverted to his bloodthirsty ways persisted even after he liked to think that they had come to an understanding when they parted ways. With conflicted expressions on the faces of Sakura, Shikamaru, and Naruto, Gaara apologized for being late. He clarified, "We had a little trouble with a sandstorm before we left, it delayed us slightly," as Kakashi furrowed his brow. He's not the same person as before. Not as ruthless as he was against Naruto. Could Naruto have changed him? He seems to have calmed down, if anything. Kakashi nodded, thinking. Gaara nodded, and he turned to face Naruto, who gazed at him. "No, it's fine, we're a little early ourselves. You are the ones we've been assigned with," he said. He said, "Naruto Uzumaki," as Gaara bowed slightly and Naruto was wary. Then he said, "It's good to see you again," while Naruto blinked. The idea of seeing that fan user again made Shikamaru wince. Yeah, likewise, where's your usual team? Don't you usually work with your brother and sister?" he asked. He turned back to face two other sand shinobi wading through the water. "I have been enlisted under the regular forces for this mission," he said. He introduced the two sand shinobi, who waved anxiously. "These are my subordinates, Yaoki and Korobi," he said. Kakashi said, "I'm Kakashi Hatake, acting captain for this mission. You already know Naruto, and these are Shikamaru and Sakura, they will be assisting with the mission," while Korobi and Yaoki waved, nodding. Korobi said, "Gee, greeting. We really appreciate this," while Yaoki gave a tense nod. Gaara said, "Please be patient with them, they are still rookies," and Shikamaru nodded. "It's fine, I hope you don't mind, but Naruto and Shikamaru have been promoted to Chunin recently, so this will also be a test for us in handling a situation. They are bandits, but reports indicate some of them are Chunin-level Rouge Shinobi. With you here we should be able to handle them," Kakashi responded. Gaara turned to Naruto and said, "I'm okay with that." As Naruto nodded and blinked, he said, "I suppose congratulations are in order." Naruto said, "Why yeah, thanks," and Gaara gave a nod. The seven of them nodded and quickly left the river as they started talking about their strategy up in the trees. "We should probably get a move on. We can't risk them catching on to us," Gaara said. As Naruto considered this, Kakashi said, "Okay, Naruto. How do you think we should go about this?" The bandit activity and the location of the camp, the mountain that was right on the border, had been reported to him. Naruto gestured toward the mountain and remarked, "I think we should split up. One team moves in from the west, and the other from the east. They won't expect a two-pronged attack and it will cut off any chance for escape. They'll be caught off guard and then we can capture them without much effort," Naruto said as Kakashi nodded. As Shikamaru nodded, Kakashi said, "Smart thinking, what do you have to say, Shikamaru?" As Kakashi and Naruto nodded, Shikamaru proposed, "It seems like a good plan to me. We'll take the east side, while Gaara's team will attack from the west. Our best option is to wait until midnight when we'll have the advantage of darkness." Naruto, Kakashi, and Shikamaru raised an eyebrow but nodded as they leapt to the lower level and Gaara told them the truth. "Kakashi, Naruto, Shikamaru. May I speak with you for a moment? There is something we need to discuss," Gaara said. Kakashi said, "Someone is following you." And Gaara nodded. "Yes, I don't think it will interfere with the mission, but I thought I should let you know. There are higher-ups in my village that still hate me." Shikamaru said, Given the way you were, I don't fully find that surprising, while Gaara gave a nod. I do not doubt that the ones following us will wait for the chance to kill me. I've been considered a threat to the village ever since I was born. They may just continue my father's orders, despite his death, Gaara said as he glanced down. Gaara nodded, and Naruto questioned, do you have any idea who exactly they'll have sent? Possibly, they'll be Anbu from my village. Kakashi said, makes sense, you want to kill someone, you send the Anbu. This is already becoming a drag. It's hard enough to worry if you're going to snap and try to kill us, but now we have to worry about your village trying to kill you. This is such a pain, Shikamaru complained to Gaara with a solemn no. Gaara turned to face Naruto and said, I apologize. I didn't mean for any of this to affect the mission. Naruto gazed into Gaara's eyes and said, I no longer want to live the life I had. I want to change my ways and be more like you. Find strength in protecting others, rather than myself. Naruto was all too familiar with that feeling. But it seems no matter what I will always be a monster to them. He is judged by everyone around him for something he had neither control over nor desire. It remains one of the most difficult obstacles he has ever encountered. Naruto said, it's okay, I know what you're going through, as Kakashi listened and Gaara and Shikamaru blinked. I know what it's like to have everyone hating you, to think you're something you're not. It may not seem like it, but this will help in the long run as well. Because if you can prove to not only others but yourself that you are not what they say, then one day they'll see it as well, and when that day comes, you can stand proud knowing you were right in the end. He grinned as he looked at the rest of the Jinchuriki. Gaara thanked him before turning around. I see, thank you Naruto Uzumaki, she said. Shikamaru turned to Naruto as he vanished into the tree. We should get a move on, we can't give the enemy any chance to discover us, he said. Want to explain what that was all about? Naruto said, it's nothing, don't worry about it, looking away from Shikamaru, who gave Naruto a suspicious and anxious look. Shikamaru sighed but nodded in agreement as Kakashi stated, Naruto's right, it's nothing to worry about. We should go, the sooner we get this done the better. They nodded and leapt back up to the others. Kakashi gave the order, let's go, we're moving out. And the two teams nodded before racing off to their respective locations. One team went to the east, and the other team went to the west. The sand Anbu came out of the shadow as they observed the team's party. I still can't believe he volunteered for this. This will make our mission much easier, now that he'll be away from his siblings, they said. The higher-ups will be pleased with this. Gaara of the Sand has been a threat to the village for far too long. It's time we finished what Lord Rasa started long ago, one of the Anbu members said. Today is the day we take his head. A Naruto clone was out of sight as he glared at the Anbu teams while they were concentrating on Gaara and then dispelled him. Before the boy stopped, he and his team were racing through the forest when the real Naruto glared and received this information. Sakura questioned, Naruto, what are you doing? Shouldn't we be getting into position? As Naruto kept glaring before turning to face Shikamaru and Kakashi. Shikamaru remarked, damn it, I was hoping to avoid this, as Sakura furrowed her brow. A chuckle came from the trees, and Kakashi commanded, we know you're here, come out. Then, the blue-masked sand Anbu emerged as he and his men revealed themselves. Interesting, I thought we had hidden ourselves well enough, but you are Kakashi Hatake of the Hidden Leaf, so it should come as no surprise, he said. Please go about your business, we have no intention of interfering with an allied mission. What are you doing here? We're in the middle of a mission, Kakashi replied. As Naruto scowled, the Anbu said, we are nothing more than auditors to see how this mission turns out. We are not here to cause trouble. As the Anbu captain scowled, Naruto said bluntly, cut the bull crap, you're here because you don't trust Gaara, do you? Sakura yelled, Naruto, what the heck are you doing? Are you trying to make things worse? Because she believed Naruto was causing trouble and acting like his old self. However, she fell silent when she noticed the resolute expression on his face. The Anbu clarified, Lord Gaara's power is a serious threat to the village. You've seen what he is, what he can become. That kind of power cannot continue to exist. It's been deemed by those that are like-minded that Gaara be eliminated for the sake of peace between our two villages, as Kakashi's eye widened and then settled on a glare. Kakashi scowled and thought, so they've planned to kill Gaara, but I doubt this was actually sanctioned and these men are just acting of their own accord. Naruto scowled as Shikamaru yelled, what the heck? You'd seriously kill your comrade? I get the guy is scary as hell, but killing him. I thought you guys were his allies. Gaara is nothing but a monster. A demon that threatens the lives of everyone in the village. This will also be a benefit for the Hidden Leaf as well. Surely you must understand that kind of creature cannot be allowed to live. The Anbu leader responded with a clenched fist. He detested the stares everyone gave him, and the memories of the glares and hatred from the other villages ran through his head. It served as a painful reminder of the demands made of him by his father, the weight his mother had carried, and the derision he had received from those who were unappreciative of his sacrifice. But as he glared, he was brought back to reality by thoughts of his friends, his sensei, and his parents' words of love. You might think he's a threat, Naruto said, his eyes glaring forward. Naruto called forth a number of clones and yelled, but right now Gaara is our ally, and if you think we'll let you kill him. You clearly don't understand us at all. How foolish, the Anbu leader remarked, drawing his swords with his men. He became immobile and exclaimed, capture them, but don't kill them. We'll deal with them while Team 2 handles Gaara. What? He looked down and saw a long black shadow that was connected to his own and a few of his men. What is this? He exclaimed. Shikamaru smirked as his shadow binding jutsu kept them in place. Damn it, Naruto, I'd rather not get involved in this, but you're right. We won't let you kill him. I said. He never got a chance to say, damn. This is because Naruto and his clones came up behind him and quickly knocked them out by punching them in the guts or karate chopping them on the back of the necks. Sakura and Kakashi immediately entered the battle and repelled them. Kakashi commanded, Naruto, go after Gaara's team. We'll handle this lot and catch up with you. Naruto nodded and left the fight to pursue Gaara's group. One of the Anbu yelled, why? Why would you defend that monster? Before Kakashi materialized behind him, placing a hand on his shoulder. Kakashi calmly said, just because you all think one thing doesn't mean we think the same, before knocking him unconscious with his lightning jutsu. In the meantime, Naruto raced through the forest in an attempt to make it in time to meet Gaara's team. The fact that his village still desired his death astounded him. However, based on his knowledge of Gaara, he must have made a lot of enemies in his village because of the blood he spilled. He pondered whether he would have acted in the same way if his life had transpired similarly to Gaara's. Would his village decide to kill him someday? However, he was reassured that would never have occurred by recalling those who believed he was more than the Nine Tails. And now, even though his village continued to be suspicious and doubtful, Gaara also wanted to change his ways. And he was not going to give them that opportunity. He promised, hold on Gaara, I'm on my way, and hurried in the direction of the Sand team. When he saw the two people on Gaara's team, he stopped. Hey, what are you two doing here? Shouldn't you be with Gaara? As Naruto stared, Kurobe started to explain, we were attacked by Anbu from our village, and, before an irate expression appeared on his face. They nodded solemnly, and he yelled, you abandoned him. We had no choice, if we had stayed. Yaoki recalled Gaara telling them to run, but his explanation was insufficient. Naruto shook his head and gritted his teeth. Naruto sped off towards Gaara, leaving the two Sand shinobi to consider their options. I can't believe this, you two should be ashamed of yourselves. I know Gaara scares you, but he's still your comrade. You should never abandon your comrades. My sensei taught me, those that abandon the mission are trash, but those that abandon their comrades are worse than trash. So either get your act together or get out of here. Naruto yelled. When Naruto saw Gaara being restrained with puppet chakra strings and having his sand soaked with water, he sped in his direction. Glaring, Naruto cut the chakra strings that held Gaara in place by channeling wind chakra into his kunai knife. Naruto, Gaara asked, a little taken aback by his fellow Jinchuriki's unexpected arrival, while Naruto smiled. Naruto crossed his fingers and said, I apologize for being late, I had to deal with some assholes. Multi-shadow clone jutsu, he yelled, wind style, great breakthrough jutsu. As several clones materialized and then flashed through hand signals before shouting dot and hurled a powerful gust of wind at the shinobi, causing some of them to be knocked down from the trees and rendered unconscious. Fuck it, all there are clones. Of them, only one is genuine. As he and his men began fending off the clones, the leader of the Anbu squad yelled. But he's not by himself. As they engaged in combat with the Anbu, they heard Yaoki and Kurobe arrive out of nowhere. Naruto-san was correct, we have a comrade in Gaara. And we're not going to leave him. This made Gaara's eyes water as the two struggled to save him. Pardon us, Gaara-san. We ought not to have fled in such a manner. We are your allies. Nobody should be left behind. Gaara nodded, clutched his fist, and squeezed the water out of his sand. Kurobe said. Oh my god, this is becoming grating. The Anbu leader swore before Gaara materialized in front of him. I cannot deny that I continue to be feared by the higher-ups. However, I've changed, Gaara. This is all I need to defeat you, he said, extending his hand as a tiny ball of sand drifted over his palm, blasted out as it struck his chest painfully, knocking the Anbu leader out cold, and then darted around, instantly knocking out all the other shinobi as Naruto glanced around. Naruto turned to Gaara and said, "Whoa, that's effective," Gaara nodded. As they arrived, he turned to face Kakashi, Sakura, and Shikamaru and said, "Naruto, we managed to secure the other team, good work on this end." Gaara was mostly responsible. Naruto pointed to the redhead who bowed and said, "He's gotten stronger. If you hadn't gotten me free from the trap, I don't think I would have been able to control myself for much longer." "Thank you," Gaara said with a grin. "So, how should we handle these guys?" "I doubt this will go well back in the sand," Naruto said, glancing around at the Anbu members who were unconscious. They refused to acknowledge this. The Anbu is all about plausible deniability. The sand would have declared it a victory if they had been successful. The superiors will brush this under the rug and deny any involvement because they failed. As he approached the half-conscious Anbu member leader, Kakashi clarified, they won't want to risk the new alliance with the Leaf over such a petty grievance, especially since they're already in hot water with that stunt they pulled with the sound. Isn't that right? As the Anbu leader nodded and growled, he asked rhetorically, "Good, glad we came to an understanding," before knocking him unconscious. "So, ought we to restrain them?" Gaara shook his head in response to Naruto's question. "It's not necessary." He sighed and looked down, saying, "The higher-ups will still fear me, and others in the village will still fear me. They will go back and report their failure to the council, and they won't try another stunt like this for a while." As Naruto, Kurobe, and Yaoki grinned, he remarked, "Until the day I can prove I am no longer the monster my father created, but it's nice to know that there are those I can call my comrades, my friends." "All right, should we resume our mission?" They nodded, and Kakashi inquired. They were no match for fully trained shinobi of both the Hidden Leaf and Sand, and a short time later the joint teams had defeated the bandits quickly, essentially surrendering when their leader was easily defeated and their bodies bound by shadows. This was a good result. No casualties and all reported bandits have been accounted for, Kakashi said, examining the roughly 20 men. They will have a good time at the correctional facilities. Kakashi grinned as the bandits moaned or grunted in agony, but I have to warn them, there's a shortage of toilet paper at the sand prison. You both did well on this mission, Naruto and Shikamaru. Sakura and Naruto both grinned as Kakashi congratulated them, and Shikamaru sighed. Now let's make sure those bindings are secure, he said. As they nodded and proceeded to inspect the ropes, Kakashi stated, we don't want any of them to get funny ideas. With Kakashi nodding, Gaara said, we'll take half of them as agreed upon, while holding the other half in place with his sands. I'm glad this mission was a success, and hope that it means a stable alliance between our villages, Gaara said. Then Naruto walked back to Gaara and Kakashi. Yes, this should please the higher-ups in both our villages, he said. Hey, Gaara, could we talk for a moment? As Gaara was perplexed, he asked, then turned back to face Kakashi, who nodded before turning to face Sakura and Shikamaru. The two were perplexed, but Kakashi's nod assured them that everything was okay, and they left earshot as Naruto and Gaara stood at the edge of the cliff. Did you want to talk to me? As Naruto examined the boundaries separating the land of fire and the land of wind, Gaara posed the question. Yes, I have been meaning to ask you this since our altercation. Do you recall much of it? Gaara nodded as he asked. I do. I will always remember that fight. It's what helped me realize that my father was mistaken and that my way of living was incorrect. That I am not required to be the person he desired me to be. You ask, but why? As Naruto folded his arms, he pondered. You allowed Shukaku to take control during the battle. However, he once screamed something that I don't understand. Kurama, what does that mean to you? As Gaara pondered, he asked. He's never said anything like that to me before. He drove me to commit more murders by posing as my mother most of the time. Are you still in contact with him? Is it possible to ask him what it means? No, I no longer speak with him as frequently. He hasn't said much since our fight. Though less frequently, he still stirs inside during full moons. Does it matter? As Naruto crossed his arms and his mind continued to ponder what it meant, he asked. I suppose not, but I'm happy that the fight was beneficial to you. As Gaara nodded, he remarked, it's good to know that I'm not alone, that there are others out there that know what it's like to be a Jinchuriki. It is, and I'm happy to know that someone else shares my sentiments. Thank you, friend, he said, and Naruto grinned. I seem to remember that you wish to become your village's Hokage, right? Naruto nodded and said, all right, then I'll be your Kage. And I hope we can continue to defend our homes together as Kage one day, he asked, and Naruto nodded and smiled after blinking. As Gaara began, he held out his hand and said, yeah, that sounds awesome, before nodding and shaking it. But just to let you know, I'm going to be Hokage before you, Gaara said, staring at him when a tiny smile appeared on his lips. He was able to joke, not if I become Kage first, as Naruto smiled and said goodbye to his new friend. In the future, the villages of the Leaf and Sand would be recognized for their close ties, which would bring about a new period of peace and prosperity throughout the lands. They would be led by individuals who had previously been shunned by many and would eventually be adored by everyone. As Shukaku watched his brother's container leave, he laughed inside Gaara. That child will eventually discover that's the name of the stupid fox, even though it was a slip of the tongue. And he will irritate him to no end when he does. Haha, all I want is front row seats. Before he, like Kurama, slipped into a recollection of the man who was like a father to them, Shukaku smiled. Quote. Damn, I miss you, old man. Naruto's apartment later that day. Naruto moaned in exhaustion from the day, which included the mission with Gaara, Neko-sensei not holding back on training, and the paperwork he had to file after the mission was over. He unceremoniously dropped his Chunin vest and the rest of his equipment to the ground as he collapsed onto his bed. He shifted his head to become more comfortable and moaned into his pillow, if this is the life of a Chunin, then I've made a terrible mistake. When did he look at the collection of pictures on his bedside table? The first one showed him, Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi, taken after they were officially a Team 7. He and Sasuke were glaring, Sakura was grinning, and Kakashi was wearing his own version of a smile. The third was a little more intimate, showing just him and Hinata wearing a white lotus necklace he had gotten for her during the Tsunade mission. The photo was taken on the same night of the party, but with just the two of them. Hinata smiled with a flush on her face, and Naruto smiled into the camera while putting an arm around her shoulders and drawing her closer to him while making the peace sign. Another featured Shikamaru and himself wearing their new Chunin vests, with everyone from Team 7, 8, and 9 behind them, except Sasuke, who was still under medical observation. The poor girl then fainted. When Naruto wasn't training with the Anbu or going on missions with Shikamaru and his team, he would spend his free time with Hinata. Over the past 2 months, the two of them had developed a close friendship that they both enjoyed. They would share stories, practice their ninjutsu skills, or just hang out like friends at Ichiraku Ramen. Hinata, of course, enjoyed spending time with her crush and was becoming more self-assured every day, but she hadn't yet discussed Tsunade's offer with her father. Kurenai had agreed that learning from her would be a great idea, but she was worried about what the elders of the Hyuga clan or her father would do if she tried anything else. The gentle fist style and their Byakugan were the pride of the clan, and trying anything else was frowned upon by the main branch. Naruto wanted to help her confront her father and clan, but she said that she would handle it herself. Yet he hoped that one day she would challenge her clan and gain authorization to train under Tsunade, and he thought she would confront him about it when she was ready, but he was prepared to support her if she needed it. He smiled softly as he traced the images of his parents, and even after almost 2 months of learning about them, it was still a strange feeling to give them a face and a name, but he was all the happier to know them. He was happy to look at the pictures before he opened the journal of his mother and opened the journal of his mother from a hidden seal he placed on his person. His mother was Kushina Uzumaki, and his father was Minato Namikaze. How he wished he had known them before everything happened. He heard the stories from the old man, Curvy Sage, and Kakashi, but he wondered what they would have been like with him. Would his mother have told him stories about their clan and possibly even the Fuinjutsu arts earlier than now? He sighed, still with a lot of questions and few answers. Naruto sealed the picture and the journal and fell back onto the bed, saying, I can't change the past, but I can live for the future. I wonder when Sasuke will be better. Almost 2 weeks have passed. Shouldn't he be feeling better by now? As he turned to face the moon and his mind strayed to his teammate, he asked. Next day, Sasuke's room at Konoha Hospital. Sakura had told him that Naruto had been promoted to Chunin, that there was a new Hokage, and that Naruto was also being trained by the Anbu forces. In a short period of time, Naruto had succeeded in bridging the gap between them, perhaps even surpassing Itachi. Sasuke Uchiha stared blankly at his bed sheets as he reviewed everything that had happened since he was defeated by Itachi. He didn't care about the promotion. To him, it was a meaningless title. He was more concerned with how much stronger Naruto had grown in such a short period of time. Naruto had always been seen as the weakest of them. He was the dead last, the screw-up back in the academy. Honestly, he wasn't anything significant. Granted, he knew it came from not having anyone in his life that cared for him. After his clan's murder, he understood Naruto a little. But because of his pride, his grief and the fact Naruto was so annoying, he didn't care that much to approach him. He had his own goal to worry about, to avenge his clan and kill his brother. But ever since the exams, Naruto has become so much stronger. He had taken down Gaara, he had displayed so much new strength in only a short amount of time, that it was infuriating. He had thought that he had grown stronger since graduation, but his fight with Itachi had proven otherwise. Itachi had completely wiped the floor with him. All that training he put himself through was practically worthless. And the most insulting thing of all was that Itachi wasn't even after him. He was after Naruto, while he was considered an afterthought by his brother. He became even more irate as a result. Itachi told him to get stronger, to find him one day and try to avenge his clan, but he had been so badly beaten that it was as if he had been a child again. The worst part was reliving all those memories, watching Itachi kill his mother and father in front of him, the blood, the screams, the fear he had felt that night, and why Naruto was so much more important than him than his retaliation. Naruto, he thought bitterly as he reviewed everything that had happened to him and saw the distance that was growing between them. Naruto grew stronger, but he did not, and something inside of him demanded that he close the gap, that he work toward greater power, and that he would not lose to Naruto. He had no idea what this stirring was, only that he agreed with it. He needed more power, he needed to get stronger, but how? He turned to see Sarutobi as the former Kage wheeled himself into the room. "That's not a look you should have on your face, Sasuke," he said. "What are you doing here, Lord Third? Your sensei told me that you've been feeling pretty down lately, so I wanted to come visit you. Do you have a favorite topic to discuss?" Sasuke avoided making eye contact as he said, "No, there's nothing to talk about. I am positive that is untrue. I can only imagine what you must be going through right now," Sasuke said, his eyes glaring angrily as he clutched his sheets. "You did have a recent encounter with your brother, Itachi." Sasuke glared at him and snapped at him. "You don't know what I'm going through at the moment. I didn't even bother to scratch Itachi, who was directly in front of me. It wasn't enough even after I trained, endured pain, detested, and pushed my body to its limits. I was tossed about like a rag doll by him. Have I been squandering my time in this foolish village? Has my retaliation been in vain? Since all of my efforts have been in vain, how am I to exact revenge on my clan? While I've been cooped up here, Naruto has been growing stronger and stronger. I don't require pity, power is what I need." He spoke with such venom and hatred that his Sharingan started to take shape. With intense guilt, Sarutobi gazed at the boy and said. Sasuke's anger and rage against his brother was based upon a lie. A lie that was constructed to preserve the honor of the Uchiha clan. A lie born from his inability to find a different solution to the Uchiha crisis. A lie that had consumed Sasuke on a path of revenge. He weighed the option of telling him the truth, of his brother's true intentions for killing the clan and preserving the safety of the leaf. Naruto had shown vast improvement when he discovered the truth about his parents. But Sasuke and Naruto were like night and day. Naruto's childhood was not the brightest spot in his life, but he had a deep love for the village that both rivaled and surpassed his parents. Sasuke on the other hand was set on killing his brother. Discovering the truth could have the opposite effect. It could shatter his mind, his belief, his loyalty to Konoha. He could see it as a betrayal from the leaf and resort to a reckless decision that could endanger his friends and that of the village. Which was ironically the last thing Itachi truly wanted for his little brother. If this hatred continued to fester, then there's no telling what damage the young child could bring upon the hidden leaf. Perhaps he ought to do something to prevent that from occurring. "Tell me, Sasuke, what is your age?" he inquired as Sasuke furrowed his brow. "What? I inquired about your age. This year, you are 13, right?" Sasuke nodded in response. What was your brother's age when he rose to the rank of captain in the Anbu? What's your point? He was 13. The hidden leaf used to produce the most skilled shinobi, and your brother was one of them. At the age of 8, he had awakened his Sharingan. At the age of 10, he was promoted to Chunin, and at 13, he was made an Anbu captain. Before you even joined the academy, you finished a lot of high-level missions for the Leaf, and you thought you were prepared to take him on. Although it may be difficult to hear, you are not at all prepared to defeat one of the most proficient shinobi we have ever had, he said, as the boy scowled. You have only recently graduated from the academy. As Sasuke's eyes glared, he said, grow up, Sasuke. You may be a prodigy, but you are more naive than Naruto. Itachi is not an opponent you can face at your current level. He is older than you, has more powerful jutsu than you, and has more skills than you'll ever know. He told the boy, I know how much avenging your clan's honor means to you, but it won't happen just after you've become a genin, and Sasuke glared. To be honest, he would have been a strong contender for Hokage by now if he hadn't defected. Compared to you, Itachi is much older, stronger, and wiser. If anything, I think Itachi was being kind to you, he said to the enraged boy. What the heck, is it just a trivial grudge that shouldn't be dealt with? After what he did, how in the world do you think he'll just forget it? To my clan, my relatives, and my parents, justice is due to him. I'm worthy of retribution. And once you've exacted your retribution, what will you do? With a fierce glare that caused the boy to recoil, he yelled, you say you were able to kill your brother. What would you do if you were to finally exact revenge on your clan? Will your desire for vengeance ruin the chance for the clan to be revived, or will you rebuild it and make it stronger? It's also possible that your desire for vengeance could lead to your death. Sasuke's eyes widened, but he still glared. You could effectively finish what Itachi started. You will have cost the chance for the Uchiha to be restored to their former glory. It's a possibility, but I'm not claiming that's what will occur. As Sasuke glared, he thought, revenge often leaves little to no survivors. Sasuke, I've fought alongside the Uchiha, I even considered them valuable allies to the Leaf, and some close friends, he said, recalling his former teammate Kagami Uchiha and his descendant Shisui, who had embraced the will of fire. Their deaths weigh heavy on my shoulders to this day, but if you act out without considering the possibility of a better future, you will end the Uchiha once and for all, he said to the boy, who glared before sighing. So, what ought I to do? You must abandon this narrow-minded approach and think about other possibilities if you hope to have a chance at reviving the clan. For this reason, I would like to extend an apprenticeship offer to you. I can give you the opportunity to surpass your brother as a shinobi. With your current mindset, you can't defeat him. But as Sasuke considered this, he said, I can give you a different viewpoint and ways to bring him to justice. There were advantages to training with the former Sandaime. The third Hokage had trained the Sannin, was once regarded as the god of shinobi, in his prime, and had mastered many jutsu and elemental chakra. However, he had been confined to a wheelchair since the invasion, so what could he learn from him? He had a wealth of knowledge stored up inside of him, and he would be foolish to pass it up. Furthermore, Naruto would have to recover if he was receiving Anbu training, and what better instruction could he receive than from a former Kage? All right, I'll take your training. Although Sarutobi nodded, he added, don't think it will change my mind. What matters is that I get stronger. We'll simply have to wait and see. Meet me at the Sarutobi clan house after you've been released. The day after tomorrow is when your training will begin. And keep in mind what I said about Sasuke, don't only concentrate on getting even. As the man wheeled himself out, Sasuke just stared at his sheets. Seek out the possibility of a better future, he advised. The old Hokage sighed as he was left alone in the hallway. He detested this, detested the fact that the two brothers were headed for a collision course of misery and suffering, but this was part of Itachi's plan to restore the honor of the Uchiha clan. He did not agree with the plan, but he knew it was necessary, and he still wished he could have found a way to put an end to the hostility between the Uchiha and the Leaf without using violence. However, Itachi had taken it upon himself to make sure the coup would never happen, which was unfortunate because he genuinely thought Itachi would have become a great Hokage one day. As he wheeled himself away from the last of the Uchiha, Sarutobi told himself, Itachi, I know you want to be judged and dealt with by another Uchiha, but I don't think you realize the path you've set him on could very well lead to the worst possible outcome. Sasuke is ambitious, unrelenting, and driven by the hatred you've imparted to him. If left unchecked, He may very well become another Orochimaru if nothing is done. I've had many regrets and made many mistakes in my life, but if this gift of living just a few more years will count for anything, then I need to try and change his fate, or else the Uchiha truly will be gone from this world.
So this was the end of the series. I hope you enjoyed it. To watch more series like this, subscribe to my channel. Till then, we weeb offline.